Take a slow, deep breath and let the weight of the day slip gently from your shoulders. This is your safe place, a peaceful space of psalms, soft piano, and gentle rain where you can rest, pray, and be renewed. Each note carries a blessing, and each drop of rain reminds you that you are cared for. As the words of Scripture flow over you, allow them to fill your heart with calm, hope, and comfort. Tonight, we journey together through music and prayer, letting stillness settle in our souls. Across oceans and time zones, others are listening with you, seeking peace alongside you. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you watching from? Type your city and country in the comments below, and let this moment connect hearts from every corner of the earth. Night settles over the room like a soft blanket, and the first drops of rain find the window with a steady, patient rhythm. The light dims by degrees, not suddenly, as if the sky itself is sighing into rest. Somewhere nearby, a single piano note glows like a candle, and then another follows, gentle and unhurried, leaving space between each tone for your breath to widen. You feel the day loosening its grip, emails and errands, headlines and half-finished thoughts, slipping off your shoulders and pooling quietly at your feet. The chair beneath you is steady. The air carries a clean, rain-washed scent. You don't have to hold anything up anymore. Let your jaw unclench. Let your tongue rest. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. Inhale softly through the nose until your chest rises like a slow tide. Pause for a heartbeat, and then release the breath longer than you took it in, like a wave rolling back from shore. The room meets you with kindness when you breathe this way. The piano's melody is not trying to persuade you of anything. It's simply keeping you company while you lay down what you've been carrying. Outside, water threads through the gutters and along the edges of the street. A quiet river finding its way. Inside, your thoughts do the same, wandering at first and then gently aligning with the rhythm of the rain. You notice the small sounds you usually miss. The creak of wood as the house settles. The whisper of fabric when you shift. The soft brush of air on your skin. Nothing asks for urgency. Even time seems to shrug and slip into something comfortable. Begin with your head and move slowly downward, as if you're lighting tiny lamps of peace along a hallway. Forehead smooth, eyes heavy and kind. The small muscles around your mouth release their grip on the day's expressions. The base of the skull softens where effort likes to hide. With each exhale, you imagine a drawer closing on a cluttered shelf. Tidy for now, enough for tonight. The music gives you a pace so unassuming you might call it mercy. Your neck loosens, then the collarbones, then the spaces between your ribs where worry sometimes nests. You place a hand on your chest and feel the rise and fall, a steady proof of being held. Somewhere in the melody, a low note hums like a promise you can lean on. You don't have to understand every line of your life to be comforted by this one measure of rest. The rain agrees, tapping a patient yes against the glass. Let your attention move into your shoulders. Picture them setting down, their invisible packs. Expectations that weren't yours to carry. Conversations replayed. To-do lists that stretch like long roads. Imagine placing each item on a simple wooden table in front of you. You're not throwing anything away. You're just refusing to hold it all at once. You can pick up what you need tomorrow. Tonight, hands open. Tonight, heart light. The piano lingers on a tender phrase, and you drift to the upper arms, elbows, wrists, the palms that worked and waved and worried. Let the fingers be soft, curved like shells at the shoreline. If a prayer wants to rise here, let it be simple. May I be at ease. May I be guided. May I be renewed. You don't need perfect words. The sound of rain translates on your behalf. Your breath lowers into your belly. Let it swell, round and forgiving, as if you're being filled from a deep well. With each exhale, feel the floor accept more of your weight. Hips let go. The low back releases as though someone opened a window in a stuffy room. You notice how relief often arrives like this, quietly and all at once, the way dusk becomes night without ever making an announcement. Let awareness slide down the legs, through the thighs where rushing lives, into the knees that bend for others, the calves that stand their ground, the ankles that balance through uncertain days. Even the arches of your feet deserve this softness. Imagine them warming in the glow of a small hearth, rain singing outside. Nothing demanded of you but rest. The melody thins to a whisper, and then returns, each return proof that care circles back. A few thoughts knock at the edge of your mind, as thoughts do. You greet them without getting up. There is a place for them in the morning. There is a place for you here tonight. Picture a shepherd leading tired travellers to a clearing where the grass is already flattened for lying down. A calm stream nearby that asks nothing but presence. You don't need to see the whole map to trust the path under your feet. This moment is enough map. The window glows with the faintest reflection. You catch your own outline, and it looks softer than you remember. You are not the sum of today's tasks or the weight of unanswered questions. You are a person being gently restored. The rain, the piano, the steady breath, together they form a small refuge, a room within the room where the storm does not enter. You find the door open and your name already on the inside wall, carved there by a hand that does not forget. Let your mind wander in a kind direction. Maybe it moves to a field washed in evening blue, where the horizon lies close enough to touch. Maybe it remembers a kitchen lamp from childhood, casting a circle of gold on the table, while someone hummed a tune with no words. Maybe it goes nowhere at all, and simply enjoys the clean, uncluttered surface of now. Whatever arrives, let it be easy. If worry tries to bargain, just one more look at the future, one more replay of the past. Smile at it like a friend who always arrives late and always stays too long. Offer it a seat by the window and a blanket of rain sound. Tell it the piano is playing and the night is for gentleness. It might stay for a minute, then it will grow bored of peace and wander off. Let it go. Your breath stays. Count quietly if you like. In for 4, pause for 2, out for 6. With each cycle, imagine a lantern floating downstream, its light reflecting in smooth water. Every exhale sets another lantern free. Soon the river is dotted with small, steadfast lights, moving with purpose toward a destination you don't have to manage. You watch from the bank, warm and unhurried, the rain a companion, the melody a guide. Somewhere on the edge of hearing, a low thunder rolls like distant drums under a procession. It does not threaten, it blesses. The sky is watering the earth that will feed you tomorrow. The roof above you answers with a soft, confident hush. You remember that rest is not the opposite of growth. It is the hidden work that makes growth possible. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts turn to cotton, you give yourself permission to be unfinished. Whatever didn't fit into today can belong to tomorrow. Whatever felt tangled can loosen in the dark. The night is not empty. It is full of gardeners tending roots you cannot see. The piano lingers on a final note of the phrase, and then another small phrase opens like a door, and you step through without moving at all. If gratitude feels within reach, name one small kindness you received. If faith feels close, let it lean its shoulder against yours. If neither arrives, let the rain believe for you. Trust can be borrowed, peace can be shared. The room knows how to keep watch, and the music knows how to breathe when you forget. The air cools a little as the hour turns. Your eyelids grow heavy in the best way, the way curtains fall when the play is over, and everyone knows the story will continue in the morning. You feel yourself drifting toward that sweet edge where wakefulness loosens its buttons. You don't have to try to cross it. The night carries you like a quiet ferry, steady hands on the rope, oars dipping in the water of your breath. Just before sleep takes you, there is a simple understanding. You are held. Not for your usefulness, not for your perfection, but because you are you. The rain keeps time, the piano keeps watch, the room keeps faith, and you, at last, keep nothing. Only rest, only warmth, only the soft certainty that you are safe, and that night has descended not to hide you, but to heal you. You arrive at the threshold of a place your heart already recognizes, even if your eyes have never seen it. The door is old wood, worn smooth where many hands have pushed it open. A brass latch lifts with a soft click, and the door yields as though it has been waiting for you. Inside, the quiet is living, not empty, like a cloak hung by the fire, warm and ready. Candlelight steadies on stone walls, flicker by flicker, and the rain outside becomes part of the architecture, drumming a gentle perimeter that keeps the world at bay. There is a table just inside the entry, with a wide clay bowl on it. You set down what you carried here, names, tasks, small anxieties that keep their sharpness even in the dark, and you hear the almost silent sound of release, like pebbles sinking into water. A cotton towel waits. You press it to your hands and feel the day lift. No one is asking you for anything in this room. The only request is that you rest. The floor is slate, cool but not unfriendly, and a woven rug draws a soft path to a deep chair by the hearth. The chair receives you without question, the way old friends do. A low fire crackles, a quiet heart speaking in embers, and the piano in the background threads its melody through the space like a thin ribbon of smoke. You notice how the notes rise and return, the way trust rises and returns, simple and sure. Along one wall, shelves hold plain things: a jar of tea leaves, a folded wool blanket, a pitcher of water that catches candlelight in a thin seam of silver. The room is furnished with enough, and only enough. The absence of clutter is its own form of kindness, a choice to make decisions on your behalf. Sit here, breathe here, rest here. You take the blanket and lay it over your knees. Warmth collects and spreads, first in small circles, then in slow, confident waves. Outside, rain keeps the watch. It is steady without being stern, like a friend who knows when to speak and when to simply be present. You imagine the drops stippling the courtyard stones, slipping through the grooves that time cut, gathering into a brook that hums to itself, and then wanders off beneath the gate. The sound is a perimeter of peace. Nothing harsh can cross it tonight. If your mind wanders to what could go wrong, the room gently answers with all that is right in this moment. The chair holding you up, the blanket holding you in, the roof holding the dark at a respectful distance. You let yourself believe that safety can be simple. The piano agrees. It refuses drama, choosing instead the calm of repetition, the quiet courage of a theme returning. You picture the refuge beyond these walls, a small courtyard with herbs growing, thyme, mint, and a patient rosemary bush that remembers every summer. A wooden bench glistens wet. A lantern hangs from a hook, its light modest and sufficient. In the corner a clay rain barrel fills, each drop a counted blessing. The world is being watered, including you. There is a second room here, smaller, meant for prayer. The door is half open, and a warm draught of silence slips out. You step inside, and the floor softens to wood. No icons, no inscriptions, just a window set high where the sky can be seen, and a plain mat on the floor. You sit and feel your breath meet you. The first prayer is not words but posture. You do not have to know what to say to be heard. Sometimes being here is the entire sentence. If words do come, let them be honest and brief. I'm tired. I'm afraid of tomorrow. Thank you for getting me to this room. In the stillness, you sense answers you don't have to manufacture. Rest. You are not alone. I am here, and I do not leave. The high window admits a softened moon. The rain drafts its lullaby against the outer wall. The piano becomes a companion more than a song. You notice how this refuge expects storms. The roof slopes in a way that accepts rain instead of resenting it. The stones are thick and close-fitted. They don't deny the wind. They outlast it. Even the door is set so it never slams, only closes. You feel a strange gratitude for a shelter that was built with weather in mind, because so were you. You were made to endure, not by hardening, but by learning where to go and whom to trust when the sky opens. A memory taps lightly, asking to be let in. A childhood porch during a summer downpour. A mug warming your hands. The sense that time had briefly paused to let the earth drink. Another memory arrives on its heels. The first time someone said, "You can rest, I've got this," and meant it. You don't push the memories away. You invite them to sit with you, not as demands, but as witnesses that you have been carried before and will be again. There's a writing desk under the window. A piece of paper folded once, a pencil laid across it. You open the paper to find a single line at the top. Leave it here. You don't need long paragraphs or perfect phrasing. A name will do. A fear. A hope you're almost embarrassed to keep hoping. You write slowly, feeling each letter as a letting go. When you finish, you slide the paper into a wooden box made for this purpose. The hinge is smooth, as though it has been opened 1,000 times by 1,000 trembling hands. Back in the main room, the fire settles into a deep glow. You pour water from the pitcher into a cup and take a long, ordinary drink, grateful for the way simple things meet deep needs. The piano shifts key, and you feel the change inside your chest. A little brightening, a small window unlatched. If tears arrive, they are gentle and welcome, washing the corners your breath cannot reach. The blanket holds your shoulders. The chair holds your back. The room holds your heart. You consider sleep, and the refuge seems to anticipate you. Along the far wall is a low bed made with linen that smells faintly of sun and clean wind. You smooth the sheet with the flat of your hand and feel the whisper of the fabric, the kind that doesn't cling but invites. Before you lie down, you stand in the centre of the room and stretch your arms outward, as if measuring how much space you're allowed to occupy here. The answer is all of it. You are not a guest who must minimize herself. You belong. When you finally sink into the bed, the mattress welcomes the long shape of your weariness. Your head finds a pillow that remembers you faster than you remember yourself. The rain, faithful sentinel, lowers its voice to a softer murmur, as though conversation has turned to bedtime stories. The piano becomes increasingly spare, a single line of melody like a hand tracing slow circles on your back. If a worry tries the latch, the door will not open. If a question presses its face to the window, the curtain says tomorrow. Even the clock understands and chooses not to count out loud. In this place, time is measured differently, not in tasks completed, but in burdens lifted, breaths softened, hearts unknotted. You have crossed the border from striving to being, and no one is chasing you back across. For a moment, imagine the refuge from the outside. A small house of light set in a field, rinsed dark by rain. From a distance, it looks like a lantern placed on the earth by a careful hand. You realise this is what your resting looks like in the world. A quiet, steady good that helps other travellers find their way. Your peace is not selfish, it is contagious in the holiest way. There is one more kindness the room offers. In a niche by the bed sits a small stone, smooth as river glass, with a faint, worn inscription you can just make out when you hold it to the candle. Kept. You close your fingers around it, feeling its settled coolness, and the word sinks into your bones. Kept when you're awake and trying, kept when you're asleep and beyond effort, kept in questions, kept in answers, kept in the ordinary middle where most days live. You pull the blanket up to your collarbone and let your last waking thoughts be simple ones. Someone is mending the net while you sleep, so the morning can hold. Someone is guarding the gate so the night can heal. Someone is tending the embers so the light will be ready when you open your eyes. You do not have to name that. Someone for it to be true. Breath by breath, you feel yourself enter the deepest room of the refuge, the one inside you. The walls here are made of promises you didn't build, the ceiling a canopy of quiet, the floor a remembered faith that does not give way. You turn onto your side, and the entire shelter turns with you, like a gentle tide receiving the moon's pull. Rain continues its soft arithmetic on the roof. The piano whispers goodnight. As sleep approaches, you sense that this place will not vanish when you drift off. It will stay steady as stone from the first drop of rain to the last. It will be here tomorrow and the next night, and every night you come back, a door that knows your hand. You let your eyes close. The refuge holds. The world outside keeps its distance, and you finally rest. Begin with a single breath that belongs entirely to you. Inhale as if you're opening a window from the inside, letting cool, rain-washed air move into your chest. Pause for the briefest moment at the top, just enough to notice you're here. Then exhale longer than you inhaled, as if you're setting a small boat back onto calm water. The piano offers a steady path. The rain keeps time on the glass. Nothing else is required right now. You and your breath are enough. Let your mouth soften. Rest your tongue on the floor of your mouth. Lips gently closed. Allow the shoulders to fall like curtains at the end of a performance. Breathe in through the nose for a count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 2. Then out for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the exhale, imagine a spring inside your chest unwinding, a careful release you control with kindness. Repeat this a few times, letting the music round the corners of your counting. Thoughts will wander in, because thoughts are alive. Greet them without rising from your chair. Picture a quiet harbour at night. Boats drift near the pier, nudging the ropes, asking nothing urgent. Each inhale draws the tide in. Each exhale guides it out. You do not need to anchor every vessel. You simply notice the movement and return to the rhythm that is carrying you. If it helps, rest a hand on your heart and a hand on your belly. Feel which one rises first when you breathe. Invite the lower hand to lead, letting the breath begin deep and wide, as though you are filling a bowl from the bottom up. Inhale for 5, exhale for 5, the evenness smoothing your inside weather. After a few rounds, lengthen the exhale to 7, then 8, like a river finding a longer path to the sea. Long exhale, quiet heart. Long exhale, soft mind. Imagine a metronome hidden in the rainfall, clicking so gently you can only sense it. Your breath aligns without effort. Air in, pause. Air out, rest. The piano's left hand lays a warm foundation. Your lungs play along, a low, kind harmony. With every outbreath, tell your body the truth it longs to hear. We are safe. We can slow down. The heart, a good listener, follows the message like a familiar hymn. Scan gently from crown to heel, but do it at the speed of your breath. As you inhale, let awareness rise up the spine like light moving up a candle wick. As you exhale, let that light soften wherever it finds tightness, between the eyebrows, at the hinge of the jaw, behind the breastbone, in the belly where lists like to hide. No forcing. You're not prying open a locked door. You're laying a warm hand on it and waiting until it wants to open. Now breathe like the sea. 4 counts in, 6 counts out. Hear the hush of the wave coming to shore, the hush of it returning. If a thought grabs your sleeve, give it a small shell to hold and point it toward the water. Listen, you say, and the thought becomes quiet, mesmerized by the steady rhythm it forgot it loved. You might try a simple word to ride on the breath, the way a bird rides a breeze. On the inhale, peace. On the exhale, be still. Or choose any 2 words that feel like keys in your palm. Speak them silently, but let your chest respond as though they are sung. The rain turns the rooftop into a choir. The piano is the cantor. Your breath is the congregation. If the mind insists on speed, invite it to a slower game. On the next inhale, imagine drawing the air in through the soles of your feet, up the calves, the knees, the thighs, the hips, the belly, the ribs, the collarbones, all the way to the crown. On the exhale, pour it back down that same path, bathing each place from inside. Visualize your spine as a river reed swaying in shallow water, moving but never strained. The tempo of your inner world is resetting from urgent to tender. Place 2 fingers lightly at the pulse point on your wrist. Feel the quiet drum of your life. Breathe toward that beat, as if the breath were a friend taking the drummer's hand and saying, "Follow me." You're not trying to control the rhythm, you're offering it a slower dance. After a few rounds, release your hand and notice how the heartbeat seems to listen, even without being held. Try a new pattern, only if it feels kind. Inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 6, rest for 2. Picture a lantern brightening on the inhale, steadying during the hold, dimming to a warm glow on the exhale, and resting in its own light at the end. It is not a test. If you stumble on the counts, the rain covers for you. If you forget where you are, the piano shows you the next step, start again, which is just another word for grace. Let memory bring you something gentle, a safe porch, the smell of wet earth after summer rain, a book you loved that always paused in the right places. Breathe into that memory as if you were pressing a flower between its pages. On the exhale, set the book back on the shelf, knowing you can return. The shelf is inside you now. Notice how the bones of your ribs expand like a cathedral opening its doors. Air moves in, bells quiet themselves. Your heart, that careful keeper of time, softens its hands. You are not pushing your body to achieve calm. You're partnering with it, trusting its old wisdom. The breath learned this rhythm long before the day's noise tried to overwrite it. If unease rises, give it shape and distance. Imagine it as a small bird tapping at the window. You hear it, you see it, you do not let it in. You keep breathing, and after a while the bird tucks its head under its wing and sleeps. Not every feeling needs solving. Many simply need a softer sky. Return to the simple count that felt best. Maybe it is 4 in, 6 out. Maybe 5 in, 7 out. Let your shoulders be heavy, your jaw slack, your gaze soft behind closed eyes. Between breaths, feel the heavenly hush that follows a good chord, the room's way of saying, stay. Rain stitches the silence together, so it won't come apart. For a moment, imagine your breath as a pair of hands folding a blanket over your heart. On the inhale, the blanket lifts. On the exhale, it settles, smoothing out the places that wrinkled during the day. Your chest learns this fold. Your heart receives its warmth. Your whole body remembers what it means to be covered. If prayer wants to enter, let it slip in quietly and sit near the fire of your breathing. You don't have to form a perfect sentence. A sigh counts. A single name counts. A thank you counts. The breath carries meanings word can't hold without spilling. Trust it to speak for you in ways you cannot see. Now, without thinking too much, follow 10 rounds of breath like stepping stones across a shallow stream. With each inhale, step forwards. With each exhale, watch the water smooth itself around your ankles. 1 and out. 2 and out. By the time you reach 10, the shore behind you has softened, and the shore ahead is closer than it looked. If you lose the count, it's only because you've found the rhythm. Smile and begin again at 1. Let the exhale become your companion for sleep. It is the part of breath that gives back the day. The piano lowers its voice. The rain quiets to a whisper. When your body is ready, let the inhale shorten naturally and the out-breath lengthen, as though your lungs are pouring light into the dark until there is no difference between the two. Slow breath, slow heart. The room feels it. The night approves. If you're not yet drowsy, place attention at the tip of your nose and feel the coolness of air entering, the warmth of air leaving. It is a tiny miracle, so ordinary it hides in plain sight. The more closely you notice, the more the mind is drawn to humble wonders. This noticing is rest. This is how the mind learns to trust the quiet again. When sleep begins to gather you, let the breath continue without supervision, like a skilled musician playing from memory. You have practiced the tempo of peace long enough tonight that your body can carry the melody into the dark. The heart, relieved of hurry, takes a deeper seat in your chest. The rain is still there, not insisting, just present. The piano lays a final curve of notes, like a hand blessing your forehead. You do not need to end anything. You only need to allow. The breath will keep going while you sleep. The slow heart will keep listening. The night will keep watch. And when morning comes, these same simple rhythms will be waiting, ready to meet you again, unchanged by the world's demands, faithful as rain on a window, and a song that knows exactly when to pause. You hear it before you see anything, the steady, reassuring rhythm of a staff touching the earth. Tap, tap, tap. It matches the soft tempo of the rain and the hush of the piano, a music of guidance rather than command. The path ahead is dim, rinsed by evening, but the voice is near, speaking your name the way only someone who has tended you can. No rush, no scold, just recognition that loosens something tied too tightly inside your chest. When the voice moves, you follow without having to think. You are not being driven, you are being led. The way curves through low hills silvered with dew. Even the stones seem kinder here, rounded by time and gentled by moss. At each bend, the staff sounds again, tap, 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 like a heartbeat outside your body, and your own heart falls into step. You notice things the hurried never see. A single blade of grass carrying 3 drops of water like tiny lanterns, a hedgehog nosing the hedgerow, the faint wildflower scent that rises when rain kisses warm earth. These small mercies gather around your ankles and shepherd you as surely as the one in front. There is a gate, wooden and humble, already open. You pass through and the air changes from travel to arrival. A clearing widens, soft as a sigh. Grass bends under the weight of blessing, and beyond that, a ribbon of water winds through the meadow, clear enough to make you thirsty simply by looking. The voice does not say hurry or earn this. It says what you most need: rest. You kneel to drink, and the water tastes like safety, cool and uncomplicated, as if it were made to answer the exact question your body is asking. You lie back and the earth receives you, a quiet cradle that knows your shape. Overhead, clouds drift like slow ships, and a single bird writes a gentle curve across the low sky. The shepherd's presence settles a perimeter around you that nothing fretful can cross. Worries that tracked you here stop at the boundary and turn into distant silhouettes, real but far, their edges softened by rain. The staff leans against a stone. The shepherd sits nearby, not staring, not hovering, keeping watch the way light keeps watch, present, patient, enough. You become aware of how the voice has always sounded the same, no matter where you've wandered, firm when danger neared, tender when you were bruised, quiet when quiet was what healed. You recall nights when you mistook fear for direction, sprinting toward the loudest thing, and how the voice never competed. It waited, then called you back by name when you were ready to hear the cadence that belongs to you. Even now, with your eyes closed, you could walk toward that sound and never bump a tree. When you rise, the shepherd stands too, as though you are partners in a dance, and leads you along the stream's edge. Every so often, the staff touches water, sending rings outward that meet, greet, and vanish. You think of choices, how their ripples travel farther than you see, and you feel a calm sureness that this guidance does not despise your detours. It has always calculated your lostness into the map. No path is wasted when love is keeping the ledger. A small lamb limps from behind a tuft of grass, favouring one leg. Without ceremony, the shepherd kneels, checks the foot, rubs a balm from a small clay jar into the tender place, then lifts the lamb to rest across broad shoulders. The animal's breathing steadies against the shepherd's neck. The staff resumes its gentle metronome. You watch, learning again that strength shows itself in carrying without complaint, in knowing when to be a gate and when to be a shoulder. Something in you, small and limping, feels seen. The way narrows through a stand of trees where light comes stitched and dappled. It is easy to stumble here. The shepherd walks just ahead, turning occasionally to check your face, as if your expression is a compass more reliable than the moss on stones. Here, the voice says, and a hand gestures to a rock you hadn't noticed, perfectly placed for crossing a slick patch. Here, again, and a branch is lifted out of your way. It is a choreography of care. You do not feel foolish for needing it. You feel relieved that wisdom like this exists. When the woods open, dusk has drawn its first violet line across the sky. Far off, thunder mutters, not angry, just old. The shepherd guides you to a fold in the hillside where the wind breaks and the grass grows thick. A simple shelter waits, a woven fence, a low wall of stacked stone, a door that opens inward. Inside, the space smells of clean wool and fresh straw, and you realise this is what belonging smells like. Warm, honest, lived in. The piano leans into a minor key for a breath and then resolves, the way relief follows a remembered promise. Night creatures call to one another with their soft syllables. The shepherd counts, 1, 2, 3, as each of you pass under the staff. When your turn comes, the staff taps your shoulder lightly, not to correct, but to mark. You're accounted for. A lantern is hung on a peg. Gold light pools on the ground like honey. The door closes with a sound that satisfies the deep animal inside you that watches doors. For the first time in too long, that watcher curls up and sleeps. While you settle, the shepherd moves among you, hands practiced and gentle. A burr is teased from a tangled ear. A nick along your shin is bathed and wrapped with a strip of linen torn from the shepherd's own pack. You think of all the places you ignored because it wasn't that bad, and how someone wise sees small hurts early and calls them worthy of tending. The shepherd does not scold your self-neglect. The shepherd mends and hums, a tune low enough that the rain agrees to accompany it. When food comes, it is simple. Warm bread that cracks softly, a cup that smells faintly of herbs, fruit sweet enough to make you close your eyes. You eat with the gratitude of a traveller who remembers what it was like to go without. No one pulls the plate away early, no one tells you to save room for fear. At this table, nourishment is not rationed against tomorrow's trouble. It is offered generously in the presence of every question you still carry, a quiet defiance that feels like courage. You doze, waking enough to notice the shepherd at the threshold, still and alert. Eyes tuned to the edges, ears to the wind, posture soft but ready. There is a rod near the hand, not for you, never for you, but for what would try the fence. You have been in places where power felt like danger. Here it feels like shelter. It is a new lesson in strength, that it can be both boundary and blessing, both wall and wing. A dream comes, one of those gentle kinds that is more truth than fantasy. You are a child again, small enough to be carried, and someone taller lifts you easily, as if weight is not a problem, but a privilege. You feel the sway of a familiar gait, the rhythm of steps that do not fear the dark. When you wake, the feeling remains. Held, borne, transported across difficult ground by a will kinder than your own striving. The rain has quieted to a fine whisper, like the world keeping a secret on your behalf. Near dawn, you step outside. Mist threads the hollows, and the first bird rehearses a fragile melody, like hope trying its voice. The shepherd is already awake, already looking at the sky with the affection of someone who reads weather the way poets read faces. Good, the voice says. One word, and it settles everything. The gate opens with a small, satisfied sound. You are led toward a slope where the grass grows new. The ground gives underfoot in that comforting way that says you will not fall far. You notice, as morning collects itself, that the shepherd never walks straight to a destination. The route considers shade and slope, wind and water, your feet and your history. There is an intelligence to kindness that efficiency cannot learn. You pass a thicket bristled with thorns. You remember places where you bloodied yourself pushing through because you thought shorter meant better. Today you do not argue with the detour. The staff taps, you follow, and the day opens without a fight. From time to time, the shepherd speaks, not instruction, not lecture, just small sentences that become anchors when the wind lifts. You're doing well? Slow is honest. The way home loves you more than you know. You tuck these into the pocket of your heart, where you can touch them when the path dips and sightline shortens. They do not spoil. They keep like winter apples against a future hunger. At a rise you pause, and the shepherd points, not ahead, but back. You see the line of your steps ribboning through the meadow, over the stones, under the branches. From here, even the crooked parts look like calligraphy, a script your life has been learning to write in this tender hand. You understand, for a breath, that nothing was wasted, not even the fear, because it taught you to listen for the voice that does not frighten. When the sun finally lifts the mist, the world brightens as if someone increased the kindness. A bell, small and clear, rings from the shepherd's staff, not to summon, but to say, all is well, we are together. The next stretch is ready. You walk, and the grass parts. You walk, and the stream keeps your pace. You walk, and the piano returns to the theme you now recognize as yours. Later, hours or minutes, time is soft here, you approach another gate. This one is not the last. There will be more. Gates are not endings, but invitations to be guided again. The shepherd sets a hand to the latch and looks at you as if to ask, ready. You are surprised to find that you are. Not because the road has grown easy, but because you have. You know what to follow now. You know who to trust. Before you step through, the shepherd reaches and touches the place just above your heart. One palm, warm and steady, not claiming, just blessing. It feels like an oil poured over the sore parts of your story, seeping into cracks, making rough things shine. When the hand lifts, a lightness remains, the kind that does not float you away, but roots you more kindly to the earth. You walk on. The staff keeps time. The rain, almost done, beads on leaves like small promises that will fall when the day needs them most. Behind you, the shelter is still there. Before you, the path curves with purpose. Beside you, presence. You may wander and wonder, slow and stop, ache and ask. The voice will be there, low and sure, calling you by name, leading you beside whatever waters are still today, restoring what the hours spent, and guiding you always gently toward home. It stands in the hedgerow as if it grew there, a simple wooden gate, weather soft and honest, its latch polished by countless gentle hands. No lock, no warning, just a single line carved near the top, welcome, and a hinge that sighs rather than squeaks, as though mercy keeps it oiled. A breeze lifts the latch with your smallest touch, and the gate swings inward without complaint, the way a friend moves aside to make room for you at the table. The rain that guided you here lingers on the rails, beading into bright beads that fall one by one to the moss below. You pause at the threshold, because thresholds are worth honouring. Behind you stands the tightness of hallways and lists. Before you opens a meadow that knows how to breathe. Dew clings to each blade of grass like a waiting blessing, small and innumerable, ready to touch your ankles. The piano takes a softer voice, as if it too has stepped outside, and the rain recedes to a far choir rounding the field, keeping the edges safe. You rest your fingers on the gatepost. It is smooth and warm in places where sun still lingers, cool where shade remains. Something inside you recognises this old ritual. Touch the wood, take the breath, step through. As your foot crosses, you feel a subtle permission. Space widens. The sky seems closer and kinder, painted in gauze shades of evening. A path of pressed clover leads into the meadow. Not a road, not an order, just a suggestion, like a hand offered palm up. You follow because following feels like freedom here. With each step, the crushed green releases a clean scent, and your worries, so prone to crowd, spread out thinly in all this room and lose their urgency. It occurs to you that some heaviness is not weight at all, but lack of horizon. You close the gate behind you out of courtesy, not fear, and it settles with a click that satisfies something primal. The creature in you that wants to know the pasture is watched. No sign says, "Do not enter." The only rule, written in light and birdsong, is be gentle. In this new air, even your thoughts quiet their voices, as if entering a sanctuary. You notice the accuracy of small things, the geometry of a spider web jewelled with drizzle, a ladybug red as an answered prayer, a dandelion globe holding its breaths, waiting for a wish to give it purpose. Farther in, a low stone wall curves like an arm around the field. It isn't there to keep anything out. It's there to say, here is a shape. Here is where tenderness gathers. Beyond the wall, a stream braids silver through the grass, shallow and clear enough for stones to show their backs. Water striders skate their slow choreography. You kneel to watch them, then cup your hands and drink. The water tastes of rain remembered. Simple, right? Unafraid of being enough. The piano places a few careful notes in the space, and those notes bloom into warmth across your chest. If you've brought burdens, the meadow is not offended. It does not ask you to pretend. At the gatepost, someone long ago hammered in a row of little hooks. You didn't notice them when you first came in, but you see them now, each with a ribbon or a string or a small token dangling. A feather, a coin, a dry sprig of rosemary. You tie one of your worries there by name. It hangs quietly, not erased, simply held for a while by a place strong enough to hold it. The gate doesn't close tighter. It opens wider, as though gratitude waits the hinge in the best way. A bench waits under a hawthorn that hums with late bees. The wood bears the soft polish of years of backs and hands. You sit and feel the bench meet you, solid, forgiving, companionable. From here, You can see the meadow roll and lift toward a stand of elder trees, their leaves glossed with the day's last light. Swallows stitch the sky with quick, precise lines, a sewing that keeps the blue from coming undone. Somewhere to your left, a thrush is practicing an evening hymn, phrases rising, pausing, returning with variations, the way hope reiterates until the heart remembers. You let your eyes wander without searching. The mind, given a stable view, settles like flour after the bowl stops shaking. A field mouse appears near the wall, pauses to consider you, decides you are part of the landscape, and continues. The decision of a small creature to trust you feels like a benediction. It's not that you've grown harmless, it's that your harm is asleep here, rocked by rain and a ribbon of piano into something gentler. When the wind lifts, the meadow answers in ripples, a green sea that never drowns. You think of all the gates you have stood before, and all the times you believed you needed a key, when all you needed was a softer hand. Here, forgiveness is the hinge, curiosity the latch. You test the idea by offering yourself a sentence you rarely hear from your own mouth. I am allowed to be new. The grass nods. The sky does not argue. Even the stone wall seems to lean closer, as if to catch the rest of your voice. You rise and walk toward the stream again, slower this time, your feet learning the particular grammar of the ground. Give, spring, hold. At the bank, a flat rock offers itself as a seat. You accept. Water folds around pebbles and makes a music that pairs perfectly with the piano, each ripple a syllable, each eddy a period. You think of the chapters ahead and the ones behind, and how an open gate connects them without forcing them to match. A dragonfly hovers, its glassy wings writing an invisible blessing on the air over your head. The rain, now a fine lace in the distance, turns to mist above the grass. It is enough to pearl your hair and cool the heat that collects at the base of the skull. You welcome it. The temperature shift feels like a hand on your brow. Somewhere a cloud unbuttons, letting a seam of light through, and the meadow brightens in patches, like thoughts clarified by kindness. You don't chase the light, you let it find you where you sit. It does. Beyond the elder trees, you spot another gate, smaller and set low, almost secret. The sight doesn't pull you into hurry. This meadow is not a corridor, it is a room with several doors, each leading to another kindness. You will reach the next threshold when you are ready to learn whatever it opens to. For now, you memorize the feeling of being in a place that asks nothing of you but presence. You tuck it into your ribs where breath can keep it warm. If you close your eyes, the open gate remains behind your lids, bright as an after image. You trace its shape with your inner hand, the curve of the wood, the notch of the latch, the grain like a river frozen in a good direction. You realise there is another gate that looks exactly like it inside your chest. It too swings inward. It too has no lock. You can open it when you wake in the midnight hour and your thoughts crowd the narrow streets of your head. You can open it at a kitchen sink, on a train, in a waiting room that smells of disinfectant and worry. The meadow knows how to meet you wherever you stand. A memory arrives. A day you refuse to forgive yourself for what you didn't know yet. The gate of that day was closed, and you rattled it, scolded it, whispered through the slats. In this field, now, You imagine walking back to that moment carrying oil and patience. You kneel, work the hinge with both, wait until the metal remembers how to be a door again, and then you open it, not to let the past race into your present, but to let the present's kindness reach back and sow a small tear. The sound the gate makes is the smallest sigh. The sound you make is the same. Crickets collect their bows and begin to draw thin lines of music along the edges of evening. The piano answers with notes placed respectfully between their songs. A heron lifts from the far reeds, all line and prayer, and you watch its slow wing beats as if they're teaching you an alphabet where every letter means ease. When you look down again, your hands are no longer in fists. You don't remember unclenching them. You only register the relief of fingers that can now bless, receive, let go. You return to the first gate before the light folds completely. Standing there, you understand something true and uncomplicated. Gates are not only for keeping out, they are also for letting in. Tonight they have let in air and light, space and sound, water and ease, forgiveness and the right kind of quiet. You touch the ribbons on the hooks. Your worry hangs lightly now, no longer a stone, but a name in good handwriting. You promise to collect it tomorrow, only if it still belongs to you. If not, the meadow can have it. With your palm on the wood, you offer a brief prayer, not perfect, just honest. Thank you for doors that do not demand passwords. Thank you for hinges that remember mercy. Thank you for fields big enough for my smallness. The gate seems to lean into your hand, receiving rather than returning, reminding you that gratitude is not a receipt, it's a relationship. You leave the gate as you found it, open, not because you are careless, but because you are confident. The meadow will hold its shape. The rain will keep its perimeter hymn. The piano will set the night on its slow rails. And the next time you need to cross from narrowness into wide, the latch will lift with the same easy click, the same invitation you can feel before you hear it. Come as you are, breathe as you can. There's room. You step back into your life, carrying the meadow's weather inside you. Hallways feel broader. Tasks loosen their collars. Even your name sounds different when you say it under your breath. Less like a command, more like a welcome. Behind you, the gate remains in its hedge, a patient friend. Ahead of you, another day will arrive with its petitions. Between the two, you walk with dew still shining at your ankles, the open field folded into your chest, and the sure knowledge that a door into peace is always, always within reach. It is placed in your hands without ceremony, and still you feel the significance. A small lamp, weighty enough to be real, light enough to be carried through a long night. The metal is warmed by someone else's keeping. When your fingers close around it, the warmth transfers, and with it a quiet assurance that you're not the first to hold this flame. Within the glass, a thread of wick drinks from a hidden store and rises into a modest fire. Not loud, not showy, just steady. The glow is the size of your open arms, a friendly circle cast on path and grass, revealing just enough to make a single decision: where to place your next foot. You were taught to want more, broad daylight, maps with every turn inked in, but the lamp teaches a gentler mathematics. Over and over it suggests, this step, then the next, this breath, then another. You test the reach of the light and find that the dark beyond does not rush in like a threat. It simply rests where it is, patient as a sleeping field. In the pool of gold, pebbles show their edges, roots disclose their intentions, and the slick places confess themselves with a shy shine. You do not need to control the horizon. You need to see 3 feet. The rain that has been your companion all evening respects the flame. It falls as a fine lace now, a whisper rather than a drum, and when an occasional drop hisses on the glass, the sound is a small blessing, like water greeting warmth. Your hand finds the habit of guarding the wick when the wind lifts, cupping, not clenching, learning the difference between protection and fear. The lamp answers your care by burning cleaner. The piano, somewhere behind you, lays a calm line that your steps begin to echo. You notice how much of trust is physical. The wrist unlearns rigidity. The fingers soften around the handle. The shoulder unrounds. Each adjustment says, "I will not strangle what guides me." The lamp swings with your gait, and the light moves like a friendly animal trotting ahead, sniffing, saying, "Here, here." When you pause, it pauses. When you turn, it cooperates without complaint. You did not expect guidance to be this conversational. Inside the glass, a faint soot begins to gather along the top rim. With your free hand, you draw a cloth from your pocket. Where did this cloth come from? And polish until the halo clears. The act is so small, you almost laugh. Yet the path answers immediately with detail. The silver of a slug's trail. The exact green of moss that loves shade. The printed spiral on a shell at your feet. You think of the soot you carry, resentments, rehearsed arguments, forecasts of failure, and how easily they film over the light. You can't clean the weather, but you can keep the glass honest. This too is trust. Doubt arrives, as it does, pretending to be wisdom. It says, "Wouldn't it be better to wait for morning?" The lamp lifts its chin and offers a counter-argument you did not expect. Warmth. You realise your hands are not just holding light, they are being heated. In that heat, a stiffness inside your chest loosens, aversive thoughts uncoil, and the world becomes less like a test and more like a room you have been invited to inhabit. Morning will come when it comes. Tonight the lamp is enough. You approach a fork that, in daylight, might have seduced you into planning. Now, with your circle of gold, you can only see the beginnings of either way. You stand, breathe, and let your body attend to small truths. The left path smells of wet stone, the right of crushed clover. The left holds a hum like water. The right holds a hush like open field. Without voting, your feet choose what your heart was already leaning toward. As soon as you commit, the lamp agrees, brightening in the direction of your yes. It is startling how clearly the next detail appears once you stop asking for the whole story. Wind shoulders past, the kind that turns umbrellas into skeletons. Instinct makes you hunch, but the lamp teaches another pose. You angle it low, curl your fingers around the crown so the flame can breathe while still being shielded. The light ducks and approaches the ground, where life continues its ordinary bravery. Ants ferrying crumbs, a leaf riding its fate across a puddle, a worm writing a slow letter under the soil. You walk more slowly now, and in slowing, you make fewer bargains with panic. 1 step, the lamp says. Good. Another. Good. A low stone bridge appears, slick with moss, and the lamp gives you the grammar for crossing. Test and trust. Test and trust. Your boot finds a dry lip, your weight shifts, your heel releases a string of water back to the brook. Midway, you stop and let your arm extend the light over the rail. The surface below gleams with coins thrown by strangers who asked for their own next steps. You resist the urge to fish for certainty. Instead, you pay attention to what the water gives. The reflection of your lamp doubled, trembled, made larger by motion. Sometimes trust looks like your small yes multiplied by the world's gentle currents. A memory raps at the glass from inside. The last time you demanded a lighthouse, and not getting one, refused the candle you were offered. The cost of that refusal returns to you now. The stalled days, the brittle speech, the way rooms felt dim even at noon. You lift the lamp a little higher, an apology and a vow. You will not despise small light again. You will treat it as an elder, a tutor fluent in the language of enough. On a rise, a stand of poplars shivers silver under the moon. Between their trunks you catch the flicker of another lamp, far off, bobbing like a firefly that learned to hold still. You are not alone on the night road. Each lantern belongs to someone who chose to keep going. Each circle of light touches another, unseen until you climb high enough to witness the constellation you're part of. You lift your lamp a little, a quiet greeting, and imagine another hand raising theirs in return. Community, it turns out, is often a choreography of small beacons. The oil in your lamp lowers, and a crease of worry pulls tight across your mind. Immediately the voice you trust, not scolding, never that, reminds you, there is enough for tonight. It does not promise forever. It promises present. You have lived whole seasons on that measured mercy without naming it. At the edge of the path, a place to sit. You settle, open the base, and find a small flask tucked in the lining, cool as a secret kept for this very hour. You pour with care. The wick drinks gratefully. The flame, fed, rounds out and steadies, offering no commentary on your forgetfulness. You smile, chastened by kindness. Sometimes the lamp reveals not the way forward, but the truth about your hands. You see a tremor you hadn't admitted, a scar you forgot you earned, the honest stain of work that won't come out with soap. Under this light, none of it looks like failure. It looks like history speaking softly in your own skin. You lay your palm against the curve of the glass and feel the nearness of the flame, the thin barrier between fuel and air, need and answer. The distance is so small and so sufficient. The path steepens, and breath becomes your metronome again. With each inhale, the flame draws in. With each exhale, it leans outward, as if synchronizing itself with your lungs. You realize how trust moves through you, not as a decree from the head, but as a rhythm that muscles learn. The piano, far back now, is mostly memory, but the tune persists in your bones, stitched there by repetition. Step and glow, step and glow. This is how a night walk becomes prayer. A fox crosses, low, precise, unhurried, and in the lamp's circle its eyes will catch like coins. It pauses, reads you, decides you are not hunting, and goes on. The world answers small light with a softening of its own. Even your thoughts adapt, their edges rounding off. Questions that lurk like corners become passages you can turn through without bruising. What if, you ask, and the lamp replies, try. What now, you ask, and the lamp says, now. At a bend, the path enters a grove where leaves hang close and scent the air with green. Here the lamp's radius grows intimate, and the world beyond it vanishes entirely. It should be claustrophobic. It isn't. Without the crowd of distances, detail blooms, the seam where leaf meets stem, the pale ribbing on the underside of an ivy heart, the minute hairs along a nettle that promise pain and keep their promise. You are grateful for honesty, even when it stings. The light never lies about what is at your feet. That is why you can trust it with where to place them. You come to a place where others have rested, a flat stone warmed by the day and kept under a small awning of branch and bark. Carved into the surface are initials, dates, a small sketch of a star. You set the lamp on the stone and sit beside it. Shadows pull up chairs around you, companionable rather than creeping. This is where you practice doing nothing while being fully kept. It feels like a rehearsal for sleep, or for faith, or both. When you lift the lamp again, you find its handle fits your hand better than before, as if it has learned you, or you it. You trim the wick, a pinched black curl flicks away, and the flame refines, less smoke, more light. How many parts of your life ask for this gentle maintenance? Not overhaul, not spectacle, small consistent care that keeps the glow clean. You think of conversations that might need trimming, habits that smoke up the room, hopes that burn brighter with a simple adjustment others might overlook. The lamp is instructional, patient as a teacher who prefers demonstration to lecture. A rustle at the edge of the circle draws your eye. You half expect threat. Instead, a moth wheels in, dazed by wonder. It doesn't immolate itself, the way the old stories warned. It hovers at the border, tasting the heat, then settles on the fence of your fingers. Its wings are a folded map of delicate decisions. You whisper, "Stay safe," and it lifts, choosing dark that is no longer frightening now that you have learned how to carry light into it. There are moments when the lamp asks something of you. At a shallow ford, it wants both hands. You tuck the handle under your chin, hold it close to your collarbone, and wade. Cold water licks your shins. Stones shift like thoughts. The flame trembles but does not retreat. You realise trust sometimes looks like ridiculousness to those who insist on torches and teams. It looks like a person with a small light and wet socks, laughing softly at the audacity of being loved through difficulty instead of being spared it. You emerge on the other side, grateful and a little giddy. The path climbs one last time and then levels into a clearing ringed by low, attentive trees. Here the wind collects, but does not conquer. You raise the lamp and see that the clearing is not empty. It holds a table of smooth wood, a pitcher, a single cup. You set the lamp down, and the table becomes a warm stage, the cup a little galaxy with a star living in it. Everything you need is visible within arm's reach. Everything beyond can wait. When you drink, the cup reflects a tiny sun across your lip. The warmth follows the same route as courage. You look at your lamp, this humble steward of your night, and understand why ancient prayers spoke of words as lamp, path as promise, feet as recipients of guidance. It is not theory, it is a practice you can hold. You lift the lamp again, and in the glass you catch your face, softer than when you began, more honest, less rehearsed. The kind of face that could lead someone else without trying, simply by walking with a light that seems to know where it's going. Eventually, the clearing offers a bed of needles and fern, and your body answers yes. You anchor the lamp on a hook, low enough to share feeling without demanding attention. It keeps a small circle of safety, while darkness deepens kindly all around. You crawl into your night, and let the flame's pulse become the last thing your eyes measure. The rain has returned to silence. The piano has resolved into memory. The lamp keeps its watch without complaint. Before sleep, you consider the one lesson you want to carry into the morning when the world will shout alternatives. That trust rarely arrives as daylight cracking everything open. More often it comes as a lamp pressed into your palm, with oil enough for now, a wick that likes to be trimmed, a glass that benefits from small cloth miracles, and a circle of gold that travels at your walking speed. You think, I can live like this. One step illuminated, one breath informed, one kindness revealed just in time. You do not blow the flame out, you simply lower the shade so it dims to a breath's loyal glow, the kind that guards dreams and refuses panic. In that softened light, your last thought is simple and ancient. I am guided. The lamp agrees with a tiny nod of flame, a quiet amen. And then the room, the path, the rain, the night, they all accept you into the deep rest that trust has been leading you toward with every tender, ordinary inch of light. You feel it first as a change in the air, a hush that has shape, a soft pressure that says you can stop bracing. Then the shadow arrives, not heavy, not cold, but diggy-swart, deep and kind, and something vast draws close. Feathers meet one another overhead with a quiet, confident sound, and you are inside a shelter you did not build. Warmth gathers the way a quilt remembers the body it covers. Your shoulders drop without being asked. The rain on the roof keeps its steady rhythm, and the piano leans into a lullaby that understands night. The wings make a world inside a world. The space is small enough to feel personal and large enough to let your breath grow tall. You notice the architecture of safety. There is a main span, a strong arc like a gentle ceiling. There are smaller feathers layered like tiles, each one catching wind that might have slipped through. The edges are fringed where light can enter without letting in the cold. Nothing here is accidental. Even the scent carries kindness, a mix of clean air and a faint, wild sweetness that recalls trees after rain and wool warmed by a fire. You lie back into the curve that has been waiting for you longer than you knew you needed it. The first contact is startling in its tenderness. Then it becomes entirely obvious, as if this has always been your place when storms travel the valley. Along your ear, you hear a soft, living music, a heartbeat somewhere near, the gentle movement of breath, the glide of feather against feather. Every sound says the same thing in its own language. Stay, breathe, be held. At the edges of the shelter, the night goes about its ordinary business. Rain threads the dark. A fox pads along the hedgerow. Leaves whisper to one another about the wind they have met today. None of it crosses the boundary. The wings are not walls that reject the world. They are a promise that you can be in the world without being damaged by its weather. You watch a line of water gather and roll harmlessly away. A demonstration of how to handle sorrow when it comes. There is nothing brittle here. Strength is flexible, patient, alive. You lift your hand and touch the underside of a primary feather. It is stronger than it looks, firm under its softness, a beam shaped by air and time. Between the feathers, there is just enough space to see a narrow sky, a strip of silver where the moon writes itself in pieces. The fragments of light do not feel broken. They feel like proof that even filtered brightness is still brightness. You understand for a moment that shelter does not block out what is beautiful. It helps you receive it in doses your heart can hold. The piano places 3 careful notes and waits. In that pause, you notice the way your ribs move, wide on the inhale, gentle on the exhale, a tide that needs no command. Your breath begins to match the rhythm of whatever is keeping watch over you. You imagine the broad back at your side, rising and falling. You let your own breath be taught by that rise and fall, not by hurry, not by fear, not by lists. The lesson is simple. Life continues. You're allowed to rest inside it. A memory walks to the edge of your mind and does not try to push in. It lingers like a friend who has learned better manners, waiting to be invited. You nod and it comes closer. It is you, younger and smaller, shivering behind a closed door while voices rose in another room. There was no wing then, only a too thin blanket and a prayer you did not know how to say. Now the wings draw you all the way in, and you imagine them folding over that child as well. You do not have to go back alone. The shelter that holds you reaches backward through time with the same steadiness, and one old ache learns a new ending. You shift slightly, and the shelter adjusts without complaint, accommodating the new angle of your shoulder, the length of your spine, the curve of your hip. This is not the kind of safety that demands you become smaller. It is the kind that lets you take up your true size. Under the wings, you try on the shape of your own life and find that it fits. The muscles along the jaw release their years of rehearsal. Your eyes stop searching the corners of the room. Your hands, which have been ready for too long, relax open on your chest. Sometimes the wind leans into the shelter, curious and playful, and the feathers answer with a small, silvery tremor. It is not fear, it is responsiveness. You learn the difference. Fear tries to freeze a moment. Responsiveness lets life move through without losing the center. The shelter has a center. You can feel it in the way the weight is distributed, in the way nothing here needs to prove anything. You settle against that center like a stone laid in a river by a careful hand. There is a heat where the wings root into something stronger than muscle, something you might call promise. That heat is a kind of speech. It says you are not a burden. It says the one who covers you has counted this cost and does not flinch. It says you are wanted, not tolerated, not inconveniencing. You let those sentences soak into your skin the way a balm soaks into a dry place. Under this canopy, even your bones feel understood. You notice your thoughts choosing new furniture. Instead of hard chairs and bright interrogation lamps, they choose a low couch and a soft lamp, a blanket folded neatly over the arm. You sit down in your own head, and the room approves. A litany that once sounded like should and never, and not enough, fades to a simple, honest list. Hungry, tired, hopeful, grateful. The kind of list that makes a kitchen light feel like a small sun against the storm. A feather loosens and drifts down, settling along your neck as lightly as breath. You could cry for the gentleness of it, and it would be safe to do so. Tears here are not failures. They are water finding its downward path. They darken the feathers for a moment, then vanish, leaving everything cleaner. If the tears do not come, that is also welcome. There is nothing to perform under this shelter. You are loved, whether you are noisy or still. For a while you do nothing but listen, and listening turns out to be a form of prayer that does not require words. You hear night insects tuning their small instruments at the hedges. You hear the long drip from the corner of a roof as it remembers the path back to earth. You hear a distant owl declaring that territory can be claimed without violence. Every sound is ordinary and sacred in the same measure. Under the wings, you do not have to separate them. You imagine the wide reach above you, taking a breath in unison with the world, a single rhythm that pulls in starlight and lets out kindness. You think of the word refuge and how it does not mean escape so much as right place. You have not left your life. You have entered the room within it where mercy sets the rules. If the night required you to rise and go, the wings would lift with you, turning shelter into guidance. For now, they stay, and staying becomes an education in how to be protected without becoming afraid. Sleep leans close to ask its old question, "May I come in?" The wings answer for you with a yes that carries both softness and authority. The piano quiets to almost nothing, only the outline of a melody, the way a candle keeps a room from forgetting the existence of light. You drift, and the shelter changes shape around the drift, the way a tide rearranges itself around a rock it has long adored. Dreams begin, gentle ones that stitch memory to hope without snagging. In one dream, you are high on a cliff, wind racing, and a chasm opens beneath your feet. Panic that once would have sent you pinwheeling backward is replaced by a sudden shade at your back, a sweeping warmth that lifts. The ground drops. You do not. You turn in the air and see the span of protection you had imagined as a metaphor revealing itself as something more practical and immediate than any metaphor. You are carried. You wake with your heart quiet, the image imprinted where you can find it easily later. The shelter reminds you of certain ancient phrases that once rolled past your ears and did not land. Now they take root. Cover me, hide me, shadow me. You do not need to quote them. You just let them do their work as slow medicine. The wings do not measure your fluency or your devotion. They count your breaths and keep time with them, which is another way of saying they keep time with you. Eventually the rain thins to a fine mist. Air creeps under the edges of the shelter with the coolness that precedes morning. A feather tip touches your temple and gives the smallest nudge, not a command, a suggestion. Wake gently. The wings lift a finger width, and light, that old traveller, slides in to test the day. You are not thrown from bed. You are invited to sit up inside your safety before you step out to test your strength. When you rise, you do it slowly, the way someone leaves a warm bath, carrying heat into the next room. The wings do not disappear like a trick. They draw back a little, creating space. You see the place where you lay. The shape remains for a moment, an imprint that proves you were here and were cared for. The ground beyond the shelter looks ordinary and wet and entirely possible. You step to the edge and the feathers tilt, offering you a last brush along the shoulder, a farewell that feels like an anointing. You look up to see the full span, and it is more than you can measure with eyes. It reaches farther than your fear, farther than your plans, farther than the path you can predict. Knowing this, you do not feel small in the wrong way. You feel placed, part of a larger kindness that has room for you without losing track of you. A single down feather lifts on the breeze and drifts into your open palm. You close your fingers around it and tuck it into your pocket, where you keep other important little things. Before you go, you turn and rest your cheek for a heartbeat against the warm curve at the root of the nearest feather. The gratitude that rises is simple. Thank you for meeting me at my human size. Thank you for understanding storms. Thank you for refusing to teach safety through hardness. You do not say the words out loud, but the shelter hears them, because gratitude is a language wings understand. You step out, and the day receives you. The piano finds a brighter key. The hedge shakes water from its leaves like a dog after a swim. A path glows where there was only grass before. You carry the feeling of being covered inside your ribs. It does not make you careless. It makes you clear. You walk with a posture that remembers softness and a pace that can notice birds. From time to time, you will think you have left a shadow, and the world will try to prove it with sharp voices or sudden news. When that happens, your hand will find the feather in your pocket, and the memory will open, and within 3 breaths you will feel the curve again. Some shelters are places. This one is also a presence, a way of being accompanied that does not require visible signs. You will learn to call it without speaking, and it will arrive without delay, lifting, covering, warming, steady as sky, near as breath. For now, you walk a little, then glance back, and the wings are already rising into the higher air, beautiful and busy, guardian and grace in the same body. You realise that their shadow will cross your road again and again, not because you deserve it, not because you earned it, but because this is how love behaves when weather comes. It learns your name, folds itself around you until you can breathe, waits until your chest is brave again, then shows you how to stand where the rain can bless without drowning. And when night returns, as nights do, you will know where to go, and the space between you and shelter will seem shorter every time. You find it by feeling rather than by searching, the way someone knows where a light switch is in a familiar hall. There is a seam inside your chest that your thumb learns without looking. When you press there, a door appears in the mind, plain wood, simple latch, edges rounded by kindness and use. On the other side is a room that belongs to you even on the days you forgot it existed. It is not large, but it is complete. The air is still without being stagnant. The quiet is deep without being heavy. The first time you step in, the world outside softens, like rain heard from a room with thick walls. You pause at the threshold and let your body catch up with your intention. Shoes off, not from rule, but from relief. There is a small bench by the door, a woven basket under it. Into the basket you set the loud things that usually travel with you, the mental keys that jangle, the coin purse of what if. You pat your pockets and realise you do not need anything here. The latch closes with a sound that satisfies something ancient inside you. The animal that watches doors relaxes and curls at your feet. The piano outside fades to a memory of melody. The rain becomes a gentle proof that the world is continuing on time while you are allowed to stop. Light in the room comes from a single window set high. It does not look out on a view that demands attention. It admits sky, and the sky changes it hour by hour. In the evening, it offers a cool wash. In the morning, a pale ribbon that stretches slowly across the floor. When clouds drift over, the room becomes an even shade that makes details sharp. Dust motes move like slow snow. You watch them for a while, not because they are important, but because noticing small movements teaches the mind to rest. Against one wall is a table with a grain that looks like a river travelling in the right direction. On the table there is a ceramic cup, a pencil, a small stack of paper that invites without pressure. Some pages already carry lines. They are not essays or strategies. They are unhurried lists. 3 good things that happened without your help. A sentence you heard that felt like a door opening. A name you want to hold in the light. Sometimes there are only single words. Safe, warm, here. On nights when you write nothing, the cup of water waits, and even that feels like a sentence in a language of care. There is a chair in the room, sturdy and quiet, covered with linen that has the faint, clean scent of sun. You straighten it, though it was not crooked. That small act says the room is tended, and you are part of its tending. You sit. The seat accepts the exact shape of your tiredness. Your spine lengthens without effort. Your jaw lets go without asking permission. A blanket rests across the back of the chair. It is heavy enough to calm the buzzing that likes to live around your shoulders. You pull it forward, and the body understands the instruction that words try too hard to give. It is safe to settle. On a low shelf near the floor, you keep a few things that do not clamour. A worn book of psalms whose edges have softened like river stones. A small wooden box with a lid that fits perfectly. A smooth stone from a beach where you once knew a simple happiness. A sprig of rosemary that has gone dry yet still gives fragrance when you touch it. Each object was chosen by a slower version of you. You thank that version now for its wisdom, then you do what you came to do, which is often nothing dressed in reverence. Silence here is not an absence. It is a presence with good posture. It sits across from you and asks nothing. It makes room for breath to begin counting itself in and out, an old friend who has shown up at last with time to talk. In this silence, worries enter like children who have learned to knock. They wait by the door. You greet them by naming them. You do not hold court or call witnesses. You tell them they are seen, and you let them sit quietly until they are ready to leave. Some leave immediately, embarrassed by their own volume in this calm. Some linger with dignity and make plain requests. Most become smaller when they are no longer required to perform. You rise and walk the room slowly with your hand against the wall, not to hold yourself up, but to meet the texture of what keeps you. The plaster is cool and honest. At shoulder height, your knuckles find a tiny seam. It is a cupboard door, no bigger than a book, nearly invisible. Inside is a matchbox and a candlestick. On nights when the sky forgets to send a beam through the window, you strike a match and listen to the tiny roar. The candlelight makes corners kind. Shadows line up like faithful attendants. The flame is not necessary for seeing. It is necessary for remembering warmth. You kneel on the mat that waits by the low shelf. Kneeling does not make you smaller. It tunes your height to the right key. If you pray, the prayer starts like breath, quieter than language. Then it becomes words simple enough to be carried whole. Help. Thank you. Be near. If you cannot pray, you rest your forehead against the wooden edge of the shelf and let the room pray around you. The rain outside keeps time. The piano, now only a suggestion, hums inside the timbre of the table. Even the cup of water seems to offer a blessing by being clear and sufficient. In the room there is a closet with slim doors and round wooden pulls. You open it and find a row of empty hooks, and next to them a robe of soft grey fabric. On coarse days you drape that robe over your own clothes, and learn by feeling that gentleness can be worn. Sometimes you hang up a story you have been telling yourself for too long. The hook takes the weight without protest. The story quits, dragging its hem across your floor. If you need it later, you can take it down and examine it in better light. Often you do not want it anymore. Often it was heavy only because you were carrying it in the wrong weather. Time obeys a different clock in this room. Minutes lengthen as if thoughtfully stretched. An hour can pass with the ease of a leaf floating down a slow river. The mind, used to rehearsing catastrophes, finds none at hand. It reaches for a habit and picks up gratitude instead, because gratitude keeps its tools on the top shelf here. You name what the day gave, even while it insisted it had nothing to offer. The pleasant weight of a mug between hands, a held door, the clean sheets, the way a stranger laughed so purely you almost forgot your sorrow. In this naming, your body remembers that goodness is not rare, only overlooked. You examine the windowsill and see a narrow line of dust that proves days have been here. You run your finger along the wood and make a clean path, more ceremony than cleaning. Then you think of places in you that have been ignored. You take a cloth and polish one small place in your chest by breathing slowly into it. The room teaches maintenance rather than fixes. It teaches return rather than grand arrival. It teaches that you are worth keeping up. There is a drawer at the table full of letters you have written to yourself in other seasons. You choose one at random. It begins with your name and contains a voice you recognize as your own at its most kind. It reminds you of something you tend to forget during storms. You feel the relief of being recognized by yourself. Then fold the letter and return it to the drawer, not because you are finished with the words, but because the drawer is a good keeper and will give them back whenever you come. The room is honest about grief. On its back wall hangs a small frame that contains nothing but a piece of dark cloth. You look at it when a loss asks to be honoured. You do not speak the loss quickly here. You light the candle and let the flame visit the dark without changing it prematurely. Grief can sit and breathe without being questioned. When tears arrive, they find they are not an emergency. The floor knows how to receive them. Your hands know how to cup your face. The air does not thin. The room is sturdy enough for the weight. When hope wants to rehearse, the room agrees with a smile you can feel. On the floor near the chair is a child's marble, blue with a white swirl inside. You roll it in your palm and watch how it catches light. The smallness of it clarifies a truth you could not touch when you demanded a grand sign. Hope works well when it is tiny and honest, when it fits in a pocket, when it refuses spectacle. You set the marble on the table, and the circle of glass becomes a universe that does not require you to be its sun. Sometimes you fall asleep in the chair. The room is gracious about this. It keeps its own quiet watch, like a gentle companion reading with a finger, holding their place while you doze. Your head tips and you dream that you're in a library with every book open to your favourite page. In the dream you are not rushed. You wake with your neck warm where the blanket touched it, and the peace of the dream remains even as air returns to the regular world. You learn to trust naps that do not apologise. When you're ready to leave, you do not hurry. You stand and let your body lengthen again. You fold the blanket neatly. You rinse the cup and set it upside down to dry. You return the pencil to its place. These small gestures stitch the room back into readiness, and by doing so, they stitch you into readiness too. You open the cupboard and blow out the candle with a soft breath that says thank you without saying the words. Smoke rises in a pale ribbon and writes a graceful line that fades slowly and does not need to last to matter. Before the door, you reach into the wooden box and drop in something you are not taking with you. Sometimes it is a thought that would only trouble you out there. Sometimes it is a plan that will be wiser after a night of rest. Sometimes it is a sentence you promised yourself you would stop repeating. The box closes without fanfare. You trust it to keep what you cannot carry kindly. Later, if you need to retrieve anything, the box opens easily. Most of the time you find you do not need what you surrendered. You place your hand flat against the wall one last time and feel a thrum beneath the plaster, a quiet that is not empty. The room is alive in a way that has nothing to do with electricity. It holds a rhythm that matches the steady ache for goodness in you. The rain has shifted outside, becoming a fine mist. The piano has given way to the small sounds of night. You lift the latch and the hinge gives a contented sound, as if to say, "See you soon." You step through the doorway back into the outer rooms of your life, and you realise the hidden room has come with you. It rides in your breath, sits behind your eyes, rests in your hands. It is not something you visit, it is something you carry. The hallway is the same and also changed. You move more quietly without effort. Your gaze lands on simple kindnesses and stays long enough to be warmed by them. When a worry comes toward you at a sprint, you feel the bench at your back and the basket at your feet, even though they are not physically there. Your fingers find the seam in your chest without touching it. The door is available. The room answers quickly. You can step inside for a single breath while standing in a grocery aisle. You can sit down for a minute behind your closed eyes at a desk. You can kneel while washing dishes and the water will sing along. The hidden room is not exclusive. It expands to include those you love when they need shelter and cannot find it alone. You carry someone's name into the room and set it on the table. The air around the name becomes gentle. The candlelight touches the letters. The prayer that is breath says keep them, and the room agrees. You walk back out and find that your face carries a softness that makes other faces safer. You become a small doorway for someone else without explaining how. Night will come again. So will mornings you did not ask for, appointments you would rather cancel, headlines that tilt the ground. The hidden room remains, patiently furnished, dust warmed by light, cup filled, blanket folded, shelf ready for the book that knows how to speak softly to your heart. You know the path now. It is only a breath long. It is only a hand to a latch. It is only the courage to choose quiet when loudness is available. Every time you enter, you discover it has been expecting you. Every time you leave, you discover it is not left behind. It begins as a sound you don't hear so much as remember. A hush that moves. A long vowel of water travelling through you from a spring older than your worry. Put a hand at your throat and feel it hum. Put a hand to your heart and feel it answer. Beneath the ribs, under the stories, past the practiced defences, a river runs on, quiet, faithful, glad to carry what you finally agree to set upon it. You notice its sources the way hikers learn a landscape by walking it. Some tributaries rise from laughter you didn't plan. Some from the way the rain has been patient with the roof tonight. Each drop a small offering to the gutters that sing. Some from words you heard once in a psalm and couldn't forget, even when you thought you had. Others come from farther back, from the high snow fields of your first kindnesses, melting in their right season, finding you now without fanfare. Cup your hands in your imagination and bring them to that inner water. Drink as if you've been thirsty all day without admitting it. The taste is clear, with a faint sweetness that might be relief. It moves through you without asking for permission slips. Every swallow tells the body, we have what we need for this moment. Muscles stop talking in all caps. The small animals of anxiety step out of the brush and lower their heads to drink beside you, less jumpy now, made honest by water. Let your breath take the river's tempo. Inhale as the current draws in around a bend. Exhale as it lengthens in a straightaway. 4 in, 6 out. If numbers feel like fences, imagine leaves instead. 4 floating toward you, 6 easing away. The piano follows this pattern. Left hand a low tide, right hand a bright ripple. You lean your back against the bank and feel the earth supporting the river as surely as it supports you. You didn't know how much you wanted to be carried by something that isn't tired. Walk downstream inside yourself. The banks are simple, ferns, a few stones stacked by old hands, a willow leaning as if reading your face in the surface. Here and there, eddies gather. Worries like to spin in these safe circles. Watch them without poking. They twirl, they tire, they find the seam where the main current lives, and then, almost shyly, they rejoin what moves. This is not forgetting. It is letting motion make better sense of what fear tried to freeze. You come to a stretch where rocks shoulder above the water. Each one bears a word faintly scratched into it. Should, later, not enough. What if? You feel the old impulse to pry them up and stack them into walls. The river chooses another way. It sings across their backs, wears them round, teaches your feet a soft choreography. Step on a promise, step on patience, step on a truth that has already held your weight. The soles of your feet learn the gospel of wet stone. Slippery is not the same as unsafe when you move at the speed of care. If tears arrive, they don't feel like an interruption to the journey. They are a tributary joining with its small urgency. They salt the flow and give it mineral. They carry what words could not say without making a mess of it. The river widens to receive them, then goes on, clearer for the mixing, lighter for being honest. Your chest loosens as if a tight knot had simply decided it was bored. Pause at a pool where the surface holds still long enough to mirror the next star through a gap in the clouds. The reflection shakes with the slightest breeze, then steadies again. You think of your own mind. It doesn't have to be glass to be good. It just has to let what is real sit without insisting on control. In this pool, you can read your face without flinching. It is kinder than the one in your bathroom mirror, not because it lies, but because the water refuses harsh light. When your thoughts try to sprint ahead to far banks and distant deltas, the river answers with a bend. You cannot see the ocean from here, only the companionship of the next turn. It is enough. You hear a line from somewhere inside. Lamp for my feet, not floodlight for my future. You smile at the exactness. The river is an expert in scale. It provides momentum, not maps, depth, not demands. You wade in up to the ankles, then the calves. The water is cool but not punishing, the way truth feels when it arrives without accusation. Every step dislodges a little silt, old shame, recent panic, yesterday's ache. The cloud rises, brown and temporary, then trails downstream where it belongs. You do not chase it. You don't need to watch it disappear to trust that it will. The current knows how to finish. Sentences you are done writing. Under the surface, a fish turns once, silver as forgiveness, and your breath catches at the sudden gleam. Prayer moves like that here, quick, quiet, enough to change the light for a moment. You don't have to net it and mount it on a wall. You only have to notice and let the noticing be its own mercy. The piano kisses a higher octave and backs away, making room for the river's untranslatable syllables. There are places where the water speeds through and narrows, and your heart matches it, quick, awake, ready to leap. Not all urgency is danger, the river says. Some is aliveness. Then the banks fall back, and the current relaxes, long and vowel-soft again. You feel yourself learning a flexibility you once mistook for weakness. Rigid things crack. Moving things find a way. On the right bank, a log serves as a bench. You sit and take from your pocket a letter you didn't know you were carrying. It is addressed to the part of you that keeps accounts. You read it aloud so the river can hear. I will not measure myself only by what I finish. I will measure by what I release, by what I water, by where I soften. The river takes the sound as if taking a pebble. Concentric rings walk outwards and make room for a dragonfly to land, a compass that needs no needle. You think about seasons. Floods have been real, so have droughts. In the floods, you learnt that building higher shelves for your heart is not the same as refusing to feel. You lifted precious things, joy, tenderness, silliness, out of the water's reach until the crest passed. In the droughts, you learnt to dig a little, to find the subterranean channels that never dried, to trust that the bed of the river isn't failure when there is no surface shimmer. Underground water still speaks, just in a lower register. Tonight, after rain, the channels sing to each other again, surface greeting depth like old friends. Somewhere upstream, a fallen branch groans against the stone. You wade over and lay a hand to it. It yields with a small sigh, turning from obstruction to raft. How many times has the river asked only this of you? To set a palm against what is stuck and lean lightly until movement remembers itself. You don't have to push hard. You only have to be willing to touch what you'd rather step around. The current does the rest. Look down through the water where gravel lies like a constellation still deciding its myth. You choose names for a few bright stones. Courage, patience, joy that refuses spectacle. You pick one up and feel the cool weight settle into your hand. It is smaller than the word it carries, and this is right. Large words live best in small practices. Put the stone in your pocket. Let it bump your thigh tomorrow when you're tempted to forget. A heron lifts from the far bank with the deliberateness of an elder rising from a chair. Its reflection follows, a second bird made of trembling light. The river does not grasp at either. It offers a copy and lets the original keep going. You think of the people you love. The best keeping is like this, mirroring without capturing, honouring without owning. You send their names downstream with a tenderness that does not demand a specific shore. Night deepens, and the river accepts the dark as easily as it accepted the rain. Glowworms stitch the reeds. The sound of water over stone becomes your new clock. Your breaths align until the boundary between inside and outside feels ceremonial at best. You recall the hidden room, the open gate, the lamp, the wings, the shepherd's staff tapping out a sure path. All of it meets here. Each image has been a different way of finding this same flow, this merciful motion that says, not stuck, not stranded, not alone. Lean back so your ears submerge. The world blurs into bass and heartbeat. Above the waterline, Pekiao. The piano continues for anyone who needs melody. Below, the river offers percussion, the endless applause of existence clapping quietly for the simple miracle of you being here and choosing rest. Your spine lengthens, your face smooths, the little muscles around your eyes release their guard. You could sleep like this, half in one world, half in another, buoyed by the agreement between them. There is a sandbar midstream where others have stood. You make your way to it and find, pressed into the damp, the faint imprints of feet that arrived before yours. Some are small, some wide, some hesitant, some deep with the weight of long walking. You set your foot where another stood and feel a continuity that comforts more than certainty ever did. The river remembers all of you, not as tally, but as story. It hums the chapters back to you in its own clear grammar. You crossed here, you returned here, you learned here. If a fear rises like a snag from the bottom, give it language and length. Name it without flattery. Then watch what the current does to ropes once they are cut loose. They darken, sink, surface, and disappear around the bend. You do not salute. You do not boo. You let the bend perform its sacrament of removal. On the far bank, a low table waits with a pitcher and a cup. You step out of the river and sit dripping, not apologizing for the small puddle your body makes. Pour, drink, pour again, and tip the cup to the ground as an offering to whatever roots are at work beneath you. The underground threads that lace tree to tree and send warnings and sugars without ever being seen. The river above and the networks below are in conspiracy for your good. Wind slides its hand across the surface and writes a message in cursive you cannot read until you slow your eyes to its tempo. When you do, it resolves into a sentence simple enough to carry into sleep. Keep moving, gently. You answer with the smallest nod, a treaty signed in the currency of breath. The clouds open just enough to print a path of silver from your feet to the first bright star and back again. The path is not for walking, it is for remembering that distance can be bridged by light as surely as by steps. You stand, water ribboning from your clothes, and step back into the current for a final rinse, the way you might rinse a cup so the next drink doesn't carry yesterday. The river obliges, generous and unbusy. You think of morning and how it will ask for tasks and answers and posture. None of that ruins this. Rivers were made to be left and found again, to be traced by memory when you can't get to them, to be poured into cups and carried in sips through cities. When you leave, you do not turn your back in a hurry. You walk along the bank a while, matching your stride to the water's pull so the cadence can follow you out. The grass leans, brushing your shins with its cool benediction. Somewhere upstream, a child laughs at something small and perfect. Somewhere downstream, a beaver makes its tidy choices. The whole length is busy with life that is never frantic. At the place where path joins field, where the piano waits with its final soft phrase and the rain rests, you pause. You press a palm to your sternum, not to hold anything in place, but to greet what is already flowing. The river within is not a metaphor tonight. It is a felt thing, a carried mercy. You walk on with it, wet with it, steadied by it. When sleep stretches out its hand, you take it gladly, knowing the current will keep moving in the dark, washing the shores of your dreams, leaving in the morning a clean line along everything you thought was permanent and isn't, and a deeper channel in everything that is. You find it waiting as if it knew your hour, a table already set in the middle of night. The rain speaks softly against the windows, and the piano traces a slow line that could be a path from the door to your chair. A lamp pulls honeyed light across wood grain that looks like a gentle river. The air carries the scent of warm bread and something green from the garden. Nothing here hurries. Nothing here asks you to perform. You stand still long enough to feel your hunger rise without shame. There is a place for you, unmistakable. A simple card leans against the plate. Your name written in a hand that knows how to be both careful and free. The chair is pulled back, not as a trick, but as a welcome. You sit, and the chair meets you with a kindness that understands sore backs and long days. On the plate, a folded linen waits, faintly warmed, a small mercy that speaks of thoughtfulness in invisible hours. You lay the cloth across your lap and feel as if someone placed a quiet on your knees. Steam curls from a loaf set near the centre. The crust glows with that deep colour only patience can make. When you tear the first piece, a sigh escapes the bread, as if it too has been holding its breath for you. The crumb is tender and fragrant. You lift it to your mouth, and the warmth breaks across your tongue with a simplicity that makes your eyes sting. You have eaten many complicated meals in your life. You had forgotten how honest bread can be. There is oil in a shallow dish, green gold, with a circle of herbs floating like a small wreath. You dip the bread, and it drinks what it needs. Salt flakes catch the light and dissolve into sweetness. Your shoulders release another notch. The rain shifts on the roof and sounds like agreement. The piano leans into a phrase that feels like gratitude learned by heart. You realise you are not only eating, you are being nourished. Beside your plate the cup waits. It is not ornate, but it is beautiful. The glaze carries the colour of dusk just after clouds lift. You lift the cup, and the scent rises, a mix of warmth and clarity. Something like chamomile, and something like honey laid over clean water. You drink, and the path from mouth to chest opens as if the door had always been meant to swing wide. When you set the cup down, you could swear the surface has not lowered. It sits ready, as if it belongs to a well that does not know how to run dry. The table holds more than food. It holds the feeling of being expected. Fruit rests in a bowl that still remembers the hand that placed it there. A small dish of soft butter waits with a wooden knife that does not scrape. A wedge of cheese carries the faint grass of summer. Someone trimmed the stems of herbs and set them in a short glass that catches the lamplight in a friendly way. Nothing is excessive. Everything is enough. You look up and notice a chair across from you. No one fills it, and still you are not alone. The empty place carries a presence you recognise from the meadow, the wings, the river, the hidden room. It is the same quiet companion who speaks your name correctly on hard days. The chair makes room for that presence, and somehow your own chair grows larger. You eat, and you are watched with kindness. You raise your cup and sense the answering lift that needs no hand. Near the edge of the table, a small plate holds a few olives, dark and firm, and a handful of almonds that tap softly when you move the dish. You take them because the sound pleases you, because your body knows when it wants both salt and sweetness. The rhythm of your taking becomes a kind of prayer. Take, give thanks, receive. You feel the long history of those verbs moving under your skin like a steady tide. The room beyond the light stays gentle. The door is closed against cold, but not against hope. The window shows nothing dramatic, only drops sliding in patient lines and the faint outline of a garden that asks nothing from you tonight. Somewhere a kettle murmurs on the stove, as if continuing a story you can join or ignore. The table is both altar and kitchen, both home and way station. It understands that hunger comes in many languages and answers them without asking for translation. If worry knocks, the table hears it first and invites it to sit, not at your place, but farther down where the light thins. Worry sits and forgets its lines. It plays with a crumb. It listens to rain. It cannot compete with warmth, and so it becomes smaller, manageable, like a child who needed a nap. You do not argue with it, you let bread be the louder answer. You break another piece and think of how breaking can be a kindness when it is done to share. The loaf loses shape and gains purpose. The torn edge glows. You lift the butter knife. And it knows how to move as if it learned its craft from rivers. The butter softens on contact and turns every bite into a quiet celebration. You did not perform to earn this. You arrived hungry, that was enough. A bowl of soup appears as if it had simply been waiting for the right moment. It smells like roots and herbs and a memory you cannot place. Steam rises and writes a soft calligraphy in the lamplight. You cradle the bowl in your hands and the heat goes straight through to your pulse. The first spoonful asks you to slow down, and you obey. The second reminds you that your senses were made for comfort as well as alertness. By the third, your breathing has matched the pace of the spoon. You had forgotten that a meal can teach. Your eyes roam the tabletop the way a hand roams a beloved face. A shallow crack in the wood runs like a scar with a good story. Knife marks show that someone else once laughed here while chopping. A little burn near the far edge speaks of an evening when the candle was placed too close and no one minded. This table has not lived a careful life. It has lived a devoted one. You rest your palms flat and let the history move into you, the way heat moves into a stone. Along one side, a slender book lies open to a psalm that speaks in a calm voice about a table in the presence of whatever would trouble you. The words do not thunder. They sit with you like a thoughtful elder. Your cup catches the line about overflowing and answers it quietly by not emptying. You do not try to balance poetry with proof. You let both rest on the wood and discover how well they belong together. You notice a small dish filled with salt. The grains glow like tiny stars. You pinch a few between finger and thumb and scatter them over your plate. The food brightens without changing its nature. You think of speech and how a few true words can do the same for a day. The opposite is also true. Too much salt spoils. The table teaches moderation without lecture. It simply shows you how flavour wakes when treated with respect. From the shelf, a jar of honey waits, light caught inside it like an afternoon in late June. You open it, and the scent climbs the air. A slow ribbon falls onto your bread, and you turn the slice to catch it. The sweetness is friendly rather than loud. It lingers but does not cling. You close your eyes, and the taste opens a door to a childhood kitchen, where an older hand made the simplest things feel like feasts. The memory blesses the present without stealing it. You look again at the empty chair and sense the invitation to place someone else here in spirit. A name rises, someone who is tired someone you love, someone who is far. You set the name on the plate as surely as if you had written it on a card. Without effort, the table extends itself, as if its boards could lengthen like the loaves that refuse to run out. Hospitality is a geometry the heart knows by nature. You pour a second cup that no one lifts, and even so, the room warms by a few degrees. The rain eases. You hear single drops now, spaced like beads, and the piano answers with sparse notes. The timing of everything feels planned and kind. You take another sip. The cup remains ready. You run your thumb around its rim and feel a tiny ridge where the glaze pooled. Details like these ask nothing and give enough. Gratitude does not need fireworks. It needs a place to sit. A narrow drawer near your knee holds a small knife for fruit. You open it, and an apple rolls into your hand as if it knew it was time. The skin is taut and smells faintly of leaves. The blade slides in cleanly, a quiet punctuation. You share slices with your future self by placing a few in a covered dish. A promise to remember that care tomorrow began tonight. You bite a piece now and feel the crisp snap travel up into your jaw, like a bell being rung inside your bones. Freshness is its own kind of mercy. Beyond the window, the garden reveals a rabbit moving with the confidence of a guest who knows the way to the good clover. A wren lands on the sill and peeks in, unafraid, head tilted as if checking that you are still there. You lift your fingers in greeting. The bird flicks its tail and continues. The world is not separate from this table. It is in conversation with it. The table receives from the world. The world receives from the table. Your tired places begin to admit they are tired. Not in a collapsing way, more like a field after rain deciding to lie low and drink. The food persuades. The cup keeps faith. The light does not harsh the edges of anything. You realise you have been choosing the hard chair in your mind for too long. This seat is teaching you the posture of being cared for. It is not weakness. It is the way strength remembers. It is not a machine. You think about the day and how it tried to name you. The table quietly offers a different name. Beloved, fed, kept. Not because you did everything right, but because the one who set this place also knows how to bless people who are still learning. You do not argue. You take another piece of bread. The crumb clings to your fingers and you lick it off, and no one here considers it rude. At some point, you realise you have slowed enough that time has stopped running laps around you. It has sat down across from you and is sipping from the second cup. You are no longer late for your own life. You are on time for this bite, this swallow, this breath. The relief is not dramatic. It is the kind that loosens your forehead and makes your eyes kinder to everything they land on. If you listen closely, you can hear other tables in other rooms answering this one. Plates set down lightly. Laughter soft as wool. A spoon on ceramic. People all over the map pausing to receive. You feel connected without having to speak. This is what blessing does when it is shared. It walks on quiet feet from room to room and leaves bread in reachable places. You push your plate back a few inches, only to make room for a small plate that holds a square of something sweet. It tastes of cocoa and a hint of orange. It dissolves at the same speed as a contented sigh. The sweetness does not cancel the savour. they become companions in your mouth. The cup agrees. You are surprised by how easily joy and calm sit together when neither is forced. You find a slip of paper tucked under your plate. It carries a single sentence in that same careful hand. Eat and be strengthened. There is no signature because you already know who wrote it. You tuck the paper into your pocket and feel it rest against the stone you picked up at the river. Both are small. Both are heavy with meaning. Both will be useful when the day asks questions in a tone you do not trust. When you are ready, you fold the linen with the kind of attention you wish the world gave to fragile things. You set the knife where it belongs and feel the quiet joy that lives in returning tools to their places. You cover the butter so it will not harden. You add a small splash to the cup and watch the surface settle. The fullness remains more than you expected. You do not empty it to prove a point. You leave it ready for the next need, which might be yours in an hour or someone else's soon. Before you rise, you rest your hands on the table and close your eyes. The gratitude that gathers is not tidy. It arrives in waves and little sparks. Faces appear. Rooms you have loved. Days that were hard and still gave you something green. You name what you can and let the rest be understood without speech. A warmth moves from palm to wood and back again. A conversation that has been happening quietly all along. You stand and the chair slides back with the small sound of a promise to be here when you return. You blow out the lamp, and a ribbon of smoke writes a thin blessing into the dim. The piano plays 3 soft notes and stops. The rain forgets itself and becomes the hush of late night. You carry the taste of bread into the next room, the scent of honey, the steadiness of a cup that does not go empty. In bed, the table stays with you. It becomes the steady platform of your breath, the place where dreams will be served in manageable portions. You are full in the right way, not heavy, held. Your body begins to fold into sleep, and before it takes you entirely, a last thought rises like a small candle. A table will be waiting again when you need it. In the middle of a busy day, in a lonely hour, in a deep valley, in a bright morning, you will not have to beg. You will be called by name, and you will be fed. Begin with a quiet look over your shoulder. Not a hard stare, not an interrogation, just a gentle turning of the head as if you are checking a sleeping child. The rain knows how to make this easier. It hushes the windows and gives you a rhythm that keeps panic from taking the lead. The piano offers soft phrases that rise and settle like a kindly breath. In that soundscape, the day begins to return in manageable pieces, the way letters drift back to a desk when the drafts stop pushing at the open window. Call the hours by name. Morning, with its small stubborn glories. Afternoon, with its tug of tasks. Evening, with its ache that loosened when the light dimmed. Invite them to sit around you in a circle, each with a chair and a place to rest its hands. You are not here to scold. You are here to listen for mercy and to let it show its work. Start where you think you failed. The sharp word you regret. The message you did not answer. The face you avoided because your own heart was noisy. Lay each item on the table the way you would place a fragile teacup. No smashing, no muttering. Set it down and step back half a pace. Ask one kind question. Where was I tired? Ask another. Where was I afraid? In the pause that follows, something softer speaks. It says that intention matters, and that you can learn without bruising yourself. It suggests the smallest repair you can make tomorrow. A text that begins with "I am sorry." A note that says "I saw you today and I am grateful." It does not prescribe a perfect plan. It offers a doable kindness. Turn next to the places where you were carried without noticing. The traffic light that caught you before you hurried into danger. The stranger who held a door as if you were royalty for 3 seconds. The way your hands remembered how to make the exact meal your body needed. The laugh that escaped you even though nothing had been solved. These are not trivial. They are stitches. Mercy works like that, in brief, bright threads that keep the fabric from unraveling. Name them slowly. Feel your chest loosen as each one finds its place. There is a tone mercy uses when it speaks about other people. You will know it because your shoulders drop when you listen. Bring to mind the one who annoyed you today. See their edges soften a little. Imagine the stone they might be carrying in a pocket that you cannot see. Do not excuse harm. Do not invite it closer than is wise. Simply allow the possibility that the story you told about them was missing a page. Mercy does this restoring work quietly. You're not asked to rewrite anyone. You are asked to release your grip on the version that kept your jaw tight all afternoon. Let memory turn the light toward your own younger self. The one who did not know what you know now. The one who used the only tools available then. Picture their hands. You can almost see the imprint of effort and hope. Thank them for getting you here. Forgiveness for that person is not indulgence. It is accuracy. If you had been cruel to them, would they have improved? Or would they have hidden? Inside your chest, a very old apology hears itself accepted at last. Mercy likes to travel with truth. Invite them both. Truth sits upright and names what is real. Mercy pulls a chair close and keeps the room warm while truth speaks. Between them, the air becomes breathable. Today was not perfect. You missed a turn. You said yes when your body meant to say not today. You avoided the hard conversation. Correct. Now watch Mercy place a gentle hand on the map. Here is where you can turn around. Here is the rest stop where you can actually rest. Here is the phrase that fits in your mouth and honours your limits. Not tonight, tomorrow at 10. I want to understand, and I will need time. Pick up the book where you record small wonders. If you have no book, let the page be the surface of your heart. Write in short lines that do not demand eloquence. The scent of rain through the kitchen screen. The tiny crescent of lemon floating in a glass. The text that arrived at the exact second you felt alone. The quiet that came when I finally sat down. Put a dot beside each line, as if you're placing a star in a sky that had felt empty. Step back and look. You made a constellation, and it spells keep going. Revisit the moment when you wished you could start the day again. This is your chance to grant that wish in miniature. Breathe into 4. Hold for 2. Breathe out to 6. On the exhale, let a sentence ride out with the air. I release the version of today that could only blame. On the inhale, Invite the sentence that belongs to mercy. I receive the version that can learn and rest. Repeat until the scene in your head loses its harsh light and becomes lit by a lamp that knows how to flatter truth without lying. If there was a conversation that scorched you, place a cool cloth of words across it. You do not need to relive each line. Speak a blessing that is simple enough to fit both you and the other person. May we be more gentle tomorrow. May we hear what we missed. May we be kept from sentences that wound. The cloth does not solve the past. It takes the heat out so healing can start. You will sleep better when the burn stops flaming. You may feel the tug to tally, to grade, to decide if you passed. Set the rubric aside. Mercy uses another scale, one tuned to direction rather than perfection. It asks one question over and over in a tone that sounds like rain on leaves. Did you turn toward kindness, even once? Did you stop the spin long enough to breathe? Did you set a heavy thing down for an hour? If the answer is yes anywhere, even a small yes that could fit on a fingertip, Mercy claps softly and says that is enough for tonight. Notice your body as you practice this remembering. The skin along your temple warms where your hand rests. Your shoulders recline a little farther into the chair. Your eyes stop rehearsing the exact shape of doors and begin to relax into the room itself. Mercy does not only change thoughts, it changes posture. The body believes it is safe, and once it believes, it stops preparing for battle and starts preparing for bed. Open the drawer in the mind that holds phrases from Psalms you once heard in a voice you trusted. Take one out carefully, the way you would lift a piece of lace that belonged to your grandmother. Goodness and mercy shall follow me. Let the words walk behind you through the day you just reviewed. Watch them pick up a dropped glove of hope on the morning sidewalk. Let them close the gate you forgot to latch on your heart. See them keep pace when you slowed and wait by the door, when you arrived home with your hands too full to turn the key. Not a single hour was unattended. If you made a promise today and broke it, ask mercy to help you write a new promise that fits. Not I will run every day, but I will step outside and greet the air. Not I will be endlessly patient, but I will pause for one breath before I answer. The new promise is not smaller, it is truer. Truer promises are more likely to survive the weather. They lead to more faithful days. Faithful days, braided together, begin to look like a gentle life. Let your mind drift to the people who carried you. The person who answered with yes, of course, when you expected no. The friend who sent the photo of a pet gazing into the middle distance as if reading philosophy. The neighbour who took your empty bin in from the curb before the wind could tumble it down the block. Speak their names into the quiet. Bless them. Picture a soft light moving across the miles to rest near their pillows. Mercy grows when it is shared. It never runs out from being poured. If you hurt someone and the chance to make amends is still open, imagine the first sentence you will use tomorrow. Write it now if you can. Mercy gives you language. It does not stop at feelings. It moves hands and tongues toward reconciliation. It also gives you the wisdom to know when reconciliation is not safe. When that is true, mercy keeps you. Mercy draws a boundary and lights it, so you will not trip over it in the dark. Rest your palm on your sternum. and feel the steady metronome of your life. Whisper a brief truth that the heart can nod to. I am not the worst thing I did today. I am not the best either. I am a being in process, and I am beloved in process. The heart does not argue. It was waiting to hear that line. It answers with an even beat that sounds a lot like a lullaby. Some memories will not soften tonight. That is all right. Wrap them in plain paper and write later across the top. Place them in a small wooden box in your imagination. Mercy will sit beside the box until morning. Your task is not to pry the lid up and rummage. Your task is to sleep while good work continues in rooms you cannot enter yet. Think again of the silver thread that ran through hours that seemed ordinary. See it catching lamplight as you tilt the day this way and that. Glimpses at first, then a continuous line. You might even feel where the thread passes through you. It is not painful. It is like a needle passing through fabric that is ready. The stitch holds. Tomorrow it will hold again. Make one last inventory, the kind you can recite without strain. What did I receive? Air, water, bread, a way home, a hand on my shoulder, a sentence that steadied me. What did I release? A sigh I had caged in my throat, a grudge that wanted to move in, a pace that did not belong to me. What do I request? Courage that is quiet, rest that goes all the way to the root, mercy new in the morning. The piano gives you a cue to close the book of the day. 3 notes, patient and sure. The rain obliges with a softer pattern that sounds like the last page being turned. You draw the blanket up. You let the face you have worn relax into the face you were given. You do not have to hold the night together. Mercy is already doing that work. It is stitching the edges of the hours, washing the corners, leaving bread on the table of your sleep. As your mind drifts, the circle of review becomes a circle of blessing. The chairs that held your hours scoot closer and touch knees. Morning leans its head on afternoon's shoulder. Evening hides a smile in its sleeve. You remember that you were inside kindness more often than you realized. You remember that you can begin again. You remember finally that remembering mercy is itself an act of mercy, and that this is enough, and that enough is holy, and that holy sounds, at this hour, like a gentle whisper that says rest. Begin at the doorway where you keep the things that belong to outside life. There is a small table, smooth from years of keys and gloves, and upon it a wide bowl that waits without impatience. The rain has made a soft curtain over the night, and the piano has taken the role of a kind attendant who knows when to speak and when to let silence do the work. You stand there for a moment with your hands in your pockets, as if listening to a story only your clothes can tell. They are heavy in a way that fabric alone cannot explain. Something inside them clicks together with each small shift of your weight. Take the first stone into your palm. It is not large, yet it carries a strange density. Feel the chill of it, the way the skin of your hand answers with warmth, as if to comfort the object that has been riding there all day. Look at it honestly. Name it. Perhaps it is a sentence that would not stop knocking at the door of your mind. Perhaps it is a task that grew teeth when you were tired. Perhaps it is a face you love mixed with a fear you do not like to admit. Whatever it is, call it by its name, not with accusation, but with clarity. Hold it close enough to see it, far enough to keep your balance. Lift the stone to your chest. Let your heart beat against it once or twice, not to absorb its worry, but to remind your own body that you are here and real. Then move your hand to the waiting bowl. Hear the sound the stone makes when it meets the others. It is not a crash. It is a simple clink, a small bell, a punctuation mark that tells your nervous system the sentence has reached a pause. The bowl receives without opinion. Its curve is forgiveness turned into shape. Now the second stone. This one is flatter, a smooth oval, the kind you could skip across water if you were at a river. It might carry an old story that no longer matches your size, a rule you wrote when you were young to keep yourself safe, and now do not need in the same way. Rub your thumb along its surface. Feel how time has made it soft. You're allowed to retire protections that have done their duty. Place it in the bowl. The sound that follows is slightly different from the first. Together they make a rhythm that begins to steady your breath. Continue the practice. Some stones are tiny, a grit that irritated all day and made every step a little less kind. Some are odd shapes that never sat comfortably in the pocket, the kind you kept adjusting without ever deciding to remove. Some are heavy in a way that runs directly up your forearm and nests behind your shoulder. These might be the stones that do not belong to you at all, the concerns you lifted for someone else when their hands were already full. Thank your good heart for its eagerness to help. Then ask whether every weight must be carried by you in order for love to be real. Set down what is not yours, not on the floor where someone may trip, but in the bowl where surrender looks like wisdom instead of neglect. As the pockets lighten, you notice details in the room that had been hidden by the habit of bracing. The seam of light under the door is clean and clear. The rug welcomes your bare feet with a patient texture. The lamp hums almost imperceptibly, a small chorus with the rain. You begin to feel the difference between a body that is prepared to fight and a body that is prepared to rest. It is not subtle, yet it is easy to miss when the stones are many. There may be one stone you do not want to touch. It lives in the corner of a pocket, under a fold, as if hiding from your decision. You have carried it for years and sometimes call it by noble names. Responsibility, duty, realism. Pick it up anyway. Give it a more accurate name if you can. Fear of being seen as weak. Habit that once protected and now constricts. Gently, and with a kind honesty, trace the outline of the life you imagine without this particular weight. Not a life without care. A life with room. If you cannot lay it down tonight, place it at the lip of the bowl, as close as you can bear, and let the nearness begin to teach you how to release it soon. Listen to what the bowl has become, a choir of small metals and earth sounds. Each placement is a brief benediction. What was once clatter in your pocket has turned into music you can count. The mind likes to count when it is calming itself. You can use that inclination without letting it use you. Count 3 stones with the breath. In on 1, place on 2, rest on 3. Or make your own pattern. There is no test at this door. It helps to notice the size of your hands while you do this. Hands are tools and also altars. They carry and they let go. Look at the creases, the tiny scars, the places where skin has toughened from good work. Each release is a form of prayer. not the lofty kind, the practical kind. May this be held by something larger than me. May I sleep with empty pockets and a full heart. May I wake strong enough to pick up only what is mine. You might find a pebble that sparkles. Worries sometimes disguise themselves as talismans. They look pretty because you have polished them with your attention. Turn it in the light. Is it worry, or is it a hope you kept pressed too tightly? If it is hope, it does not belong in the bowl. Hopes do best in a shallow dish by the window, where dawn can find them easily. Set that aside gently, and smile at your own tenderness. There are stones given to you by people you love. They pressed them into your palm without knowing. You pressed them into your pocket without thinking, and now they ride with you, making you walk with a tilt. For these, hold them to your heart for a breath, and then place them not in the bowl, but beside it. Speak a sentence that returns them to their true keepers without losing compassion. I cannot carry this and be well. I am trusting that you will be held by the same mercy that holds me. Touch the stone once more and let your hand fall open. Open hands become channels. Closed hands become doors. At some point, you will reach into a pocket and find it empty. The emptiness surprises you. You press deeper and meet only cloth. Then you pat the other pocket and feel the same soft nothing. Step back and listen to your own body respond to the absence. The shoulders sigh. The neck turns without complaint. The breath finds the bottom of the lungs and does not hesitate. Relief arrives not as a shout, but as a settling. You are, at last, carried by the floor instead of fighting it. Now attend to the stones already resting in the bowl. They are not enemies. They are part of the landscape of a human life. You can tilt the bowl gently and notice how they make room for one another. Edges meet and then soften as new arrangements are found. Responsibility shifts beside honest grief. Daily tasks lean against long questions that do not have answers yet. And in the shifting, they are less sharp than when they lived alone in the dark of a pocket. This is what happens in good company. Even burdens take kinder shapes. Take one of the smallest stones and slip it into the pocket of your coat by the door, but only if it belongs there. Use it as a mindful weight that reminds you how to move carefully through places that require your full attention. Some small weights are helpful. They keep a coat from flapping wildly in a gust. They ask nothing that your frame cannot easily offer. If the stone begins to behave like a tyrant, it can return to the bowl tomorrow night. Nothing here is final except the decision to be gentle. You may wonder what to do with stones that cannot be left in a bowl forever. The bowl is a station, not a landfill. On a day when rain turns into a soft river in the gutter, take a few to the water. Kneel and let your fingers touch the stream. Speak the names again, then release them to the movement that knows where silt belongs. Another day, build a little cairn beside a path you walk often. Stack 3 or 5. Make a modest monument to the life that keeps learning to set things down. If a passerby knocks it over, smile. Even monuments do not need to be permanent to be meaningful. Return to the table. Your pockets are light and your hands are free. This is the posture that nets sleep. Before you turn from the bowl, choose one smooth stone and hold it against your sternum. Assign it a sentence. I will be kind to myself before breakfast. Or I will ask for help before I break. Or I will go outside and let the air write a new paragraph in my head. Place that stone not with the others, but on the windowsill where morning light will find it. Let tomorrow be taught by tonight. It may happen that while you are doing all this, a memory will stand up from a chair in the corner and approach you with a stone it has kept hidden. You will know the moment by the way your throat tightens and your eyes focus on a point that is not in the room. If this occurs, do not rush. Sit down. Set your feet flat. Put the stone in your lap and let your hands cover it like a small hill. Breathe into the shape of it. Sometimes the oldest stones just want to be acknowledged in full daylight before they are willing to join the others in the bowl. If all you can do is sit with it for a while, that still counts as setting it down. Consider the clothing itself. Pockets were never meant to be vaults. Turn them inside out and smooth the seams. Thank them for their faithful service. Tell them that tonight they can rest on the back of a chair without heaviness. Shake the jacket lightly and hear only fabric and air. This small sound is so ordinary that it becomes holy. It means you made a good decision over and over, one pebble at a time. The rain listens and decides to soften. The piano agrees and thins to a sequence of notes that feel like water running over stone until it becomes both cleaner and rounder. You begin to feel rounder too, fewer sharp corners for thoughts to snag on, fewer hidden weights to make you lopsided. You can move toward bed with a gait that looks like kindness to anyone who sees it, even if no one is watching. In the corridor to your room, notice how light your touch is on the wall as you pass. Notice how the door asks almost nothing of your hand. Notice how the sheet lifts in one quiet wave rather than two struggling ones. The body knows when it is not carrying contraband into the night. It knows how to release muscles that only exist to protect when there is something to protect. There is nothing to defend here. The guard inside you yawns and waves you through. If a late thought raises a hand and says it would like to climb into your pocket, you are prepared. You have placed a small basket on the nightstand. It is lined with a handkerchief, soft and clean. The basket follows the same rules as the bowl. Offer the thought a place, cover it with the cloth, and tell it with a smile that morning is very good at sorting. Your mind believes you because you have already shown it the truth with your hands. Before your eyes close, give thanks for gravity. What a gentle conspirator it is in this ritual. It takes each stone the final inch into the bowl. It takes your shoulders the final inch into the mattress. It takes your breath the final inch into the depth where dreams begin. You are not fighting a single force in this room. Everything here is on your side, or at least neutral. Even the dark behaves with dignity, keeping its distance where the lamplight falls and moving closer only when you invite it. Sleep approaches and finds you ready. Pockets empty, hands open, chest steady. The bowl keeps its quiet vigil, a small galaxy of earth turned into tokens of courage. If you wake in the night, you will hear the echo of those soft clinks, and remember that you can always get up. Add one more worry to the bowl, and then return to the well of your pillow. If you sleep through, the morning will come to find a clean sill with a single stone teaching a sentence in sunlight. In time, this practice will change how you move through the day. You will feel the shape of a stone the moment it is pressed into your hand. You will consider whether it belongs to you. If it does, you will carry it as a steward, not as a slave. If it does not, you will bow to the giver with respect and return it to their care, or to a shared altar where love can take many forms that do not look like self-harm. You will find your pockets reaching their day's end with only lint and a few crumbs from a generous table. For now, breathe as the rain quiets to a mist, and the piano writes its last graceful line. Whisper one sentence to seal the night. I choose lightness that tells the truth. Place the sentence where your breath can find it. Let your body agree. Let your eyes drift closed. The bowl shines softly in the dark, patient, accurate, kind. You are held by a room that asks nothing, and a bed that knows your shape, and a quiet that respects you. The stones are set down. Your heart is lighter and still deep. The path to sleep is clear. Midnight arrives without trumpets, sliding into the room like a careful guest who knows where the creaky boards are. The house has settled. The rain keeps its patient script on the roof. Somewhere, the piano has dimmed to a memory that hovers at the edge of hearing, a phrase so soft it feels like a hand brushing hair from your forehead. Sleep stands down the hall and checks its watch. It is not in a hurry, and tonight you are not either. You decide, in this tender hour, to keep a quiet watch, not as a guard against danger, but as a companion to peace. You prop your pillow just enough to see the outline of the window. The world beyond is reduced to essentials, a smear of silver where the sky whispers, the black lace of branches, the faint amber of a distant porch light doing its own small vigil. You do not resent being awake. You attend. The difference is everything. Awake with resentment is a cage. Awake with attention is a chapel. Let your ears gather what they can. The rain offers a litany, roof, gutter, ground, the soft applause of leaves. Pipes murmur their underground sentences. Somewhere, a refrigerator hums like a monk who forgot to stop chanting when the service ended. A car passes miles away, a comet across your private constellation. These sounds are faithful witnesses. None of them ask you to solve anything. They bear you in a slow circle, like elders carrying a sleeping child from the table to bed. You breathe, not as a strategy, but as a sacrament. In for 4, pause for 2, out for 6. The longer exhale is a lantern held low on a night path. Again, again. If numbers begin to feel like wires, let them go and use words instead. On the inhale, still on the exhale, hear. If words grow heavy, trade them for images. Inhale a small, warm light. Exhale a dark bird lifted gently from your shoulder to the rafters. You consider the old tradition of keeping the night watch, the way some people have always chosen to sit in the middle hours and listen while others sleep. You join them in spirit tonight. Nurses walking quiet corridors, bakers turning dough in rooms that smell like tomorrow's bread, lighthouse keepers who call the ocean by its secret names. Your wakefulness looks less like an accident now, and more like a place within a larger rhythm. You are a single candle on a long windowsill, one flame among many, none of them required to burn hot. Humming is enough. Thoughts will come. They always do. They show up like late visitors at the edge of your mind's yard, hands in pockets, shifting from foot to foot. You acknowledge them without bringing them inside. There is tea on the porch for them, not interrogation. I see you. You tell a thought about a meeting. You may sit in that chair until morning. Thank you for your concern. You tell the one about health. I have blankets. Rest. You tell the old story that always wants to rehearse its lines. The play resumes at sunrise. With each quiet assignment, the house of your mind grows orderly and kind. If your heart pricks for others, this hour makes room to carry their names gently. You lay them one by one on the window ledge inside you. The rain speaks over them, a baptism that asks nothing of you but steadiness. A friend travelling alone, a neighbour whose laugh has been missing, the nurse with sore feet, the child whose questions keep outpacing answers. You do not have to craft eloquent petitions. The names are enough. The watch at midnight is generous. It lends your breath to the world without charging interest. A clock somewhere ticks, not loudly, just enough to cut the dark into pieces you can hold. Minutes pass like slow swallows. You learn their faces. The one with the black eyebrow, the one who bites a nail, the one that wears its hat too far back. Each minute sits with you and then excuses itself. You do not chase them down the corridor. You let time behave like a friend you trust. When the mind tightens around a worry, ease it open with your hands. Not literally, though you might rub the base of your skull or press your thumb into the soft valley between index finger and thumb, but internally, as if you were loosening a stubborn lid. You do not wrench, you lean. A small click, air enters. The worry is still itself, but it is breathable now. You can share the room. If your body wants a small motion, give it something mindful. Roll your ankles so the night can hear the soft grind of bones that carried you. Stretch your fingers and let the tendons sing their quiet song. Smooth the sheet where your foot made a restless mountain. Offer yourself a sip of water and taste how water is a kind of music too. Lay your palm on your chest and feel the metronome there, proof of an orchestra you do not conduct. With each beat, a reminder, living is in session. Perhaps a memory rises, one of those thin, true ones that doesn't insist. You are 10, reading under a blanket with a flashlight while the house makes its night sounds. You are 17, on a back step, listening to late rain turn a street light into a private galaxy. You are 50, standing in the doorway of a room where someone you love is sleeping, marvelling at the simplicity of breath. The years braid themselves around you until you cannot see where one strand ends and another begins. You feel not older, but rooted. The piano returns for a moment in your mind, a figure that leans and rises, the right hand placing a small star on the left horizon. You let it play without trying to follow every note. Music is one of the few languages that can speak true at midnight without waking the part of the mind that wants to grade itself. The melody hums. Faith hums with it. Not loud, not arguing, simply present. A tuning fork struck once, and still singing a minute later. You consider the lamp from earlier nights, the one that taught you about enough light for the next step. You imagine it now, the faint outline on your bedside table. You do not need to light it. Its memory is sufficient. The circle of imagined gold is wide enough to include your pillow, your breath, your thoughts, your watch. Beyond the circle, the dark waits without menace. It is not your enemy. It is the wall of a room that keeps weather from coming too close. Midnight has its own creatures. An owl voice comes from a distance, punctuation and permission. The fox that writes such tidy cursive across the alley fence leaves his signature somewhere you cannot see. A moth knocks the window twice, then thinks better of it and scribbles its small joy into the night. You realise you are surrounded by other awake lives, none of them resentful, all of them undeniably belonging to this hour. You belong too. If sleep is stubborn, take a small pilgrimage inside yourself. Walk the corridor from your feet to your head as if it were a hallway in a quiet monastery. Pause at the souls. Thank them for their miles. Acknowledge the calves. Apologise for the times you asked them to run when walking would have done. Rest a moment at the knees. Bless their bending. Visit the hips. Open their windows a crack so air can move through. Place a palm on the belly. Tell it does not have to hold the world. Lay a finger under the sternum. Remind the heart it may beat at its own kind pace. Smooth the throat. Promise it gentler words tomorrow. Touch the temples. Grant them the night off. Close your eyes at the door to the mind. Pin a small sign there. Back soon. All is well. You might choose a short sentence to rock in your arms. Something that fits entirely on one breath, so that breath and blessing learn each other. I am held, or light is near, or peace to my house. Let the sentence become background, like rain. If it fades, do not chase it. If it returns, greet it with a nod. Faith hums in sentences like these. Yes, but also under them, an ancient drone that requires nothing of your throat except that it relax. If regret slips in wearing boots, invite it to sit and remove them. You will not have mud on your carpets tonight. Ask regret to name one lesson it can leave before it goes. Write the lesson on the inside of your palm in invisible ink. Tomorrow, water and light will reveal the script. Tonight, a handshake is enough. Thank you, you say. Close the door gently when you leave. It does. The room is dim again. The watch continues. There are watches you have kept before without naming them. The newborn months when hours lost their sharp corners and lay all over the floor like soft toys. The hospital chair that taught you how to be still in the presence of machines that clicked and sighed. The long night in a new city when loneliness moved in and you made it tea instead of barricades. Those nights trained something in you that is awake now and not afraid. It knows how to hum. A gust leans and a branch drags its wet fingers along the glass. The sound is friendly, like a neighbour tapping the fence. You glance at the small clock and find that a fraction past midnight has quietly become 1:45, then 1/2, then 3/4. Time is a gentle animal when you stop chasing it with a net. It will walk up and eat from your hand if you sit still long enough. If your mind insists on a job, give it the simplest one. Count 10 lanterns along an invisible path and blow each out with an exhale. 1. Dark. 2, dark. 3, dark. With each, the field gets kinder. If you reach 10 and remain awake, begin again, but this time relight them. 1, warm, 2, warm, 3, warm. In this way, you learn that your wakefulness holds both capacities, to dim what blares and to kindle what comforts. A line from a psalm touches down. At midnight I will rise to give thanks. You are not required to stand. Rising can be a posture of the heart. Let a small thank you float up, lighter than your breath, easy as a leaf finding the upper air. For the rain that rounds hard edges, for the cup of water within reach, for the way the sheet remembers your shape, for the mercy that makes a road even in dark rooms. If pain is present, physical or otherwise, do not try to run from it at this hour. Offer it a chair by the door and a warm cloth. Tell it you see it. Ask what makes it worse and what makes it easier. Believe it when it answers. Adjust a pillow. Place a hand where the ache lives and promise not to abandon it. Pain is not cured by being scolded. Sometimes it softens when it is simply accompanied. The watch at midnight is good at company. Listen for the exact second when the rain lightens. There is a moment when it goes from telling a story to turning the page. The roof sighs. The gutters take a breath. The street has the look of a creature that has been washed and is now grooming itself. You are part of this rinsing. You feel it under your ribs, in the hinge of the jaw, along the inside of the shoulders where the day kept its worry. Clean, not spotless, clean the way fields are clean after weather. Sleep approaches differently now. It does not sneak, it introduces itself. It sits across from you and mirrors your breathing until the mirroring becomes the original. Your eyelids do the old dance of shutting and springing, but the springing is less convinced. The pillow has learned your weight again. The blanket, always an eager student, adjusts. Somewhere a last car sighs into park. Somewhere a lone dog rearranges its tired bones. You tell yourself the truth that makes the letting go possible. I can keep watch and still fall asleep. The watch does not fail when eyes close. It is taken up by rain, by wind, by the quiet God who does not tire. Faith hums with or without your participation. You are allowed to rest in the music you did not start and do not need to finish. You are one voice in a choir that never stops because it is made of more than singers. If sleep still lingers just out of reach, you choose to rest instead. It is not a consolation prize. Rest is the quiet neighbour of sleep. The two share fences and fruit. You arrange your limbs in a shape that says I am safe. You let your gaze soften behind the lids. You invite your thoughts to line up like suitcases at a calm station. Each will catch a morning train. None need be managed tonight. The window pales by the smallest shade, the colour of milk mixed with dusk. You did not notice when the hour crossed over into a new day, but the air did. Birds consider their first sentence and then decide to wait a little longer. The rain, having done the bulk of its work, retreats to the drip that keeps plants polite. You close your mouth around a yawn and feel your jaw make a space big enough for hope. Before you go, you give the night what it gave you, gentleness. You whisper a blessing through the room, to the chair, to the glass, to the roof line, to the people you named, to your own stubborn and beloved heart. It is not dramatic. It is sufficient, and then, like a careful guest, you step out of wakefulness the way midnight stepped in, quiet, sure without need of trumpets. Faith hums. The house keeps watch. The rain remembers your name, and you, finally, drift, not away, but deeper into the river that has been carrying you all along. It begins with a knock that is a little too sharp for this hour. A thought at the edge of the room clears its throat and raises its voice. You feel your shoulders prepare for weather. Before that voice states its case, you practice a different sound. You let your breath arrive like a kind neighbour at a fence. You tip the chin down, loosen the jaw, and let the first word in the room be gentle. The rain helps. It has been practicing soft answers all evening, speaking to roofs and leaves without scolding anyone. The piano agrees from its quiet corner, placing one patient note after another, and then waiting, as if to say that pauses are a form of wisdom. You settle your hand over the steady drum of your ribs and give your inner life a tone to match. Calm, low, close. The harsh voice begins with its usual material. You should have done more. You always forget. You will never learn. You do not argue its volume with more volume. You nod, as you would to a frightened animal, and invite it to sit on the porch rather than stomp through the kitchen. The soft answer is not a debate. It is a chair, a cup, a warm cloth. It says, "I hear that you're alarmed, and I will not let alarm make decisions for us." Out beyond the windows, the world tries on silence like a clean coat. You let that sound teach your throat. Speak to yourself the way you would speak to a friend who has arrived wet and shaking. Come in. I have time. There is bread. There is light. You do not have to deserve any of this. You only have to be here. The mind brings exhibits and sets them out with a triumphant flourish. A message left unanswered. A task only half done. A look on someone's face that you have been replaying all evening as proof that the story is against you. The soft answer removes the spotlight and replaces it with a lamp that shows the table and your hands. It sounds like this. I was very tired. That was a lot for one person to hold. I can try again tomorrow. The words do not erase the facts. They give the facts a room where they can breathe. Sometimes the soft answer is not words at all. It is the hand that loosens its grip on the covers. It is the tongue resting in the quiet cave of the mouth, rather than pressing against your own teeth, like a reprimand. It is the slow placement of a glass back onto the nightstand, matched to the rhythm of rain. You can answer yourself gently with behaviour. The body hears. You remember the lamp from earlier in the night, how it taught you to love enough light. The soft answer is the same lesson for speech. You do not need a flood. You need a circle of kindness large enough for this moment. You do not tell yourself that everything is fine. You tell yourself that you're allowed to meet everything with care. There is a child in the far room of your memory, a child who still listens for your tone. When you choose softness, that child leans against the doorframe and finally lets their small hands unclench. They have been guarding the house since before you knew the word guard. Invite them to sit beside you. Give them a corner of the blanket. Tell them what is true. We will try again. We are not alone. The night is not an enemy. Then let silence finish the sentence. You practice a gentle correction for the old script. Where the thought says always, you offer sometimes. Where it says never, you say not yet. Where it says ruined, you say changed. Tiny edits, honest ones, enough to shift the weight of the evening from condemnation to curiosity. This is the grammar of mercy. It looks small on paper. It feels large in the chest. When anger knocks, you answer with a temperature rather than a thesis. Cool water, not ice. Warmth, not fire. You place the palm against your heart and count to 4 aloud, the way a singer finds the key. You try a sentence that lowers the room rather than raising it. I care about this. I am hurt. I want to understand. You hear your voice become a bridge instead of a wall. The bridge does not ask you to cross tonight. It simply proves that crossing is possible. Remember the river you found within yourself. A soft answer floats. It does not sink. It steps into the current and lets the water carry what is not worth lifting. When harshness pushes from behind, you step aside and watch it go by, like a branch in spring flood, clumsy and loud. The river keeps its shape, so does your night. The body keeps a bowl of chemicals on a high shelf for alarms. The soft answer helps you put the lid back on. Slow breaths tell the good messengers to come forwards. Your heart untucks its chin. Your shoulders forget about armour. The mind, seeing that the battle is not required, puts down its tin sword and sits on the step with you to watch the weather. There is a practice that helps when accusation gets creative. Translate every harsh sentence into a need. You are lazy becomes I need rest and better focus. You are unlovable becomes I need connection, I can trust. You ruined it becomes I need a way to repair or to be forgiven. Needs are humbler than insults. Humility invites help. Help is how nights soften. Take one memory from the day that has been refusing to loosen. Hold it under the gentlest water you can make. That water might be the line from a psalm you carry in your pocket. It might be the low melody the piano left in your bones. It might be the fact that bread tasted like kindness tonight and cups did not run dry. Let the memory be rinsed. Let its hard edges round. Put it on a clean towel in your thoughts. You will fold it when it is ready, not before. Softness is not weakness. Softness is attention trained in forgiveness and courage. The shepherd's staff you heard earlier knows how to tap firm without striking. The wings that covered you know how to settle without smothering. The gate opened because hinges were oiled with patience, not force. The hidden room kept its quiet not because it was empty, but because it had learned how to store sound. You are learning the same craft for your tongue. When you speak to others tomorrow, carry this hour with you. Begin sentences with I instead of you to offer a softer path into the conversation. Put a breath between a feeling and the words about the feeling. Ask one more question than you think you need. Listen for the human in the middle of the noise. If you cannot be kind, be quiet until you can. Silence is a soft answer too, when it is chosen for care rather than fear. Offer this to your body as well. When pain raises its voice, do not shout back that it is inconvenient. Place a hand there and say, I am listening. When fatigue argues that you must push, give it a piece of fruit and a glass of water. Then see whether the argument changes tone. When your hands reach for your phone to scroll your way out of discomfort, let them rest in your lap for 3 breaths and ask them what they actually want. Often the first request is touch, or air, or light, or nothing. Give the future a soft answer. It likes to bang on the door and demand a plan through next year. You respond from the lamp circle. I will take the next step lit by the light I have. I will return to the table when I'm hungry. I will carry the feather in my pocket to remind me that shelter is near. You are not refusing responsibility. You are choosing a schedule that kindness can keep. There is also the soft answer you owe to the past. It appears at night, with boxes and labels and the insistence that everything be sorted at once. You meet it with a hand on the doorknob and a household rule. Not now, later with help. Thank you for your enthusiasm. The past learns quickly when spoken to without drama. It takes its boxes to the hallway and sits down. It can wait until morning to be handled with tea and daylight, and a list that includes breaks. Practice 5 quiet replies that fit on 1 breath, so they are ready when you need them. I am safe with me. I can repair. Slow is honest. I choose gentleness. I am guided. Speak one of them now, and feel how it lands like a small stone in a clear pool. The rings move out and touch the edges of the room. The furniture seems to relax. Even the clock approves. Notice how your face changes when the answer is soft. The skin across the forehead smooths. The mouth loosens its corners. The eyes lift from the exact place they were staring and consider the whole. You look more like yourself, which is to say more like someone who can stand in weather without becoming weather. If apology is needed, prepare it in this tone. Begin with the truth you own. I hurt you. I am sorry. I want to make this right. No embroidery. No courtroom. The soft answer is not a plea for pity. It is a bridge laid with good timber. You will walk across it when the other person is ready. Until then, you stand and keep the rain off the boards. Return to the breath and give it the simplest work. 4 soft counts in, 6 soft counts out. If counting feels like too much, match the rain instead. It never scolds itself for falling in patterns that change. It simply falls, then rests, then falls again. You're allowed to be that uncomplicated. You might imagine the soft answer as a shawl you keep on the back of a chair. When the draft of a hard sentence moves through the room, you lift the shawl and set it across your shoulders and words. Texture changes posture. Posture changes tone. Tone changes outcomes. You find yourself saying the same truths you meant to say, only now they can be received without breaking anything. The inner critic will try once more before midnight tips toward morning. It will reach for a sharper tool. You reach for gentleness again, not indulgence. Gentleness. You tell it that its vigilance kept you alive once, and that you are grateful. You tell it that tonight the task is different. Tonight we are not outrunning a storm. Tonight we are learning how to let rain be rain and not a verdict. The room responds. Corners soften. Edges agree to be edges rather than knives. You hear a distant drain gurgle as if swallowing the day. Your blanket picks up the work your shoulders have set down. The pillow becomes a hand open under your head, rather than a thing to be wrestled into shape. Before sleep, bless your future voice. Ask that it remember this hour when then becomes now, so that it keep its volume lower than its care, so that it speak first to your own heart in a tone that opens rather than closes. You are not making a grand vow. You are setting out a small plate for morning. There is just enough night left for one more practice. Bring to mind the person you are hardest on today. If it was you, let the answer be this. You are trying, and you are worth the time it takes to learn. If it was another, let the answer be this. I will look for what is tender in you tomorrow. I will protect my peace without making you my enemy. Leave these lines in the air over the bed like a banner that does not need wind to read. The rain thins. The piano in your memory places a last soft chord that leans toward dawn. Your breath takes the cue. The soft answer has done its work. It is not dramatic. It is thorough. It has lowered the room and widened the heart and taught the mind a new way to talk to itself when the dark is close. You turn on your side and feel the bed receive you. A sentence rises and sets itself like a bookmark, where you can find it with your first waking thought. Speak gently, even inside. The night nods. The house agrees. Sleep begins like a blessing spoken close to your ear. You lower your head onto something that will not yield, and the first surprise is that it feels kind. The rock holds its cool the way a lake holds morning, steady and unafraid. Your cheek finds the shallow dip shaped by time, a small cradle in stone, and you understand why the old words chose this image when they wanted to speak of safety that does not flinch. The rain remembers its cue and settles into a softer pattern. The piano leans into low notes that stay and stay, a ground you can walk on without looking down. Above that ground, a simple melody begins, almost shy at first, then sure, strength underneath, tenderness above. The room learns this chord and relaxes. You trace the surface with your fingertips and feel the language of geology under your hand. Grain, seam, a line of quartz, like a thread of light that refused to be swallowed by grey. This is not the sharp rock you kicked at in some old anger. This is a keeper of weight and weather. It remembers the press of feet that climbed and the stillness of roots that trusted. There is a steadiness here that does not require your effort. You do not have to hold it up. It was made for holding. Listen to the music that gathers around such steadiness. The lullaby does not arrive as a spectacle. It comes as breath carried on breath, a familiar tune that 1,000 nights have taught to 1,000 tired hearts. One line rises like a small bird and circles. Another answers from a branch nearby. The left hand of the piano stays close to home, repeating its promise with the patience of a tide. The right hand lays a blanket that fits. Together they teach your muscles how to set down armour without feeling naked. You consider the odd friendship of solid and soft. Rock knows how to be firm without being cruel. Lullaby knows how to be gentle without pretending the dark is not real. When they meet, worry runs out of script. It looks around for a conflict to manage and finds none. It sits down on the step like a child at the end of a long day. You let the melody place a palm on its crown. You let the stone keep the floor from tipping. Memory brings a cliff edge at dawn. Salty air rising in thin veils, waves trying and never succeeding in persuading the land to move. That same refusal lives here, in the quiet of your room. The rock beneath your head is not the cliff, yet it carries the cliff's wisdom. It has weathered hours that felt like wind in a small boat. It has hosted seasons of heat that cracked lesser things. Your bones, hearing this truth through your skin, give up their habit of bracing. Joints stop advisory meetings. Shoulders sign the armistice. Inside the lullaby are smaller songs. One is the barely audible hum that mothers know before words. One is the line you sang without meaning to, the first time someone placed a sleeping child in your arms. One is older than you, older than the house, older than the hill the house sits on. That old line does not argue. It hums like a long beam set across a span. The rest of the song hangs on it, free but secure. You find yourself matching its pitch without thinking. Your breath settles on that note and rides it like a quiet boat. There is a cleft in rock language, a thought space where shelter forms without having to be built in a hurry. You imagine turning sideways into that narrow room, the way a bird tucks into the lee of a wall during weather. The image fits. Under your cheek, the stone seems to widen by a fraction. It makes just enough room for your worry and your hope to sit side by side without elbowing. The lullaby notices and lowers its lamp. The room is lit like an old chapel that understands what it means to keep watch without drama. You are tempted to catalogue what must still be carried tomorrow. The rock answers this temptation by doing nothing at all. It does not list or plan. It simply refuses to move. That refusal frees your mind to do a smaller job. Count 3 good weights that stayed where they should today. A promise that did not wobble. A boundary that held even when pressed. A friendship that did not crack under silence. With each count, the melody alters one note, the way stars seem to shift when clouds pass. You are being rewired for calm. If a harsh thought tries to prove that softness is a risk, let your palm rest flat against the stone again. The cool speaks. It says that tenderness has always lived best beside strength, not in opposition to it. It says that lullabies are not for fools. They are for people who worked and wept and still chose rest. It says that a fortress without song is a prison, and a song without rock is a breeze that carries nothing but itself. You exhale and feel the furniture of your chest slide into a sturdier arrangement. Name the rock for what it gives, not what it withholds. Foundation, place to lean, weight that does not crush. You have known shifting sand and how it keeps the ankles anxious. You have known mattresses so soft your spine woke complaining. Tonight you know the wisdom of something that will not adapt to your fear, but will gladly receive your peace. The lullaby honours this by repeating a phrase you loved as a child. It was simple then, it is simple now. Your nerves, which admire simplicity more than they admit, agree. Set a few pebbles of the day in a circle around the larger stone, not as a wall, as a remembrance. The pebble labelled almost said too much. The pebble labelled kept quiet when quiet was kind. The pebble labelled chose to eat and drink instead of scroll. Your fingertips learn their textures, then let them be. A small altar forms, not to your effort, but to the mercy that met you before effort and will meet you after. The lullaby folds that altar into its tune. It becomes a verse without words. The rain adds harmony on the window, an obligato that you would miss if you were not listening. It moves from steady to sparse, from sparse to a soft drape, then pauses as if it too were holding its breath to hear the end of the line. In that pause you hear your own pulse, slow and work-worn, surprised by how little it is being asked to do. You place your lips near the stone and, like a child, tell it something honest and small. I am tired. I am here. I am ready to be held. The stone does not answer, yet the answer arrives. It arrives in the way your jaw unclenches, in the way your eyes stop searching the corners, in the way your hands uncurl around nothing and finally hold air like it deserves to be held. Think of the old story where a house stood because it was founded on rock. That story is not scolding you. It is inviting you to build this hour well. The lullaby lays out timbers you can lift. 4 slow breaths. 3 kind sentences. 2 hands still. 1 promise to try again. You do this without ceremony. The work goes quickly because you're not alone in it. You're joining a structure that was partly there when you arrived. There is a low note in the piano that feels like the earth's own vowel. It hums under everything else, like a pedal held down by someone who knows where to place weight. You consider how the parts of you that try so hard might loosen if they could trust that one steady sound. You test the thought by relaxing your tongue from the roof of your mouth, by letting your shoulders drop the last ½ inch, by letting your breath finish its exhale instead of stealing the next inhale early. The low note holds. The lullaby opens its hands. Anger and sorrow sometimes travel together, twins in different coats. If they show up now, the rock makes them sit before it like students who do not want to be taught, and the song gives them both a pen. Write, the song says, but quietly. Anger, when it writes with a soft pencil, often discovers it is tired of being loud. Sorrow, when it writes in companionship, often discovers it does not have to be endless. The pages do not need to be saved. The writing is the release. When your mind reaches for proof, the rock offers evidence in the oldest court. Here is what did not move when the wind tried. Here is what kept shape when rivers tested their arguments. Here is what kept its place for so long that lichen fell in love with it and began to make a garden on its face. You are a garden on an old strength. You are not fragile because you are soft. You are tended because you are precious. The lullaby hears the verdict and modulates to the key that lets a chest hold tears without losing breath. Imagine for a moment that the rock keeps a memory of every head that has rested on it, every generation that said the old names for God and meant them. Refuge, helper, shield, cornerstone. The stone does not boast of this. It honours it by being the same at midnight and noon. You, hearing those names travel through the cool into your cheekbone, do not feel small. You feel included. You're not an exception to the promise. You are one more proof of it. Let the room narrow to 2 sounds and 1 sensation. The 2 sounds are the gentle melody and the steady rain. The sensation is the cool firmness under your cheek. If stray thoughts ask for admission, give them tickets for tomorrow's matinee. the usher will be kind. Tonight, the theatre is closed for rehearsal because peace is practicing being your first response. The sign on the door does not apologise for this. It simply announces the truth in clean letters. If sleep delays, let the lullaby do what it was made to do. It will keep singing even when you drift. It will not take offence at your departure. It will place its hand on your shoulder and slow its rocking until it becomes identical with your breathing. It will leave a small measure in your pocket that you can hum tomorrow, in a queue or an elevator, and people near you will feel their own shoulders lower by a breath without knowing why. Before you go, press one more word into the rock, the way a seal presses into warm wax. Choose a word that can carry you into dreams: kept, quiet, enough, home. The stone will not keep the word for itself. It will hold it for you and return it in the morning as a simple certainty, the way sunlight returns to a windowsill that did nothing to deserve it. The lullaby will braid that word into its last phrase and tie it off with a knot so gentle you will not feel the cinch. You turn your face slightly. The cool turns to a tempered warmth where your skin and the stone have agreed to meet. You draw the blanket higher. The rain reduces itself to a series of soft commas. The piano places one final chord, spare and sure, then waits to see if you need anything else. You do not. The rock is under you. The song is around you. The promise is through you. Your eyes do the old beautiful closing. The night, relieved of its duty to persuade you, settles at the foot of the bed like a loyal animal. Strength does not leave when you fall asleep. It keeps the watch. The lullaby keeps the rhythm. Your breathing joins them. And you, joined to what does not move, and what gently moves, slip into a rest that does not forget you. It begins at the edge of a dark lake, the kind of dark that is not empty but full. A quiet fullness that holds stars and the faint lantern of the moon. Rain has thinned to a mist that kisses your cheeks. Somewhere behind you, the piano threads a simple line through the air, not to direct you, only to keep you company. The boardwalk ends. The water waits. The voice you have been learning to trust says your name in a way that makes muscles unclench. Come. The word does not push, it invites. You look down and find your feet learning a new grammar. The first step is not graceful. Your heel hesitates, your toes adjust, your body lists and then steadies. The water dips under your weight as if taking a polite bow, then rises to meet you with a firmness you have never felt from something that moves. Your breath pauses, then finds a longer path out. You test the surface with a small shift, and the water answers with a circle that glides away and vanishes. It feels like being believed. You take another step. Everything in you that is trained to think tightens for a moment, then releases as the surface holds again. You realise how much of life you have spent braced against imagined falling. The lake does not argue. It accepts your caution and offers proof in inches. You look up rather than down, because looking up is one of the rules of trusting, and the moon prints a silver path toward the voice that called you. It is not a highway, it is a thread. Threads are enough. Your hands learn a posture that fits this crossing. Not fists, not pleading, simply open, as if to say I am ready to receive steadiness wherever it is offered. The rain writes small scripts on your wrists, and the piano in the distance chooses notes that do not crowd your attention. You step, the surface dips, you exhale, the surface steadies. A pattern forms. Fear tries to interrupt, as fear does. You answer it with the softest sentence you know. I am guided. Your feet agree. The water has its own voice in your body. You feel it in your soles first. A cool insistence that you're supported. Then along the calves, a rising quiet, as if your bones are being taught to float while still doing the good work of standing. The mind attempts to issue memos. Watch your balance. Scan for threats. Game out outcomes. You smile at the busy clerk behind the desk of your thoughts and slide a small sign toward them. Closed for the next 10 steps. They shrug and file the papers under later. There is wind far off that thinks about arriving, then decides to wait. The night accepts your presence without fuss. You could swear the lake itself breathes. Inhale, a slight lift at the edges of your feet. Exhale, a gentle settling that never lets you go far. You match it, and the rhythm becomes a partnership. 4 counts in, 6 counts out, the same measure that calmed your heart earlier in the evening. You have not left your body to do this. You have brought it with you, and it is learning joy. A doubt appears like a small wave, barely a hand high. It runs toward you with a hiss and taps your ankle, then slips under your arch as if bowing for a dance it cannot lead. You had expected doubts to be mountains. Tonight they arrive as ripples that cannot keep a promise to overwhelm. You keep your gaze on the light. It grows no brighter and no dimmer. It remains what it has always been, enough. You remember stories of people who sank when they looked at the wind, which is to say, when they let noise become God. The wind is not God, the voice is. You try a small experiment. Eyes on the light for 3 breaths. Down at your feet for 1, just to check. On the 4th, look down. Your ankle wobbles. On the 5th, look up. Your balance returns as if it had been waiting in the air above your eyes. You thank the lesson and choose the view that keeps you walking. The surface is not uniform. There are places where it feels like glass and places where it feels like a patient muscle. When the glass arrives, you step lightly, trusting the shine. When the muscle arrives, you step with weight and are rewarded by a spring you did not create. This is how grace operates, equal parts support and invitation. You do not have to be clever to receive it. You only have to continue. A fish turns below, a silver thought that never learns to frighten you. Its movement reminds you that depths exist and are not your enemy. If you fall, water is not teeth. It is a teacher. It will hold you long enough to bring you back to breath and direction. Knowing this, you do not fall. Your body understands that safety is not the absence of risk, but the presence of help. Help is near. Behind you, the shore has grown small without becoming lost. You are not burning bridges. You are weaving a new one in front of your feet, thread by thread, step by step. The moon keeps printing the path. The rain reminds you that a blessing can be small and still be constant. The piano places a low note. then leaves space, then places it again, as if tapping the surface with a fingertip just ahead of you. Here is firmness. Here is kindness. Here again. You carry earlier gifts into this passage. The lamp, which taught you circle by circle, now rides inside your chest and widens its light with every yes. The wings, which taught you shelter, now become a steady presence at your back, not covering, simply close. The shepherd's staff, which taught you guidance, now becomes the rhythm of your feet, tap and rise, tap and rise. The hidden room, which taught you quiet, opens its door on the lake and becomes an interior dock from which you launch and to which you can return in a single breath. At one point, the wind finally arrives. It is not fierce, only focused. Your hair lifts. A darker cloud slides across the moon and takes half the path with it. Panic clears its throat. You greet it by placing your hand calmly over your heart. The light inside does not dim. The path that remains is thinner, so your steps become smaller. Small is not failure. Small is wise. You shorten the distance between weight shifts. You lower your centre by ½ an inch. You aim not for elegance, but for honesty. The water approves with a low, continuous whisper that might be the word keep. You reach a point where you are farther from either shore than you have ever been, which is to say, you're exactly in the middle of trust. There is a temptation to think of outcomes here, to rush your steps, to imagine yourself already telling the end of this story to someone who did not witness it, to measure your performance against standards that have nothing to do with peace. The voice calls your name again. You answer with presence. I am here. The lake answers with steadiness. I know. There is a kind of prayer that only happens when feet meet water. It is not ornate. It repeats itself without becoming dull. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With each thank you, the next plank of this invisible bridge appears. You cannot see the plank until gratitude speaks. That is not a punishment, it is a partnership. You hum along with the piano and find that thank you and the melody fit each other, as if made to share breath. Once, briefly, you misplace your gaze. A pocket of chop catches your ankle wrong and your knee buckles. There is a fast drop, 2 inches, maybe 3, and the skin between your shoulder blades wakes with a sting of cold. Before the fear can finish its sentence, a hand you cannot see steadies your elbow from the inside. You are lifted to level again. The correction is gentle, almost casual, as if the lake had been expecting to love you back to standing at least once. You laugh, a small sound that does not disturb the birds sleeping on the far reeds. You keep walking. The night carries far voices to you, people on the distant shore speaking in familiars, a dog offering the kind of bark that means everything is ordinary. How strange, you think, that the miraculous fits so quietly inside the ordinary. Your foot falls, the water holds, the wind draws a line across your cheek, the rain gathers like dew on your eyelashes. The miracle is not noisy. It prefers humility. You match it. You begin to notice how the lake teaches posture. If you lean ahead of your step, the surface complains with a wobble. If you hang back, it answers with a little tug at your heel. When you stay stacked over your own feet, the water becomes a flaw you never knew you owned. Balance is not an achievement here. It is a conversation. You listen more and adjust less. Listening makes adjusting almost unnecessary. Halfway to the light, the sky opens a narrow window and a few pale stars lean out. You greet them like relatives who stopped by just to kiss your forehead. You do not ask for maps. You do not apologize for the slowness of your crossing. You do not make promises about tomorrow. You trade every plan for a single sentence that fits in your mouth without crowding. I will trust the next step. The step hears and shows up. If you like, you can place names into the water as you go. People you love who are learning their own crossings. People you owe tenderness to. People you find difficult, and people you have not met. Each name sits for a moment in the slight trough made by your foot, then lifts and moves into a silver seam that the moon has laid for exactly this purpose. You do not tell the water what to do with the names. You do not hover. You trust the current that is kinder and more intelligent than your worry. You remember earlier hours when your lamp taught you to trim the wick so the flame would clean itself of smoke. You do a version of that now with your attention. Trim away the self-commentary that wants to score this night. Trim away the myth that trust is a switch that is either on or off. Trust is a muscle with miles and micro rests. It gets strong by being used gently. You use it gently. The light on the water widens by what could be a handspan. Here and there, air trapped under the surface pops like a tiny laugh. You begin to enjoy yourself, not recklessly, not with bravado, but with the kind of pleasure a body feels when it is doing something true. The piano senses this and lifts the melody half a step, brightening its edges without rushing the tempo. Your face follows suit. The muscles around your mouth remember that they can smile without any witness. The lake accepts your smile as a gift and returns it by smoothing one small patch just ahead of your toes. There is a point where the light on the water rises to become light on a shore, and you feel the pull of land in your calves. The water, which has been a flaw for you, does not become jealous. It continues to offer itself with the same patience, step after step. You thank it without words, your soul's doing the speaking. The last few feet you slow, not from doubt, from reverence. Transitions are holy ground. When your foot finds the first stone at the edge, the sensation is not relief alone. It is continuity. The firmness of land feels like the firmness of water, translated into a language you met earlier in the night when your cheek rested on rock. You understand that steadiness is a family with many members. Tonight you have been introduced to another cousin. You step onto the bank and turn, because gratitude likes to face what it thanks. The lake holds the sky as if it could keep it from falling. The rain moves on in a veil so thin it looks like breath. The piano fades back towards silence, having accomplished exactly what it came to do. You lift your hand, and the surface replies with a last small ring that folds itself into the dark. You do not clap. You do not bow. You keep a quiet yes inside your ribs where applause would have been. It feels better there. Before you walk toward the lamp that has been waiting on the shore, you let the lesson settle. Uncertainty did not vanish. It changed shape under your feet and became something that could carry. You did not earn this with perfection. You accepted it with attention. You were not asked to run. You were asked to come. You did. That is enough. Later, in a bed that knows your name, you will remember the sensation of being held by what should have failed you and did not. You will let that sensation practice in your bones while you sleep, teaching them a new reflex for the next crosswind, the next dark lake, the next invitation. You will wake with a steadier spine and eyes that know where to look. When someone asks you what happened, you will tell the truth without embroidery. I walked where I could not walk, because I was asked and because I was not alone. If, in the last breath before sleep, you feel the shadow of doubt put a question in your hand, you will place it calmly on the bedside table beside the stone from the river, and the small paper from the table that carried the sentence be strengthened. You will remind the question that not every answer lives in the head. Some live under the feet. The night will nod and take the watch. The lake will keep its quiet wisdom. The voice will still be there in the morning, calling you into the ordinary with the same invitation that brought you over water. Come. And you, familiar now with miracles that use simple steps, will go. It begins so softly you almost miss it. A word the size of a dewdrop forming on the tongue of your heart. The room is quiet. The rain has settled into a silk thread. The piano is more memory than music. You feel the smallness of the moment and mistake it for weakness. Then notice the way your breath meets it and expands. The yes is not a shout. It is a door that does not creak when it opens. You do not say yes to everything. You say yes to what is kind. Yes to the next breath that arrives on time. Yes to the pillow that takes your head as if it were an honoured guest. Yes to the idea that rest is not a prize you earn, but a place you return to. This yes is not permission for the world to walk all over you. It is permission for peace to walk with you. When the first yes lands, it does not ask for applause. It asks for company. Another yes joins it, a little larger, then a third that knows how to stand on its own without being loud. Soon a small chorus lives inside your ribs, singing in a key your body remembers from childhood, the one you used for saying yes to puddles and to stories and to the blanket that smelled like sun. The song is simple and steady, and you do not have to carry the tune alone. Saying yes feels like loosening 4 hidden knots. One at the hinge of the jaw, one behind the heart, one along the base of the skull, one in the low belly where worry keeps its toolkit. You do not yank at them. You warm them with breath until the fibres uncurl. Each loosening is a syllable. Each syllable joins the others until the word has weight without heaviness. This is not a yes to chaos. It is a yes to guidance. You picture the shepherd who has been patient with your detours, stuff tapping a rhythm your feet learned without noticing. You picture the wings that covered you when weather came, and the lamp that taught you one small circle of light at a time. You picture the open gate, the hidden room, the river that is never in a hurry to be the sea. All of them nod. The quiet yes belongs to their family. There is a drawer in the mind labelled control that is hard to open at night. It sticks at the corner, as if stuffed with unfiled papers. You do not tug, you let it be. Next to it is a drawer labelled consent. It slides easily when you touch it with 2 fingers. Inside are phrases written in your best handwriting. Yes to being led. Yes to not knowing before it is time to know. Yes to being loved where I am and not where I pretend to be. You take one sentence out and place it under your tongue until the taste becomes familiar. The body hears the yes long before the head agrees to it. Notice how your shoulder blades glide lower along the back. How your hands change shape from holding to holding open. How your eyes sit softer in their houses. Your pulse, which has been tapping on the door like a courier with urgent envelopes, leans against the wall and waits politely. Even the tongue, so often a hammer, becomes a towel folded neatly on the rack. You have said intense yeses before, yeses like vows, yeses that required witnesses. The quiet yes asks for nothing but honesty. It arrives like a seed placed in your palm. You do not cram it into the ground and demand a tree by morning. You lay it gently in a small patch of dark, cover it with thin soil, give it a saucer of water, and trust that growth is a slow language that prefers not to be shouted at. There are things the quiet yes will never agree to. It will not sign a contract that says you must be everyone's answer. It will not co-sign on exhaustion as a way of life. It will not endorse cruelty disguised as truth. It will not let you call numbness peace. It will not nod along when fear dresses up as wisdom, and insists on rehearsing storms that have not formed. The quiet yes has a spine, and that spine is made of kindness. Try the shape of it in the mouth. On the inhale, let it arrive as a hum in the back of the throat. On the exhale, let it roll forward a little into the space behind the teeth. You do not need to speak it aloud. The room hears, the rain hears, the bones hear. Sometimes the yes is so brief you could write it on a grain of rice. Sometimes it grows tall enough to lean your back against. Trust the size it chooses tonight. Notice how small agreements gather momentum. Yes to turning off a light that will not be missed. Yes to smoothing the sheet instead of arguing with it. Yes to one sip of water that the body accepts as an apology for earlier neglect. Yes to closing the book, even though the story is good, because your own story needs a chapter called sleep. Each little consent adds a thread to a rope strong enough to pull you across the dark. The mind, loyal to its job, will ask for a plan. You give it one that fits on the palm. Yes to rest now. Yes to mercy in the morning. Yes to repair where repair is possible. Yes to refrain where silence is the truest salve. That is all. The mind looks for fine print, finds none, and sits down on the porch with a blanket over its knees, surprised at how warm the night can be when it is not being measured. Sometimes the yes must be spoken to an old fear that lives in your chest like weather. You meet it as you would meet a relative who shows up without calling, beloved and exasperating. You do not invite it to move in. You do not slam the door. You say yes to feeling what is real without building a shrine to it. You say yes to walking yourself to the window and letting air do part of the work. You say yes to asking for help if the storm brings wind you cannot name. When you were younger, you learned to say yes for the wrong reasons. Yes to be liked, yes to avoid conflict, yes to escape the ache of your own no. Tonight you practice a truer grammar. You say yes to the boundaries that protect love instead of draining it. You say yes to the pace that keeps you whole. You say yes to the person you actually are, not the costume you can only wear for half an hour before the seams begin to pinch. The quiet yes is not a single act. It is a posture. Imagine a hinge that has been squeaking. You find oil. You touch the pin with one drop, then another. The hinge does not sing its gratitude, it simply moves the way it was meant to. You become that hinge. Your life opens and closes to the right things with less noise. Doors you thought were stuck turn out to be underloved, not final. Gratitude helps. It is not compulsory, it is available. Thank you for the pillow that knows my head. Thank you for the roof that listens without leaking. Thank you for the music that remembers patience when I forget. Thank you for the door to the hidden room that opens in a single breath. These thank yous are not grins plastered over pain. They are handles to hold while crossing a narrow bridge. There is a place in your back where hard days sit. Find it with your hand. Press gently until the muscles tell you enough. Then ease. While your hand is there, let the yes travel from palm to muscle and back again. It is a simple exchange. Consent to soften meets willingness to support. In that meeting, a new habit is born. The habit does not announce itself with trumpets. It arrives tomorrow when you reach for your phone and choose the window instead. If you worry that yes means you will forget what needs attention, write one line on a paper by the bed. 2 words are often enough. Call Maria. Water basil. Apologise. Schedule checkup. The paper will hold what you cannot carry into sleep without breaking rest. Your vow can be this small and still be holy. Yes to tomorrow's faithfulness, not tonight's fretting. Sometimes the quiet yes feels like standing on the threshold of a room you have been cleaning for years and finally deciding to step in and sit down. You do not check the corners. You trust the work you already did. You let the room hold you. You let the chair prove its competence. You let the silence finish the last paragraph. You learn to love what is already tidy rather than chasing imaginary messes. There will be nights when the word catches in your throat. You will shape it in your mind, and it will scatter like birds at a sudden footfall. When that happens, do not scold yourself. Choose a different entrance. Nods count. Open hands count. Breaths count. Laying the phone face down counts. Turning the glass so the rim catches the lamp counts. The yes is not precious about form. It cares about direction. You can practice with things that cannot argue. The blanket that waits at the foot of the bed. The lamp that dims. The cracked cup on the nightstand that keeps its dignity. The small plant in the window that leans toward whatever light you give it. Say yes to them, and they will teach your mouth how to say yes to yourself. The old stories you grew up with spoke of surrender in tones that made you think surrender was humiliation. Let that misunderstanding retire. Surrender is relief. It is setting down what was never meant to be dragged to bed. It is letting yourself be carried by rhythm and grace and routines that have proven their kindness. It is choosing to be found rather than brilliant, present rather than impressive, healed rather than right. You are allowed to ask the yes to bless your edges. May my words tomorrow be shaped by this softness. May my pace be human-sized. May I refuse urgency that does not belong to me. May I remember that saying no to what harms me is one of the ways I keep saying yes to what helps. Then stop. The blessing is already travelling. You do not need to shepherd it. It knows the way. At some point, the yes will begin to speak back. It will tell you where it likes to live. In the first swallow of tea. In the step you take onto the porch before the day notices you are awake. In the half smile you offer the mirror without asking for anything in return. In the fingertip that pauses over send and chooses save draft. In the turn you take toward water instead of noise. In the hand you raise when someone asks who can help, not because you're the only one, but because you are rested and the yes made room for generosity. Close your eyes and try the smallest experiment. Whisper yes to your heartbeat. See if it changes its tempo. It will not speed for praise. It will not slow for flattery. It will answer with steadiness, which is what you are asking for without knowing it. Whisper yes to your breath. It will be there. Whisper yes to the part of you that doubts all of this, that insists life is harder than words that sound like silk. The doubt will blink and ask if it can sit for a while. Say yes to the sitting. Watch what happens when suspicion is allowed to rest. You might remember the night you stepped out onto water and found it could carry you. The quiet yes is the same miracle at the level of the moment. It does not demand the spectacle of a lake. It makes a bridge across a minute that would have drowned you last year. It turns a hallway into a safe passage. It turns a kitchen into a chapel. It turns a bed into a boat. When you wake tomorrow, you will not need to manufacture the word. It will already be waiting by the door like a coat you love. Put it on. Notice how it shapes your shoulders. Notice how it keeps out drafts you once thought were mandatory. Notice how it looks good with the way you walk when you are not rushing. For now, the hour is late and gentle. Place your palm lightly over your heart. Let the yes pool beneath it like warm water in a shallow bowl. Inhale and feel it rise. Exhale and feel it settle. The rain approves with a final soft sentence on the roof. The piano, which understands timing, places one last note where a period belongs. You do not need to make a speech. You do not need to sign anything. You do not need to hold the night together. You give consent to be held, and that consent becomes the lullaby the dark was waiting to sing. Sleep comes as if it has been standing in the doorway this whole time, patient, smiling, not wanting to interrupt. You do not resist, because you are not surrendering to nothing, you are surrendering to care. The word does its last work for the day by becoming quiet enough to travel with you. Yes, you say, and the room hears, and the breath hears, and the bones hear, and the world that loves you answers with a warmth that moves from the crown of your head to the arches of your feet. You turn 1 degree toward dreams. The yes goes with you. You feel the valley before you see it. A coolness that steps out from between 2 dark shoulders of earth and lays a hand on your forearm as if to say, slow. The air smells of wet stone and crushed time, the kind of scent that asks your thoughts to walk single file. The sky narrows to a ribbon above, dusk threading it with the thinnest silver. Rain has mostly finished its careful work, but drops still gather and fall from ledges, the valley's quiet punctuation. Somewhere behind you, the memory of the piano keeps a patient line, low, steady, uninsistent, like a guide you could follow by ear alone. At the mouth of the past, the light changes character. Shadow is not absence here, it is a different quality of seeing. Colours deepen, edges go honest. Your steps make a small, respectful sound. The path is not wide, it never pretended to be. It asks for attention and offers footing in return. You tuck your chin a little to watch without hunching, and that slight bow becomes an act of reverence you didn't know you were ready to make. Then the sound you have learnt to trust arrives close at hand. A wood-on-earth rhythm that never hurries. Tap, tap, tap. The rod has a voice even when it does not strike. It speaks by weight and balance and the quiet authority of something carried for love, not power. In the shepherd's hand it is more than a stick. It is boundary and blessing, metronome and metal. It tests the ground you cannot see yet. It keeps a small beat when wind tries to invent a drum of its own. It will not be used on you. It will be used for you. You pass the first bend, and the valley takes you in, as a mother takes a child's hand crossing a street. The walls rise, slate and lichen, and old scars where water once thought it would stay forever. Ferns lean from ledges like green eyelashes. A small creek threads the centre, choosing quiet over spectacle. When the path narrows to a runnel between rock and drop, the rod moves ahead to ask questions on your behalf. You hear it knock at a suspicious stone, listen for the answer it gives the ear that knows, then watch it indicate, here is a better place for your foot. You step there and are grateful for a map drawn in sound. Fear arrives, as it tends to, with big shoulders and a vocabulary of what if. The valley answers not by growing brighter, but by being particular. There is moss here, you step lightly. There is a root here, you pick up your foot an inch more than habit. There is a slick sheen ahead. The rod taps twice, and you slow to match what the ground asks. You realise you have learned something already. Courage is not an emotion, it is a cadence. Tap, breathe, keep. The path kinks and turns on itself like a careful thought. Shadows overlap. The air grows cooler. You can hear water somewhere under rock. A subterranean hymn that does not care who hears it. Overhead, a late bird crosses the narrow sky. Its cry, a single thread tying one rim of the valley to the other. When the way tilts steeper, the rod moves differently, closer, lower, sometimes set across your path like a gate to say wait. You wait. The wait becomes its own kind of movement. Panic, which likes to lead with a trumpet, finds no parade here and goes home. You remember every earlier kindness and feel them walk in with you. The lamp's circle, the wing's warmth, the river's patience, the table's generosity, the rock's steadiness, the water that carried your feet when you could not see how, the quiet yes that released your jaw. The valley does not demand you choose one, it braids them. The rod keeps the rhythm steady, while the other gifts take their places like instruments tuning to a shared key. Even the memory of the hidden room opens a door inside the narrower light, and you sit there for a breath without stopping your steps. A low wind travels the corridor and says a few cool words to your neck. The shepherd shifts the rod from right to left, not to impress you, but to keep the upwind flank between you and anything that hunts the same wind for news. You are not shamed for being guarded, you are relieved. The rod lays its length briefly against your thigh with the smallest nudge, a translation that says closer in a language older than speech. You draw in the inches and discover that closeness is not crowding. It is safety taught through proximity. Here the valley performs a small trick of perspective. A rock that looked like a wall becomes a bench when you reach it. A cut in the slope that promised difficulty turns into a staircase designed by water and time. The rod taps each stone as if naming it. Given, given, given. You descend without daring. You descend with attention. Your feet say thank you by placing weight where the rod has just touched. At a bend where the stream leaps and the path pinches to the width of your palm, the rod lowers and hovers over the water for a moment, tracing an invisible line across the current. You step into that line and find balance waiting, as if the valley had been saving you a plank none but you could feel. Halfway over, a stone under the surface shifts, an argument beginning but not committed. The rod answers argument with one clean thunk against the solid edge, and the stone remembers its place. You breathe again. Small rescues like this teach your heart what protection feels like. Not fireworks, not speeches, just presence and the right sound at the right time. The corridor widens into a basin where sound collects and softens. A stand of trees lifts a dark fringe against the slit of sky. In their understory, old stumps nurse small gardens of moss and seedling, green proof that endings can be platforms. The rod draws a circle in the leaf litter near your feet. A boundary you can stand inside for a short rest. The circle does not keep the world out. It teaches the world where to stand, and the world, grateful for instruction that is both clear and kind, complies. You become aware of the rod's other voice, the silent weight it carries even when still. It is not a decoration. It has heft, a solid promise that strength can be swift without being frantic. If shadow shifts or eyes gleam where eyes should not be, that strength will move with purpose on your behalf. The knowledge does not make you tense. It makes you honest. You do not have to perform vigilance you cannot sustain. You can share the watch. Somewhere in the middle, the path levels enough for your mind to consider stories. Valleys have been turned into metaphors by people who preferred maps to weather. You are not in a metaphor. You are in a place with its own temperatures and angles and a herd of small lives moving through it. On business you will never learn. The rod cares for the metaphor, yes, but it also cares for your ankles. When a thorn reaches across the trail to argue, the staff, the shepherd's other companion, lifts the vine away as gently as a parent moves hair from a sleeping face. Between staff and rod, guidance and guard keep company. Their aim is not your compliance, it is your arrival. Not every shadow in this place belongs to danger. Many belong to depth. Look into them, and you see layers, not threats, a fox track keeping its own counsel, the spill of gravel from a winter freeze, a cluster of white mushrooms lifting the dark with small moons of their own. The rod never wastes energy by swinging at shade. It keeps its strength for what has teeth. You learn to do the same with your thoughts. You let dimness be dimness. Unanswered questions be the woods in which patient answers grow. As night deepens, the rod changes hands, then hands again, humming an old choreography learned by muscle and years. From time to time you catch the shepherd's silhouette, outlined against that ribbon of sky. A figure cut simple, the shape of someone whose life is the care of other lives. When you falter, the rod taps ground near your left foot. Then you're right, as if to say, there is still a path even when you cannot imagine one. It never taps your shin. It never humiliates. It speaks fluently to the floor because it loves your feet. You come to a place where cliffs lean like elders bent over a shared secret. The air is cold enough to make your breath visible. You're invisible made visible on exhale. Proof that you are still here and still moving. A cry sounds from the far rim, coyote or distant dog, it hardly matters, which is to say the valley is not empty of teeth. The rod answers the cry with a single strike on stone, a sound that does not challenge so much as declare. We are here, we are accounted for, we are not prey. The night hears and redistributes its intentions. You think of the thin hours in your life that felt like this narrowing, hospital corridors at 3 a.m, phone calls that begin with "I'm afraid", stretches of waiting where the heart learned a new kind of arithmetic. You realise the rod has been there in each, sometimes a friend's steady hand on your shoulder, sometimes a line from a psalm that remembered how to walk when you couldn't, sometimes a nurse's voice, like a metronome. Comfort has always been part rhythm, part presence. Shadow did not get the last edit. It never does when love carries a stick. A bank of fog rolls low, folding sound into itself. The rod shortens its stroke in response, switching from tap to press, testing the seam where trail meets drop. You match the adjustment without drama. The valley is teaching you to be taught, how to let your gait be altered by conditions without declaring an identity crisis. Courage is a set of small, accurate changes performed consistently in the presence of steadiness. The rod provides steadiness. You can borrow until your own returns. A trickle crosses the path and asks you to decide between a damp foot and a longer step than you planned. The rod extends, bridging just enough. You place your boot where wood has just been and watch the small water scatter, like a group of children when rain stops and sun returns. Small obstacles handled kindly teach your system not to anticipate catastrophe as the only headline. Your chest reads the lesson and loosens one more knot. There is a cutout in the rock ahead, a doorway made by river or time or both. As you pass through, the rod touches the lintel lightly, a courtesy to the place and a call to whatever kindness keeps records in stone. You follow with your fingers. Cold answers. Under the cold, something older. You feel counted in a census not of numbers but of beings who kept going. The list is not for judgment, it is for welcome. When fatigue presses behind your eyes, the shepherd marks a rest in terms your body can keep. The rod lays across two rocks, a short table for bread that tastes like the day softened, and a cup that warms its own rim in your hands. The valley has its own table, and it appears anywhere steadiness sets a line for you. You eat, not because hunger roars, but because nourishment is a promise kept, not a prize earned. The rod rests on its side for the length of a slower song. Even wood sleeps in company with care. If sorrow rises in the valley, and it often does, not as drama, but as a deep tide, there is room for it here. You do not have to hold it back like a river at a door. You let it move through, and the rod, instead of shooing it away, keeps beat beside it. The pairing makes a music that changes sorrow's gait from collapse to procession. Nothing is solved. Something is accompanied. Being accompanied changes the shape of the night more than answers ever have. A slope pitches down into a run of loose shale. The rod plants hard, a true anchor, then offers its length for your grasp. Your hand closes around it and feels the places where the shepherd's grip has polished the grain. The wood is warm in the both of you. You take the steps with a patience measured in 3. Wait, test, commit. When your boot edges slide a little, the rod absorbs the jitter and gives back steadiness. You did not fail. You used help. The valley is quick to distinguish. Near the deepest part, the walls lean away just enough to reveal a line of sky inked with the first hum of stars. The rod points, not to impress you with astronomy, but to remind you that direction still exists when horizons are narrow. You pick a star you do not know the name of, and let it stand in for hope you cannot yet spell. Names can come later. Tonight the pointing is enough. A small cavern opens where water learned a song too beautiful to rush. The shepherd raises a hand and you pause to listen. The rod rests across the entrance like a leaf across a cup, allowing sound to gather before it is poured. The music that emerges is mineral and old, a rain you hear with bone more than ear. You are not asked to understand. You are asked to receive. Left, right, left. The rod resumes its beat, and you walk on with the song living in your ribs. If dread returns, wearing a new coat, the rod does not argue. It draws a line in dust and stands on your side. You are not required to prove your worth to be protected. You are not asked to apologize for being human. The valley itself seems to lean a little toward you, as if geography prefers gentleness when given the chance. You are not wrong to have come this way. You're not late. You're precisely in the middle of what guidance looks like on Earth with weather. At last, almost slyly, the dark unknots. The valley flattens its brow. A faint paleness climbs the eastern ridge and tests your eye. You had not noticed how tired you were of guessing shapes. The first honest colour returns, a reed's cool green, a stone's honest brown, the silver thread of water bragging softly over pebbles. The rod keeps time through the transition, refusing victory laps. Dawn is enough celebration. On the final stretch, the path widens to welcome. The rod's tap changes again, lighter, the way footsteps sound in a hallway when you know your house is safe. The shepherd's silhouette is broader in the growing light. You breathe and hear your own breath answer with the ease it uses in kitchens and porches, ordinary places where peace prefers to live. The valley is not done teaching, but it is done testing. You step out from between the two dark shoulders into a field washed fresh. Grass combed by wind lies in neat waves. Birds debate the best branch with the good-natured argument of a small parliament. Behind you, the corridor you travelled keeps its counsel. The rod rises once and touches your shoulder. A benediction, a remembered knock, an ordinary miracle disguised as wood. Your heart takes the beat and tucks it under its own rhythm. You will carry it into rooms that echo and into rooms that cushion. You will tap it with your heel on floors that forgot they could be kind. You look back only long enough to say thank you to stone and slope and the quiet that makes courage possible. Shadows are still there. They have never pretended otherwise. They are thinner in morning, but no less real. You know now that real is not the opposite of safe. Real is the landscape where safety learns how to walk without lying. Later, when the day tries to make drama out of errands, you will hear a sound no one else hears. Wood meeting. Earth at a humane tempo, saying, keep, keep, keep. When news arrives with teeth, you will remember the single strike on stone and how it told the night where you stood. When someone you love enters their own narrow, you will walk as near as their valley allows and let your presence learn the rod's grammar. Near enough to warm, sure enough to signal, humble enough to keep pace. You will not swing at shade. You will keep strength for what has teeth. For now, you feel the sun on your cheek like a new hand, and you answer yes without ceremony. The grass wets your ankles, and you do not apologize for the mark it leaves on your socks. The rod is still moving beside you, a line drawn through air that says both boundary and blessing. You do not need a headline for what happened. You have a pulse that keeps time with something older than fear. You have a path that keeps appearing right where your foot will need it. You have the knowledge that valleys are not forever, and that forever is not the only measure worth using. The day opens, the field opens, your chest opens, the rod keeps its quiet office. And somewhere inside you, deeper than muscles, steadier than vows, courage lengthens its stride. It does not shout. It does not pose. It simply stays with you, through light and dark, over stone and soil, until evening, when the sound of wood on earth will lead you down another path, not into danger, but toward rest. You enter quietly, the way a person enters a room where someone is sleeping. The gate clicks behind you, and the night exhales. The garden is not neat, not manicured into obedience, yet nothing here is careless. Paths curve because grief never walks in straight lines. Dew has already begun forming on the edges of leaves, and where the rain left off your eyes, consider taking up the work. You stand still long enough to hear small lives continuing their small purposes. A snail moves like a thought that refuses to hurry. Somewhere, a drip finds its basin with patient accuracy. In this place, tears are not an error. They are water with a job. You sit on the low bench near the rosemary that remembers summer even when night is cool. The bench has held many bodies through many seasons. It takes your weight without opinion. Your hands rest palms down on the wood. The grain is a slow river that refuses to run out. When the first tear rises, you do not argue with it. You let it reach the ledge of your lower lashes and drop. The soil answers with the smallest, almost invisible darkening, as if the ground had been waiting to sip what only you can give. There is no audience here that needs you to be brave. Courage will come later, like a seedling that does not look like much, and then suddenly shades half the path. For now, there is the faithful chemistry of salt and loam, of breath and night air, of skin and release. The tears are not the opposite of faith. They are faith telling the truth about the weather inside you. You use your sleeve and it comes away damp. Another tear follows the first, then another, patient as a string of beads that someone is threading in the dark. You begin to name things, not as a ritual for the world to hear, but so your own heart can tell what has been carried. The sentence you wish you had not said, the phone that did not ring, the chair at the table that stays empty, a hope that came late and had nowhere to live. Names do not make the grief heavier, they make it honest. Each name becomes a little seed, and the tears do the work rain does on good ground. The garden does not rush you, even the breeze moves as if it has read the schedule that sorrow keeps. You notice a bed to your left, where last year's stalks still stand. They are brown and hollow and beautiful in their own way. They rattle when wind passes and then return to stillness. You used to think you had failed when something finished. Now you see what remains can shelter new things that do not yet know how to stand alone. You break one brittle stem between forefinger and thumb and hear the clean sound it makes. Some endings deserve ceremony. You lay the stem along the path like a small offering and feel the warm ache of being human. A cat slips between lavender mounds and pretends not to be curious about you. You do not reach for it. It circles once, twice, then leans its shoulder against your shin as if to say, stay. You drop your hand onto its back, and it raises a ridge of fur to meet your palm. The simplicity of the exchange surprises you. Grief will let you touch what is kind, even while it is speaking about what is lost. You stroke the cat once more, and it leaves without apology. Business concluded, night resuming. On a shelf near the fence sits an old clay pot with a hairline crack that runs from lip to base. You turn it gently and see where the crack widens near the bottom, which explains the small crescent of darker soil under the pot. Wherever the pot sits, it leaks a little. You smile despite yourself. Somewhere, someone taught you to be ashamed of your leaking. Here the pot grows things exactly because of the flaw. Roots reach through the broken place. A tiny fern has taken the escape route and made a home just outside the proper edge. You feel the story settle where stories belong, not as a slogan, but as a living picture. Your throat tightens again. This time the tears bring a sensation like rain on a tin roof, insistent and rhythmic. You let your shoulders shake once. The body knows how to empty without breaking. If air feels thin, put a hand on your chest and count what is still yours to count. In for 4, pause for 2, out for 6, the breath that taught you how to calm a long time ago. The tears do not stop because you breathe. They become kinder because you breathe. The garden rests under a quilt of scents. Wet earth, the lemony memory of crushed time beneath your heel. A faint sweetness from a late rose that refuses to let the year end without one more try. You lean toward the rose and see that the petals are not perfect. Something nibbled here and there. Something browned along one edge. The heart is intact. You understand that beauty suffers and still chooses to open. You understand that opening is not a performance, but a habit. At the centre of the garden is a shallow bowl set on a stone. In daylight, it holds rain, and birds consider it theirs. At night, it becomes a mirror for whatever the sky has the courage to show. You go to it and look. Your face is not the strongest thing you see. The face is the frame. What holds the image is the water. For a moment you see your own eyes as if they belong to someone you love. That is the shift that matters. Love does not demand you stop crying. It makes space for your eyes to be more than a verdict. Some gardeners keep a jar for what falls from them. You imagine one here, the glass cool to the touch, the stopper snug. The old story said that none of your tears are lost. You do not need to know the proper shelf where the jar belongs to. Believe that nothing honest is wasted. In your mind you place the jar beneath the rosemary so it will smell of memory and meals and care. You picture it filling by drops on the nights when words cannot hold their shape. One day you will pour from that jar onto a dry root and watch green return where you had given up. You walk the far path and pass a patch where leaves have been left to lie. The gardener here trusts decomposition. You crouch and pick up a handful, crumble them, feel how the leaf becomes almost silk before it becomes soil. What was bright and green and working all day long becomes food for roots by being allowed to fall and change. Grief is like this. It is the necessary turning of what once stood into what will nourish. No slogans, only time and quiet, and the permission to come apart with dignity. A wind chime sings one note and then remembers the hour. You sit again, this time near a small fig whose leaves are large enough to write on if you had something to say to the night. You do not. The message would be too simple to require a page. I miss you. I wish. I remember. In the fig's shade, you let silence do the speaking. Tears cure the parts of you that insist on always being eloquent. You think about how grief arrives in seasons, the way the garden keeps its agreements with the sun. There is a season for pruning, a season for planting, a season for the unremarkable work of keeping weeds from stealing what is needed. There is a season for letting things go tall and wild for the sake of bees. There is a season for cutting back hard and trusting that shock can be a kind of kindness. You are not required to keep every season in your hands at once. Tonight belongs to watering and to watching for the smallest new leaf. You remember a day when you scolded yourself for crying. The garden leans toward you as if it heard. Here, scolding is a tool that stays in the shed. It rusts well. In its place are tools that know how to cradle as well as cut. A trowel that lifts without tearing. A pair of shears that take only what must go and then rests. You become the person who chooses the right tool for the hour inside you. Your hands learn to be gentle even when they are strong, to be strong even when they are shaking. At the far corner stands a tree that looks older than the fence. Its bark peels in long ribbons that curl like parchment. You lay your palm on it, and the trunk receives your touch without reacting, which is a kind of welcome that requires no performance from either of you. You ask nothing. The tree offers nothing except itself. You feel a kinship you cannot explain, except to say that endurance is a language, and you have learned a word. A moth arrives and makes its soft, awkward path toward the lamp over the back door. You ached for set answers once, for floodlights that erased every shadow. Now you prefer lamps that warm the circle you're actually standing in. Tears taught you this. They insisted that scale matters, that small kindnesses heal in ways shouting never does. You carry the lesson out of the garden in your pocket like a seed packet folded and soft from use. There is a sound you had not noticed until now, a low, continuous hum beneath crickets and drip and leaf. It might be the city far away, the nervous system of a world still turning. It might be the hum of faith that does not need stage lights. In the Garden of Tears, this hum is what never leaves when everything else seems to be leaving. You let it lay a line through you, crown to heel, and your body recognizes the tone as safe. You find the watering can under the bench, dented and familiar. You fill it at the spigot, the water cold against your hand. The can is heavier than you expected when you lift it. You are not strong tonight in the way you usually mean strong. You are strong in the way that carries what is honest from place to place. You pour slowly along the base of the rosemary, at the roots of the fig, across the thirsty square where bulbs sleep in the dark on purpose. Each arc of water is a sentence that does not need to be translated. I am with you. I remember. Grow when you're ready. Your tears ease. Not because the reasons are gone, because the body trusts you to make room again when it needs it. A leaf touches your forearm and leaves behind a clean line of wet that is not your own. You smile without deciding to. The garden meets you in your softness and gives you back a shape that includes resilience without pretending to be stone. Consider for a moment the way some plants close at night to protect themselves, then open in morning without scolding the dark. You take a lesson. You do not try to pry yourself open. You set a watch at your own gate, gently, kindly, letting in nothing that would trample. You whisper to the part of you that wants to fix everything now, wait. We are watering. We are allowed to water without harvest, to tend without telling anyone what we are tending. When wind returns, it brings a smell of wet metal and far-off smoke. Memories ride in on scents more than on words. The old summer of fireworks. The winter you learned a new quiet. A kitchen where someone cut pears and fed you slices without asking questions. You do not chase the memory into the house of yesterday. You let it sit on the path, like an old friend who will stay as long as the welcome lasts, and then take its coat and go. You look up, and the clouds are the kind that keep their secrets. Stars are a rumour. You do not need them to shine for this to work. The garden is making its own light with small acts. A slug leaves a silver thread over the stone. The lamp throws a circle that hairline cracks, break into constellations underfoot. Your eyes adjust to what is available, which is part of the miracle. A robin fusses once in the hedge, startled by night logic that belongs to birds. You nearly say sorry to a creature who will forget your presence in a minute. Then you realise you are the one who startled yourself with an old rule that does not belong here. No apologising for crying. No apologising for staying. No apologising for leaving only when the body says it is time. Before you go, you kneel and press your fingers into the soil. Cool rises into your skin. You feel the texture change as you go deeper. Near the surface, it is loose and responsive. Below, it becomes dense and quiet, a place where roots hold their meetings. You do not need to attend. Your task was to bring water. The rest continues underground, private and necessary, at a pace that cannot be made to hurry and does not need to. You stand and brush your knees with quick little pats that sound like favourite pages being closed. The garden does not ask for a speech. It sends you with a scent you will carry back through the door, rosemary and night air, and that trace of petrichor the rain left behind. You will lie down, and the pillow will know your face better. You will sleep without forgetting. You will wake to find a new leaf that was not there before. A green so new it almost glows, and you will know exactly when it began. As you reach the gate, your hand finds the latch by memory. You look back once, the way people do when they leave rooms that have seen their true shape. The paths are darker now. The bowl has caught a slice of sky for safekeeping. The cracked pot stands where you left it, faithful in its leaking. The garden is not finished, and does not need to be. You close the gate softly, so the night will not think you are angry with it. Walking back through the hall, you feel the garden move with you. It has become a room inside, furnished and lit at all hours, the kind you can enter by simply putting a hand on your chest. When morning comes with its inbox and its public faces, you will know where the watering can is. You will know that crying is not a flaw, but a function. That salt makes even bitter things honest. That roots do their brave work out of sight. That leaves follow light even with holes in them. You turn off the lamp, and the dark gives you back the contours of bed and breath. The last tear slides and dries. Your face cools. The garden keeps watch outside. The soil continues its hidden conversions. Somewhere a seed that has waited 3 seasons swells by an amount no one can measure. This is enough miracle for one night. You sleep, not to escape, but to let growth happen at its own address. The Garden of Tears does not lock its gate. It trusts you to return only when needed. That is the kind of trust that allows both you and the flowers to live. It begins with warmth in the palm, the small, deliberate heat that rises when you cup something precious and keep it close long enough for your body to change it. The vial is simple glass, not ornate, catching lamplight the way a quiet stream catches moon. When you loosen the cap, the first breath of scent is not loud. It is a whisper of field and branch, a memory of sunlight turned patient. Oil knows how to travel without rushing. It chooses edges, finds hollows, takes its time. Tonight it is both balm and blessing, a way to say with your hands what your mouth is too tired to frame. Let one drop fall to your fingertip. Watch how it holds its shape before consenting to move. Bring it to your forehead and touch the place where thoughts gather to hold meetings that run too long. The skin receives the glinting weight as if it has been missing exactly this. You move the drop slowly, left to right, then down, no symbol required, only direction, until the small shine becomes a puff. Oil is honest. It does not pretend the ridge of bone is smooth. It simply softens the way. Beneath the skin, the mind takes the hint and rearranges its furniture. Fewer sharp corners, more chairs that understand how to cradle. Another drop to each temple. Circles with the gentlest pressure, the way you would comfort a child whose brow is stormed with effort. You feel how quickly the warmth travels, how willingly the body lets go when touched with deliberate kindness. The rain approves with a softer cadence. The piano lowers its left hand until it is mostly heartbeat, a companionable thrum that says you are not the only steady thing in the room. If you learned, once upon a quiet field, that a shepherd pours oil on a sheep's head to keep small troubles from driving it mad and to heal places brush has nicked, you remember it now. The image walks in, clean as water, a careful hand, a patient creature, an old practice kept because it works. You are not less human for needing the same mercy. Oil at the hairline where thoughts begin, oil where the ear meets the skull, so listening will not turn into bracing. Oil across the crown, slow and sure, so the night will know whom it guards. Touch the bridge of the nose, then trace a line along the cheekbones as if you are lighting a runway for breath to land. Put the barest sheen on the lids and let your eyes close under it. The world dims without disappearing. Down to the jaw, that hinge that has tried so hard to hold sentences together. Your fingers find the place where clench begins and stay until the muscle remembers it was built for conversation and for laughter, not for court. Oil does not hurry, and it does not hoard. A little becomes more than enough because it teaches skin how to welcome and share. Brush your thumbs lightly behind the ears, where worry keeps its small, loyal guard. Lay your palm a moment at the base of the skull and imagine the old, tired list giving you permission to forget it for the night. You are not abandoning anything. You are anointing your limits so they will be gentle when they speak. Let the oil touch both wrists. The pulse says thank you in its wordless grammar. It has carried urgency all day. Tonight, it wants to carry consent. Turn the hands over and see how the lines in your palms shine briefly, as if they were small rivers catching a dawn that has arrived early. Oil down the sternum, no more than a drop. Then rest your whole hand there. The heart knows a blessing when it hears one. It answers by not rushing to the next room. Another drop for the low belly, where the body keeps books for invisible ledgers. Warm, circle, pause. The breath follows, lower and wider than before, like a tide that has finally found the moon. If tears arrive, the oil is not offended. It is kin with water. They share the work. One softens from without, the other dissolves from within. Between them, a knot becomes a ribbon and falls loose. Kneel, if you like, or sit and lift each foot in turn. Oil at the heel, where you braced. Across the arch that held you up. Along the toes that learnt the grammar of crossing water. You remember the lake and how the surface held you when you looked at the light? You trace a little shine there, tutti, in memo to your steps. Trust will be asked again. Trust will be answered again. The oil makes a soft proof of that sentence on skin that knows how to remember. Return to the table in your mind where bread sat warm in lamplight and a cup refused to empty. Pour a small ribbon of oil into the saucer of your palm and feel how it pools. Not jealous, not stingy, willing to share the bowl of your hand with the air. Tip your palm and watch the edge go thicker, then overflow by intention. Overflow has never been waste in this house. It is generosity measured by grace, not by fear of running out. Let the word overflow mean what it meant at the table. There is enough for you, and there will be enough for whoever sits beside you next. Touch the throat lightly, not to silence but to tune. the voice will be needed tomorrow. Let the oil remind it of its best tone, the one that can be firm without being hard, soft without disappearing. No vows tonight, only a brief request that rides out on breath. May my words be shaped by this kind of care. May my pauses be as eloquent as my sentences. May I speak to myself with the same gentleness I hope to offer others. Hold the vial between your palms a moment longer until the remaining warmth becomes promise. Then cap it and set it on the windowsill where dawn will find it. The glass will glow a little when the sky lifts. One more small sun for the hidden room you carry. The fragrance lingers, a suggestion, not a demand, threading the air with a note that knows how to keep company with rain. Oil teaches pace. It will not run just because you push. It will not vanish just because you forget it for a minute. It abides. So tonight you practice abiding. You let the lamp keep its smaller circle. You let the wings, remembered, make a room within the room. You let the rod's quiet confidence become your spine against the pillow. You let the garden of tears loosen the soil around what still hurts. You let the river's tempo adopt your lungs. You let the valley's cadence keep your feet in your dreams. All of it scented now by this small, faithful sheen. The body's way of knowing it has been named. There is an old word for this, anointing. It sounds formal until you see what it really is. Touch as prayer, care as identity. A sign that says you belong, you are kept. You are being prepared not for performance, but for presence. You do not have to know how to be holy, to let your skin be told it is loved. Oil and night understand how to carry that message to the deeper rooms where language cannot reach. If you want, you can bless what the oil has touched, not with speeches, with brief truths. Forehead, mind at ease. Eyes, light when needed, rest when necessary. Mouth, kindness, clarity. Throat, courage that does not shout. Heart, pace that fits a human life. Belly, trust in rhythms older than fear. Hands, work that heals. Feet, paths that appear in time. The blessing does not bind you. It frees you to be carried by what you have already consented to. Some traditions pour oil on the head until it runs, down through the hair, onto the collar, over the chest, dripping onto the fabric that will bear a mark tomorrow. The picture is extravagant on purpose. A life identified by goodness so thick it stains. A person recognized by fragrance before they are recognized by name. You do not need to empty the vial to receive the meaning. One drop repeated with attention becomes the same story worn at a smaller scale. You are marked by care. The night can smell it. So can tomorrow. Imagine for a moment the places the oil will travel in your sleep. It will find the thin skin at the temples and tell the tiny muscles there they can stop counting. It will soften the seam between shoulder and neck where worry perches. It will move like slow light along the sternum until the heart remembers its favourite key. It will visit the wrists and turn their drum into a hymn. It will sit quietly at the ankles, a watchman that does not need to pace to be faithful. You will not need to manage any of this. You will need only to sleep. If a doubt comes and asks whether this is indulgent, the old shepherd story answers from the doorway with a small smile. There are summers when flies bother so much that only oil saves a creature's sanity. There are brambles that will scratch no matter how careful a path you take. There is weather that rubs the skin raw. Oil is not a luxury in such a world. It is wisdom kept in a bottle. Your body nods. The doubt goes to bed. The house has learned the scent already. It moves through rooms like a memory that doesn't wound. You picture your morning self passing by the sill, catching the light in the glass, and remembering this hour. Not to recreate it in a rush, but to let its residue inform the day. How you touch your face when you first see it. How you answer the first email that tries to turn you into a machine. How you hold a door, lift a cup, choose a speed. Oil leaves an almost invisible sheen on choices. There is more to pour, but not from the bottle. There is a kind of oil that lives in words when they are chosen well. You think of the soft answers you practiced, the gentle yes you learnt to carry, the rod's measured tap, the lamp's circle, the table's welcome, the river's patience. All of them are forms of anointing, ordinary things made luminous by intention and by love. Tomorrow, you will pour that kind of oil into a conversation that wants to scorch. You will drip it into an afternoon that threatens to crack. You will season a meeting with a phrase that keeps it human. You will not always see the shine. Others will feel it. For now, the night is doing its slow work under the roof of your breathing. Set the vial where the moon can find it. Press your oiled palms together just long enough to feel heat multiply. Then open them. Hold them above your face like two small wings that know where to hover. Lower them as if blessing a child you adore. Touch each cheek once and let go. This is enough ceremony for a lifetime and for this 1 hour. Listen, the rain has become punctuation, a few soft commas to keep the sentence of the dark from running too long. The piano, respecting the anointing, places 3 notes that resolve and then rest. Your bed is a rock tonight, not for hardness, for faithfulness. Your pillow is the open field of chapter 5, remade to hold the shine without asking for anything back. The hidden room is open by a breath, air trading places with ease. Before you turn, bless the places the oil has not reached, the places no hand can touch, the tender rooms where regret sits, the hall where courage paces, the shelf where hope keeps its lidded jar, the floor where old weariness lies down and pretends it is permanent. Oil travels by association now, by memory, by trust. It moves because you asked it to and because you let it. You roll to your side and the sheet answers with a soft pull, smoothing itself where the oil has taught it to shine. Your face warms the cotton. The cotton cools your face. Somewhere a cupboard settles. Somewhere a street drains. Somewhere goodness and mercy rehearse the route they will take tomorrow, behind you, beside you, in front of you when needed, carrying small cruets of their own for emergencies you will not have to meet alone. Sleep approaches the bed like a careful priest, carrying a small flask and a great quiet. You do not need to rise to receive. Everything that needed touching has been touched. Everything that needed naming has been named. Oil remains on the sill, on the skin, in the air. Its work continues while yours ends. Your breath lengthens into the ancient rhythm. Your pulse finds the key the piano chose hours ago. Your mind loosens its last knot. Your mouth forms one more word you do not have to say out loud: kept. And then the room lowers its gaze. The night draws the curtain another inch, and you enter the good rest with a brightness that does not glare. A soft, faithful sheen that says, blessed for the road, blessed for the dark, blessed for the dawn. Dawn arrives in low, careful layers, the kind a tired heart can climb without panting. The first light does not rush your face. It rehearses on the windowsill, then studies the curve of the cup by the sink, then finally takes a seat on your shoulder with the weight of a friendly bird. The rain has kept the edges of the world clean. The piano, which stayed in your bones overnight, offers 2 notes to help you find your footing. You swing your legs over the bed and feel the small, faithful sheen from last night's oil where your fingers touched. You do not have to start the day alone. You never did. They arrive as you stand, one at each flank, but a step behind, so unassuming you would miss them if you loved noise. Goodness and mercy do not knock. They live outside your doorframe like the 2 gentlest weather systems, always prepared, never dramatic. Goodness carries a basket with a lid. Mercy carries a cloth and a key. You do not command them. They simply fall in behind as you walk, the way a shadow keeps its quiet promise to the body that casts it. In the kitchen, you reach for the kettle, and your hand bumps a glass too near the counter's edge. It wobbles, tilts, decides not to crash, then wobbles again, because that's what glasses do when mornings are new. Before you can lunge, goodness steadies the air, and mercy lays the cloth where the spill would have been. The glass reconsiders the drama and stays upright. You breathe out a small laugh that feels like grace learning to speak through the mouth of an ordinary person. You had not earned anything yet. That was never the point. You move through the first lit rooms of the day with 2 quiet witnesses at your back, 2 archivists who file blessings by scent and sound, catching what you drop without asking you to explain why your hands are full. You butter a slice of bread and remember the table that waited in the night. Goodness remembers with you and nudges you to add a little honey, because joy pairs well with steady. Mercy notices the old ache in your chest, preparing to lobby for urgency, and lays the key on it. That lock opens later, the key says. For now, eat. Streetlight clicks to daylight. On the threshold, you put a hand to your pocket and feel the down feather you kept, the one the wings gave you when storms learned your name. It brushes your knuckles and reminds you that shelter is not a place to hide from life. It is a way to walk through it. Goodness and mercy approve, with a presence that feels like warm air sliding under a winter coat. The door snicks shut. The world is not smaller than you feared. It is kinder than you remember. The sidewalk has kept last night's rain in small languages. Puddles offer a narrow sky you can step through if you're watching. You pass 2 strangers arguing quietly and make yourself soft enough to let their weather pass without catching it. Goodness drops a wordless hope into the space between them, and the edge in their voices lowers by a half step, almost imperceptibly, like a violin that has found the right string. Mercy picks up the insult one of them meant to say and replaces it with silence before it can grow teeth. They do this kind of work for you too, more often than you know. At the crossing you wait with the others, breath steaming into the new cold. The signal changes. Everyone moves. A cyclist cuts it close, and a horn tries to turn morning into courtroom. Goodness keeps your face from catching fire. Mercy keeps your mouth from becoming a blade. Your foot meets painted line, then asphalt, then the other painted line, and you hear a rhythm you recognize from the valley. The rod's humane tempo, the one your heart learned to keep. Keep, keep, keep. The day collects demands with the competency of a diligent clerk. Emails clear their throats. A calendar squares its shoulders and pretends it is authority. In the elevator, you look at your mirrored face and choose not to litigate it. Goodness places a small note at the bottom of your reflection, loved as is. Mercy erases 3 words your inner prosecutor was about to scrawl under that note. The doors open. You carry the truer sentence out with you, the way a person carries a warm mug, careful not to spill, and unafraid if a little overflows. At your desk, a message waits that you hoped would not. It has the tone you recognize, urgent, unseasoned, sharp at the corners. You read it through once, and in the space where reply quickly used to live, you hear the lamp from chapter 6 clicking on in your chest. Enough light for the next line, not the whole thread. Goodness sets the basket down and lifts its lid. Inside are phrases that taste like bread. I understand. Thank you for naming this. Here is what I can offer now. Mercy stands behind your left shoulder with the cloth ready for any spill of heat. You type. You delete the sentence that would have won the moment and weakened the day. You send something strong and kind instead, and afterward you sit still until your breath returns to normal and your jaw remembers it is a hinge, not a vice. Around noon, you leave the building to find the kind of light that grows on your skin as much as on leaves. Goodness walks a little closer, as it tends to in wide places, pointing with its chin at utterly ordinary wonders you would have missed without training. Scaffolding that looks like a hymn about patience. A delivery driver handing a bag to a receptionist with a tenderness that says someone taught him meals matter. A sparrow convincing a crumb to be 2 crumbs. Mercy remains a half step behind, as always, collecting small losses in the cloth so they do not stain everything else. The unsent text that should have been sent last week. The memory that tries to turn itself into a verdict. The brief glance from a colleague that your anxious mind was preparing to mistranslate. It folds each into the fabric with the care of someone who has learned how to wash without shrinking. You eat on a bench and practice the prayer that looks like chewing slowly. The river inside your chest approves and sets a pace that daylight can love. When a person approaches to ask for directions and then stays to tell a story you did not schedule, you do not scan for exits. Goodness arranges the minutes so they do not feel stolen. Mercy places a soft guard around your edges so the story can spill without flooding. You part with a simple sentence. May the next hour be kind. And do not add the advice you would have added last year. You are learning the difference between help and control. The afternoon tilts toward a narrow corridor where you have, more than once, lost your way. The hour when tasks pile high and your middle sinks. In the past, you built ladders out of panic. Today you remember the valley's trick, stairs grown by water and time, and you wait for the next stone to be named. Goodness taps the one that says drink. Mercy taps the one that says breathe. Goodness taps the one that says ask. Mercy taps the one that says rest. You take them in order, one boot length at a time. If a shadow tries to enlarge itself by standing directly over your desk, Goodness opens the blind 1 inch, and Mercy moves the task 1 inch down the list. Space returns, so does accuracy. Midway through the emails, a name rises, the kind that arrives with a rope attached to your ribs. You pick up your phone and type a sentence you owe. I am sorry. I would like to repair this if you are willing. Goodness steadies your hand so you do not over-explain. Mercy reminds you that apology is not theatre. You put the phone face down and let the world move without you for 3 breaths. It is a relief to discover it can. You carry the hidden room with you into a meeting that has the potential to turn people into positions. While others talk fast to outrun discomfort, you slip a finger to the seam in your chest and push the door open 1 inch. The room answers with its clean air hush, and you can hear beneath the noise what is actually being asked. Will we be safe if we disagree? Will I be seen if I cannot perform? Goodness puts a simple sentence on your tongue. I think we want the same good thing, and we are naming different roads to it. Mercy slides your chair back a ½ inch to make space for someone else's courage. The tone shifts. It is not magic. It is practice. In late afternoon, fatigue lowers itself into the chair across from you and props its boots on your knees. Uninvited but honest. You do not throw it out. Goodness brings the cup from the night table into this hour and pours something warm you didn't know was still hot. Mercy drapes the cloth over the shoulders of your will and says, sit back for 5 minutes. You close your eyes and feel the rod's old beat in your foot tapping under the desk. Keep, 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 you do. On the way home, the city shows its teeth in small, manageable ways. Sirens combing the street, frustration humming like a low power line. You drop into the small quiet of your seat and let the lamp in your chest find its circle again. Goodness gazes out the window as if it could memorize all the kindnesses happening in apartments you will never see. Mercy sits beside you and refuses to let your mind turn worry into prophecy. At the bus stop, a boy offers his place to someone older, and you watch 2 people's faces soften at once. It feels like a phrase you have prayed coming true in the wild. At your door you hesitate with keys in hand, the way a person does who wants to keep the threshold honest. Home is home because you carry the house wherever you go. The room, the table, the rock, the lamp, the river, the wings. Still, it helps to cross a particular lintel and hear a hinge say welcome. You step in. Goodness slips past you to turn on a light in the room you will need next. Mercy stays behind long enough to make sure the latch settles, then comes in after you, folding the evening around the hallway so the day will not follow you too far. Dinner is a warm repetition rather than an invention. Heat, stir, taste, a little more salt. You leave a plate out because someone might come by, or might text, or might simply be hungry later. You or someone who shares your roof, or someone who knocks. Goodness calls this faith. Mercy calls it planning. They are both right. You eat slowly enough to remember the table's promise. There is a place with your name on it wherever you are willing to sit long enough to be fed. After the dishes, you carry a small bag of trash to the bin behind the building. The sky has gone to cobalt. A neighbour is there, eyes rimmed with the day's smoke. You nod the small nod that means I see you, and do not require performance. They ask a question with no punctuation at the end. You answer with a sentence that does not weigh the conversation down. Goodness holds the silence that follows, as if it were a fragile bowl. Mercy slips 2 words into your ear that taste like honey. You offer them. They land. The neighbour's shoulders lower. No fireworks. The right kind of miracle. Inside, the hidden room opens wide without you touching the seam. The air has learned your name. You set the stone from the river on the table beside the paper that says be strengthened, and you feel how both fit tonight without forcing. You sit in the chair that does the good work of taking your weight and giving it back to you as peace. Goodness sits on the low stool like a contented animal. Mercy lights the single candle and lays the cloth over the basket of what can wait. You read a few lines you have read before, and they sound new because you are. When the past tries its old trick, arriving with multiple boxes and a label maker, Goodness smiles and stacks them against the wall with care. Mercy writes later. On the top one in a hand, even the past respects. You listen for the midnight watch's hum and hear it warming up in the pipes. The way the house remembers how to keep time, even when clocks are tired. You are softer from the day's steadying, not thinner. Oil has become a tone in your voice, a caution in your pace, a sheen on your choices. The lamp's circle sets itself on the floor. You stand in it and call 3 names, one with gratitude, one with hope, one with need, and then you let the circle close, trusting that circles have a way of opening again when it is their hour. You will sleep soon. Before you do, you pay attention to a promise that has been walking behind you since morning, since last year, since your first breath. Goodness and mercy do not clock out. They take shifts you are not asked to monitor. On the nights when you forget, they remember. On the days when you run, they keep your pace without complaint. They are not bodyguards. They are not critics. They are not judges. They are the quiet tailwind you feel on a street that should have been harder. They are the hand that lifts a corner of the burden without announcing it. They are the 2 dogs in a story who carry baskets in their mouths and make a procession look like play. All the days, the old line says. You consider the breadth of it, the sharp days and the bland ones. The days when you will carry bad news to your own mouth and chew it until it tastes like truth. The days when laughter will knock over glasses and no one will mind the water. Goodness and mercy do not leave you because you are excellent. They stay because love is stubborn. And then, forever. Not as a threat, as a homecoming, as the recognition that every room you have built inside, and every field you have crossed, and every table you have set, and every valley you have learnt to walk through were foyers, gardens, porches of a house whose doors you have been opening one small act at a time. The house does not remove you from the world. It teaches you how to dwell in it, how to bring bread into meetings and lamplight onto crosswalks, how to carry rod tempo into loud corridors and wing shadow over people who don't yet know they can rest. It teaches you to let your speech be scented with oil, and your hands remember water, and your feet know where to find rock. It teaches you what to do when you arrive at another closed gate. Reach for the hinge with patience. Lift the latch with hope. Step through with the gentleness of someone who trusts who is walking behind them. You turn down the bed and lay the feather on the nightstand. The one that says shelter is near. You place the little stone on the windowsill where the moon can bless it. You set the paper where your morning hand will meet it and remember what was promised at the table. Goodness tucks the corners of the night around the bed, as if night were a child needing comfort more than comprehension. Mercy takes the first watch by the door. You forget to worry over now. They talk softly to each other in the language of people who enjoy their work, recounting small rescues, laughing at the way you mispronounced your own name in a rushed sentence, and then corrected it with kindness, praising the exact second your jaw unhooked when your breath remembered the river. You close your eyes and the house of the Lord, not somewhere else, but here, not someday, but now answers by opening one more room. In it are the things you have touched and been touched by: lamp, table, river, gate, rod, wings, garden, rock, oil, the path over water, the soft answer, the yes. They are not trophies, they are tools kept clean by use. You do not have to hold them all in your hands. You only have to dwell, which is another way of saying remain, be kept, return, rest. On the edge of sleep, you whisper a sentence that fits your lungs and your life. Follow me tomorrow too. You do not have to aim it anywhere. Goodness has already heard. Mercy has already agreed. In the hall of your breathing, the piano places 3 notes. The house lowers its lights, and the door between day and night opens without a creak. They step through with you, one step behind, as they always will, until steps are no longer needed, and you find that the last door you walk through is only the widest doorway into the immense, familiar room you have been practicing for with every small act of trust. The house is not at the end of a road. It keeps appearing wherever welcome learns the door's shape. You know it now by how your spine loosens near its threshold, by how your hand finds a latch even in the dark, by the way the air inside speaks your name without making a scene of it. The rain that walked with you all night hangs its coat quietly on a peg by the entry. Somewhere a piano has already tuned the morning, not with scales, but with a single note that lingers long enough to become a room. The first room is small and right-sized as the way a palm holds water. A rug with a patient pattern receives your shoes and does not mind the mud. A low bench remembers every back that has leaned on it. Hooks along the wall hold the days you do not need to carry further. Anxieties by their collars, plans by their sensible belts, a sadness by its soft sleeve. You leave each there without interrogation. Goodness straightens the row. Mercy shakes out one sleeve and smooths it flat, the way someone does when they are not trying to fix you so much as to love the shape you're in. To the left is a narrow corridor that remembers quiet feet. It leads to the prayer room that built itself while you were learning the hidden room inside your chest. Here the ceiling lowers to keep sound close and true. A small window catches the temper of the sky and teaches you to pray with the weather, not against it. Shelves keep psalms like bread, daily, familiar, more miraculous for being ordinary. You sit. The chair knows how to hold a person the way the shore holds a boat that's come home. You speak only a few words, and the room adds what you could not by magic, by memory. The sentences earlier rooms taught you, help, thanks, be near, now worn smooth by use, shining like pebbles from a riverbed. Farther in, the table waits where it always waits, even when you are late. The cloth does not scold you for wrinkles. A cup stands ready to be filled without asking for reasons. The loaf breaks with a sigh that says, again. This is not a feast because it is impressive. It is a feast because it is faithful. Goodness sets a little plate for whatever you cannot yet name, and slides it toward you as if to say, the unnamed is not uninvited. Mercy takes the second cup, the one you poured for whoever might need it, and places it in your hands until you remember you are also a person who might need it. Beyond the table a hallway opens, and the house shows you its length, not as a boast, as a reassurance that dwelling is a practice, not a single room. The floorboards learn your pace and soften their creak in approval. On the right, a door stands ajar. The scent of oil and clean linen draws you in. It is a room for mending, the place where nicked shins are rinsed, where old splinters finally come out, where a scalp is anointed, so the buzzing of the day will not drive you into offence. A basin waits, pale and deep enough for both hands. You dip and remember the river's voice, the way it carried things only after you let them go. A towel meets your fingers, as if it had been practicing all morning to be exactly this warm. Across the hall, an open arch frames a courtyard roofed in sky. Wings have been here, proof in the down feather caught on a twig and in the shape safely left on the ground. The air is a few degrees warmer, the way shade holds heat like a promise. You stand under the remembered span and feel your chest remember its unguarded width. The house never asks you to choose between shelter and horizon. It keeps both within reach, like two names for the same care. From somewhere near the back you hear a sound you love. Wood touching earth at a sensible tempo. The shepherd has come through, not parading, checking fences, tapping thresholds, greeting corners as if they are faces. The rod's cadence becomes your heartbeat's companion, and for a moment you think you could stay in this hallway all day and learn patience from the floor. The shepherd pauses in the doorway long enough to count. A glance that feels like your name written briefly in air, where only love can read it. And then moves on, because keeping is not hovering. It is presence on a circuit that returns before fear can finish its sentence. You wander toward a long room lined with windows that remember rain and sun with equal affection. Polished tables bloom with maps no one forces on you. Each map shows a place where you have already been. The valley with its careful stairs. The garden that let you cry without schedule. The lake that decided not to drown you when you looked at the light. You run a finger along paths you once walked terrified and feel how smooth they are now. A pencil lies there for the next revision. An easing of a curve where panic once lived. An added bench where you learn to rest. A star drawn near the place you finally said yes. A door at the end of the gallery opens onto a kitchen with 1,000 hands memory. Pots hang at peace. The stove breathes a low warmth like a small animal asleep. You are not needed here to prove useful. You are allowed to be nourished. Still, the house likes it when you join the making. You slice fruit and place it in a bowl the size of welcome. You stir a pot, and the steam writes your face back to you with kinder lines. Goodness hums an old hymn under its breath as it passes you a wooden spoon. Mercy turns down the flame with the same decisiveness it uses to lower a raised voice in your head. There is a stair you have never noticed that leads up to a landing lined with doorways. On each door, a small plaque reads in plain script what the room keeps: study, silence, laughter, repair, sleep, music, work, play, waiting. You choose waiting because patience is easier when it has furniture. Inside is a window seat with a view of nothing spectacular. Just trees that do not apologise for being trees, and a slice of sky that changes without drama. A clock ticks without pressure. Space makes you honest about how much of your impatience is habit. While you sit, Mercy enters and places a small wrapped package in your lap. Not yet, the tag says. The word does not punish. It preserves sweetness. You smile and hide the package under the cushion, the way a child knows to keep some joy for later. Across the landing, the repair room smells faintly of cedar and glue. Not everything that breaks must be replaced here. There are clamps that hold without bruising, thread that finds its original colour, sandpaper that remembers how to go slow. On the wall, a peg keeps a sign you have needed. You are not the sum of what you fix. You breathe differently around those letters. Goodness sets a stool and invites you to sit while it mends one small thing you have been carrying broken in a pocket. Mercy holds the light at a gentle angle, so shadows do not masquerade as cracks. Back downstairs, a long hallway ends at a door the colour of patience. Beyond it, the house makes a garden inside itself, brick paths edged with time, raised beds where mint threatens to take over and is gently persuaded to share. The cracked pot from last night's garden of tears stands here too, but in this light you notice how the hairline split guides water exactly where a thirsty root waits. You kneel and press your fingers into soil that does not mind being touched. A sign tucked under a rosemary reads, "Forever is daily." You have suspected as much. The work of dwelling turns out to be a series of present tense agreements, small, sturdy, repeated until they are you. In the far corner, a gate opens to a field you have walked in dreams, the one with forgiving grass and a slope that says you will not fall far. Children appear, inventing games out of nothing, and you remember you once knew how to do that without permission. Laughter has a room upstairs, yes, but it also likes the fields. Goodness throws a ball high and catches it badly to make the small ones brave. Mercy keeps an eye at the margins where shy kids hover, inviting without shining a spotlight. You sit down and let the field do its strange healing. The way open space teaches your lungs that capacity is not a metaphor. When weariness suggests a bench, the house obliges with one that faces neither the past nor the future. From here, you can see the lamps circle in the dusk under a tree, the wing's shadow making room for a nap on a quilt, the rod leaning against the fence where it can be reached without haste. These are not exhibits. They are tools on active duty. You take the lamp and it remembers your hand. You lift it and watch evening, understand the terms. This much light, enough for now. You set it back. The lamp forgives your need to hold it. It also forgives your need to let go. Toward evening, the house reveals rooms you only see when you move slowly. A narrow library keeps letters you wrote to yourself on nights you thought you were alone. You pull one at random and read, You are not late, you are being led. The paper is softened by time, the ink a little blurred where a tear fell and did not ruin anything. You place it back, and the letter greets the others like a companion returned from a long errand. A small parlour opens itself, and you realise it is for those who have gone ahead. Photographs are not required. Love does not always need pictures to remember. The room keeps chairs close enough for knees to touch and far enough for silence to be comfortable. A bowl in the centre holds smooth stones with names you press under your tongue when anniversaries come. You sit and let the room practice communion with you. No elements but air and memory. No sermon but the hum beneath both. When you stand, your grief has not disappeared. It has taken a breath and stands a little straighter on its own. Back in the main hall, the house shows you a wall of switches that do not control light. They adjust pace, slow, slower, slowest. You touch one and feel your heart step down off of the box it was using to look taller. Another switch raises the Sabbath level in the halls by a notch. The noise of necessity recedes. The quiet of enough flows in. You never noticed such controls when you were certain speed was safety. Now you understand why the house keeps them here, where you cannot bump them by accident. Night leans in. The lamps along the baseboards warm to the colour of a kind kitchen. The piano begins again, not a concert, a conversation among old friends. Somewhere water starts moving within the walls, a sound like a garden hose laid down to rest while the spigot still sighs. You follow the sound to a bathing room that treats bathing as translation. You wash your hands and watch your day run thin and clear in the basin. You touch your face with a cloth and feel the oil from last night rise again, a second day mercy that lingers on purpose. Toward the back, a stair descends to a cellar that is not for hoarding but for keeping. Jars line the shelves, peaches golden as late August, tomatoes the colour of honesty, beans lined up like notes on a stave. Each label is a sentence that begins, saved for when it is needed. You run your finger along the dust and think of how often the house has cannily stored the sweetness of a moment against a bitter future. You will not live on memory alone, but when winter comes, memory will taste like fruit you're allowed to open. Ascending again, you find a door you did not notice by the main stair. It has no hardware, only a wooden plate where palms have polished grain to gloss. When you press, it opens into a long porch facing the weather. The roof is generous. Rocking chairs keep their small creaks to themselves. The porch is where the house teaches you to bless what you cannot tidy. Rain approaches across the field like an orchestra tuning. Strings first on the distant trees, then low brass on the roof, then percussion in the gutters. You sit and bless. You do not try to fix cloud or wind. You say, this also is within the house. Goodness rocks once, twice, then goes to turn a light on where someone will pass and feel less alone. Mercy drapes a throw over your knees and leaves room for your legs to move. When lightning knits lines above the far hill, the house does not lock its doors. It checks them. The hinges speak in their polite metal voices. The frames answer with wood that knows how to swell a little and then settle. In the flash you see the gate you came through, the path you will take tomorrow, the field that will always be there, whether or not you notice it. Forever is not a length, it is a belonging. It is the sensation of being in the right house even when you're on the road, because the house has learned to travel in you. The last tour of the evening is a quiet one. A corridor of little lamps keeps step with your feet. You stop at the nursery and touch the rail of an empty bed. For children you have, had, or hoped for. And for the child you were and still are when night gets loud. The bed keeps a watch you can feel without hearing. Across the hall, a room keeps instruments. An old guitar with 2 strings gone, a drum soft enough to beat with your palm, a piano that forgives every aimless chord. You press a single key and it holds your note until your breath arrives to agree. At the centre of the house is a hearth that requires no tending from you tonight. A low fire shows you what warmth looks like when it is not anxious about proving itself. Above the mantel is a narrow shelf with 6 ordinary objects. A lamp, a feather, a stone, a small vial, a sprig of rosemary, a scrap of wool the colour of shadow. You know these by now. They are the elements of your life, arranged where you can see them, the sacraments the house uses when it wants your hands to learn what your heart keeps forgetting. You are ready for bed in a way that does not feel like giving up. It feels like arriving. The room that keeps your sleep has windows on 2 sides, so morning can find you from more than one direction. The sheets smell like sun and patience. On the nightstand are your companions. The feather to say you are coverable, the stone to say you are founded, the small paper that says be strengthened, the glass with a thumbprint near the rim, as if someone kinder than you drank first and left evidence of care. Before you lay down, you walk once more to the window and put your palm on the glass. Outside, a fox trots the fence line, writing tidy cursive. Farther off, a late train braids distance into your night without threatening it. The house is not a castle. It is a kept promise with rooms. It is a choreography of mercies that lay themselves end to end until they look like a hallway. It is a set of keys that know how to recognize your hand and a set of doors that resist only what would harm. It is a table that sets itself because you kept coming home hungry. You slip under the quilt. The bed receives you as if you have been practicing all your life for this slide into warmth and trust. Goodness sits cross-legged at the foot until your breathing evens out. Then it goes to the kitchen to put a glass by the sink in case you wake. Mercy takes the chair by the door and reads softly from a book that has only 1 word on every page. Stay. The lamp lowers itself to a glow that can escort a dream without startling it. Somewhere deep in the house, the rod leans, the wings fold, the river turns once under stars. The garden darkens its green. The oil keeps a little shine for morning. If you wake in the early dark and feel for the house, it will be there, not walls, not roof, presence, the kind that does not insist on form to prove it is real. You will press a hand to your chest and feel floorboards underfoot. A hallway opening. A table already warm. Shoulders easing in a chair you cannot see. You will roll to your side, and forever will be there too. Not as a distance you cannot cross, but as a nearness you cannot exhaust. In the morning, when your feet find the rug and the window rehearses the first light again, you will know what to do. Lift the latch. Let the day in. Walk the rooms with the calm of someone who belongs. Carry the house into whatever streets call you. Set small tables where there are none. Open small doors where hinges have rusted. Tap the rod on hard ground where fear tries to perform. Raise your lamp to the next step. Let your words smell faintly of oil. Keep a bit of garden in your voice. Leave a cup for a stranger. When shadows narrow, shorten your stride and stay close to the one who keeps the watch. At night, return. Not because you must, because you may. The doors open inward. The handles rest at a height your hand knows by now. The house does not tire of you. It was made for this. Your dwelling, your learning, your rest that teaches you how to live. Forever is the house's way of saying, there will always be a room ready for what you're becoming. The rain agrees and begins again, small and precise, a metronome set to Mercy's pace. The piano places 3 notes in the hall, and then sits back down to listen. You breathe. You cross the threshold. You are kept. Morning finds you before the clock does, the kind of morning that does not burst through the curtains, but stands in the doorway and waits for your eyes to open. The piano has left a soft outline of melody in your bones, an after image of sound that knows how to be quiet without disappearing. Rain is undecided, its patience a low hum on the eaves. You lie there and feel the house breathing around you, not a structure, a keeping. And remember that dwelling was never about walls. It was about being held long enough to know how to hold. You sit and let your feet search for the rug, the way roots search for water. Your hand passes over the small congregation on the nightstand. Feather, stone, the folded paper with its sentence that has become a friend. You put the paper in your pocket the way you might tuck a blessing behind your ear. The stone goes where it belongs, so that strength has a place to touch you when your hand forgets. The feather you leave, not because you won't need shelter, but because you have learned it travels faster than you do. In the kitchen, the cup remembers you. Steam rises with the modest bravery of ordinary things. Goodness has been here. There is a slice of bread already waiting on the board, a smear of butter that looks like a sunrise no one will photograph. Mercy has left the door ajar to the small porch in case you want to smell the morning. You do. The air has the metallic scent of last night's rain speaking in past tense. You lift the cup, and the first swallow writes a steadying sentence down your sternum. It isn't eloquent. It is enough. You step outside carrying the house inside, as you have been practicing. The path is not dramatic. It is the long aisle that runs through an ordinary life. You notice what the lamp taught you to notice. 3 feet of world at a time, and the honesty in those 3 feet. A snail has thrown itself into the adventure of crossing the flagstone. You put a leaf in its path as a bridge, and it accepts your kindness without needing a name for it. A neighbour's bin tilts toward calamity. You write it because it is a thing you can fix. The small ache in your back announces itself like an under-rehearsed argument. You answer with a hand and a breath, and decide not to litigate. At the corner, the city remembers it is a city, tires shushing through damp, a bus shouldering the morning forward, a woman walking her dog with a determination that looks like hope with a leash. You match your stride to the river beneath your ribs. 4 in, 6 out. The rhythm becomes a small mercy you can offer others without telling them that is what you're doing. The person who bumps you at the crosswalk is forgiven before your shoulder can speak. A child with a bright backpack drops a mitten. You call out and he turns with the sudden openness children use when they still expect good news. You hand him his belonging as if you have returned a passport at a border. In a way you have. At work, whatever your work is on this day, you set the lamp's circle on the desk and let it teach your eyes the right scope. You answer the first message in a key you learned by the table. Clarity without hurry, truth without heat. One email down, and it did not require a speech. You sip water and remember the lake that carried you when you looked at the light. That memory is not showy. It sits in your ankles quietly, reminding you that if today requires a crossing, you know where to look. A colleague arrives at your door with a face like weather, and a sentence that does not know how to end. You do not fix the sentence. You make a chair of your listening. Goodness sets a plate of language within reach. Tell me more. While mercy stands behind the conversation with its cloth, ready to catch any spill of shame. When your colleague leaves, lighter by a fraction, you feel the rods tap in the centre of your chest. Keep, keep, keep. Not every hour agrees to be gentle. Mid-morning brings a thicket, a decision that seems to prefer teeth, a calendar that has opinions, a small betrayal in the tone of a message that uses your name like a tool. The old choreography rises, jaw, shoulders, breath, and you almost follow it back into a room you do not live in anymore. Instead you reach for the vial that is no longer on the sill, but lives in the way your hands remember to bless what they touch. You rub your temples with a single, slow circle only you can see. Oil in the air, or no oil at hand, your body recognizes the ceremony and stands down. You write one sentence that does not wound. That is a victory big enough to share, and you share it by not turning it into a parade. At lunchtime, you walk toward trees because trees have mastered persistence without performance. The path loops past a low field that is pretending it is a meadow. You stand at the fence and let your eyes relearn horizon. The wings are near, you can feel it. The way shade feels like a hand on your crown, without weight. You breathe in the steadiness and breathe out the theatre. Two crows negotiate air rights above you with a ruckus that would ruin other mornings. In this one it reads as life arguing with itself and still keeping to the sky. You laugh once for no one. The laugh is one more pebble out of your pocket. On the way back, you pass a church with its door open and a fountain that refuses to brag. You are not required to enter. You still step to the edge where the water falls from tier to tier and name 3 things that were kept today already. The glass that did not shatter, the tone you did not use, the very old sorrow that sat in the corner and was not asked to leave before it was ready. You touch your forehead as if rinsing, and the day feels less like a test and more like a path you can keep to without maps. Afternoon builds its little mountain. You do not need to climb it fast. The rod's tempo saves you from sprinting and from sitting down in the middle of the trail to declare philosophy. You take the next stone the way the valley taught you. Test, trust, step. When dread tries to pass itself off as a to-do list, you consult the hidden room by placing a finger against your chest. The door opens on the inhale. Air moves around your heart like a person who knows where the good chairs are. You exhale and answer the one task that is actually yours with the hands you have and not the hands you wish you owned. Late afternoon, a text arrives from someone whose voice is a place you lived once. It carries an apology shaped like a question. You feel the pull in the old scar and the temperature drop that comes with weather named remember. You do the kindest thing first. You put the phone face down. Then you look out the window until you can see where the river is. When you pick up the phone again, you answer in the grammar you learned from Mercy. Short, true, paced for healing. The conversation does not solve history. It waters the soil around a root that may grow again if both of you keep choosing small kindnesses over slogans. On the way home, you stop for bread. The person behind the counter slides the loaf into a bag with a gentleness that suggests bread is more than bread. It is the idea that hunger does not have to win tonight. You pay with thanks you mean. Outside, the rain remembers itself and returns in a thin blue veil. The street shines like a kindness just discovered. You angle your shoulders to keep the loaf dry, and the simple protection becomes its own prayer. Let me keep safe what feeds. You pass the park where children have misread the weather as a suggestion and not a rule. Their joy under rain becomes a lesson in how to be kept without staying inside. You tuck it with the others. Evening opens like a hand. The house meets you with the courtesy of a hallway that widens when it sees you coming. You shed the day in the sensible anteroom, keys, worry, pace, hanging each on a hook with its name. You do not have to earn the table, you arrive. The knife remembers green things and cuts them kindly. The pan makes a little weather all its own, and you turn down the flame because you can. You place 2 plates, though you eat alone, because generosity needs practice, and practice loves props. A knock does not come. It does not need to for the second plate to have done its work. Your heart, which watches you, learns. After you eat, you leave half a loaf on the counter under a cloth, not as carelessness, as hospitality to tomorrow. You carry your cup to the window, and the rain lifts its veil enough to show you the street's careful bones. The fox from last night travels the fence line with the economy of someone who knows what matters. You whisper a blessing out and let the window carry it the way glass knows how to carry light. Then the room that keeps music calls you without speaking. The piano waits with its simple face, keys like small promises in 2 colours. You lay your hand where the left would be heavy and let it lean, 1 note, then another. You are not a concert, you're a companion. The melody is the kind of line that asks nothing from the listener, but a willingness to let the chest widen. Rain answers with its own key. You become the 3rd instrument, breath. The room does the old trick of turning into something larger than itself without moving a wall. It is then that you think of the person who sat in your doorway at noon and told you a story their mouth didn't know how to hold. You think of the person whose text tried to become prophecy and didn't. You think of the child with the mitten and the loaf on the counter and the snail just beginning to believe in your leaf. You understand that shepherd was never a job title you would print on a card. It is a way of moving through rooms. It is noticing where edges are and setting lamps at elbows and remembering where water is and keeping gates that open rather than walls that congratulate themselves on their height. Night begins its old kindness. You go to the garden that lives outside and inside. Of the 2, tonight you choose the outer one because rosemary in rain is truth you can smell. You touch a leaf, and it gives freely. A small jar waits on the sill for what you will never be embarrassed to cry again. You do not fill it. You cloud it once, and that is enough. The cracked pot holds a new fern, precise and brave. You laugh softly at how beauty insists on being literal when you insist on metaphor, and both are right. Back inside, the hidden room opens before your hand reaches the latch. The chair takes your weight as if this were its favourite work. The candle, when lit, does not try to win. It keeps its jurisdiction, a circle big enough for paper and palm. You write 5 lines in the Fionn in the book that has learned to keep short things with reverence. A sentence that humbled you without humiliation. A sentence you did not say and are grateful you didn't. The colour of the field just before the rain. A face at a bus stop that looked like an answer to a prayer you forgot you asked. The way your shoulders dress themselves in quiet when the rod's tempo returns. You put the pencil down and the page shines in the small light like a thing that knows it can last. When you lie down, the house decides to be a boat. You can feel the gentle give beneath your spine, the slow roll that says movement is not the same as threat. The roof becomes a sky you're allowed to own. The ceiling keeps the stars just far enough away that you can sleep under them without worrying about their fires. Goodness checks the kitchen and leaves the kettle with a little water in it, because kindness rehearses. Mercy takes the chair by the door again, book open to the page called Stay. You think of the psalm that has been building you room by room and how it never required your perfection to be true. Shepherd, green, water, restored, right paths, shadow and staff, table and oil, overflowing and following forever. You realise forever is another word for here when here keeps being honoured. You realise goodness and mercy do not exhaust themselves by following. They regenerate by joy. You realise that dwelling is not a prize for endurance, it's a practice that endurance makes possible. Sleep asks its old question, and you answer with the yes you learnt to carry in your mouth like a seed. Before the yes closes your eyes, you give the day back the way you were taught in rooms where you were kept. Into the bowl, the glass you did not break, the tone you chose, the pride you set down, the apology you sent, the laughter you did not rehearse, the breath you let finish before you stole the next. Into the hands of the one who has not once required you to be more interesting than honest. The people whose names learn to sit in your pockets. The work that is not the same as worth. The ache that is truer than anger. None of it falls. All of it is held. The piano places 3 notes in the hall and steps away. The rain becomes the smallest punctuation, a series of commas so the sentence of night will remember how to breathe. Your heart hears the rod's beat from hours ago and decides it can keep the tempo while you move into the kind of quiet where learning takes root. You turn, the feather of shelter passes over your shoulder with the lightest touch. The stone warms by inches under your palm where it rests on the windowsill, and the paper beside you does not need to be read to do its work. Somewhere in the city, another lamp is lifted by a hand that hasn't slept much this week. Somewhere a nurse finds the pulse of a stranger and says a name they will not remember by morning. Somewhere a fox teaches a kit the exact angle of a fence. Somewhere a door opens and a person you love steps through with tears and is met before words can show up. Somewhere a loaf is cut and the first slice is given away. You are connected to all of it, not by worry, by the gentle conspiracy of care. You breathe out once and the day leaves without slamming any doors. You breathe in and tomorrow moves its chair 2 inches closer. Without crowding you, the night settles on your chest like a non-anxious cat. Love keeps the last watch you will not remember. In the hours that pass while you are not managing them, roots move, oil travels, stones hold, gates keep their hinges honest, waters do their ancient exact work, and mercy refolds the cloth again and again until it smells like the name you have been called since before you knew how to answer. When morning arrives, it will find you in the house you keep carrying, the one with doors for each kindness, and a table where even your hunger is welcomed without exam. You will rise, and all of it will rise with you. You will walk, and all of it will keep pace. You will speak, and your words will remember rain. You will be kept, and keeping will become the easiest, most ordinary miracle your life knows how to offer back. Evening folds itself gently over the neighbourhood, a shawl drawn with 2 fingers, 1 cloud, 1 star. You stand at the window and let your forehead touch the glass. It is cool, good cool, truth-telling cool. The house breathes around you with its practiced hush, wood settling, pipes remembering, fabric keeping the day's last warmth the way a stone keeps sun. Somewhere a single piano key is pressed and held, the sound thin at first, then fuller as your ear learns to stay. Rain has become a patient scribe again, writing the same kind sentence on roof and rail until even your stubborn places can read it. You turn from the window and walk your own rooms with the pace of someone who understands that blessing is not a ceremony you schedule. It's a way of moving your hands. Your palm glides along the back of the chair that kept an hour's wait without complaining. Bless you. Your fingers touch the rim of the cup that met your mouth without measurement. Bless you. You smooth the coverlet where your knees made 2 small hills and then eased. Bless you. The door, the hinge, the lamp's pull chain, the book that closed without sulking, the pencil that did not demand eloquence, each receives the same simple gaze. The house brightens by a fraction you cannot find with your eyes. The brightness chooses the air. You leave the lamp low and step out into the small night. The porch knows how to hold a person who is not sure what they are looking for. Gravel makes its honest sound under your feet, and the path answers by not giving way. Above, clouds and sky keep their uneasy treaty. The moon negotiates on your behalf. You bring no speeches to this yard, only names. The ones who said they were fine and were not. The ones who did not speak at all. The ones whose faces visit you uninvited and sit down on the edge of your bed as if that edge were theirs. You do not shape petitions. You let the night carry these names like a shallow bowl carried level by someone who loves what's inside. At the fence, rosemary brushes your wrist and reminds the skin that memory can smell like kitchens and hands and kindness, not only like hospitals and doors. You breathe the green of it, and the green answers by opening a window in your ribs. A fox writes its tidy cursive along the back hedge, head down, businesslike, unconcerned with human significance. You learn from it to cross a yard without apology. The gate clicks as you pass, a small consent, and the street receives you, like a room you tidied earlier and forgot you did. The city is quieter than it pretends to be. Windshoulders past the bus stop sign with the same familiarity it used yesterday. A late cyclist slips by with a red light on their bag, a portable heart. You walk toward the little bridge that seems to exist primarily to teach water how to change colour under different skies. Goodness and mercy keep their place just behind your shoulders the way well-trained companions do. You do not look back to check. You know how a followed life feels in the ankles. The rod's humane tempo is somewhere inside your left foot, tapping, keep, keep, keep. On the bridge you lean and watch the river carry the day you could not finish. You reach into your pocket, and the stone you carried from the earlier waters sits heavy in your palm, not to weigh you down, to prove that steadiness can be lifted and set down on purpose. You press the stone to your sternum once. Here is where strength lives without swagger. Then you hold it out over the rail. Not yet, it says without words. Not because you must keep it forever. Because tonight its work is to remind you that not everything needs to be thrown in to be changed. You slip it back into your pocket. The river approves with a small widening of sound, as if laughter learned to whisper. On the walk home, you practice a benediction that bothers no one and blesses everyone. A glance that says, "I see you," without requisition. A nod that returns people to themselves. A half smile offered to the night, in case the night has forgotten it is beautiful. Your feet learn again the honest arithmetic of sidewalks. One square, another square, a crack to step over, a seam that keeps two slabs from grinding. It is the same arithmetic as the valley's stairs, translated to concrete and city saplings and the smell of rain on stone. A door opens somewhere and a line of music spills out. Someone else's piano solving a chord you didn't know you needed solved. You pass through it. The solution follows you a block longer than you expect. Back inside, the anteroom receives your keys with the sound of completion. The hook takes worry by its sensible belt again. You are getting better at this, hanging the heavy things where they become coats and not weather. In the kitchen, you set a small plate beside the sink. Because you have seen what happens on nights, you forget to leave a kindness for the person you will be in 6 hours. The plate is not grand. It will be a slice of fruit, a folded paper with 2 words you know you will need. Be gentle, or call first, or breathe now. You light the candle in the hidden room, and the wick does the same small miracle it has done every night of your life when you gave it the chance. It becomes a captured star. You sit. The chair remembers your outline more quickly than yesterday. This is what practice looks like when it is working. Furniture learning your weight as faithfully as you learn Mercy's pace. The book opens to where you left it, and you read a few lines that are not there. Sentences your body writes in the margin with breath and pulse, and the slow unwinding of shoulder and jaw. You close the book, and your mind keeps reading quietly in a language it learned before it had a mouth. Tonight you want to bless what is not present as fiercely as what is. You lay your palm on the empty cushion where an apology could sit if it arrived, and you bless the space so that when the apology comes, it will land on something soft. You touch the closed door of the room you are not ready to enter. The one with the box of papers. The one with the dress, or the suit, or the shirt that smells like a person whose voice now lives in birds and wind. And you bless the hinge so it will not squeal when you are brave. You place your hand on your own throat and bless tomorrow's words in advance, so they will remember this temperature and not scorch the first face they meet. The body asks for water in the oldest way. You stand, pour, drink, and feel the river recognize itself inside you. On the exhale, your breath discovers the old prayer it likes best at this hour, here. The word sits low, below grammar, below intent. It does not drag anything behind it. Here opens the room behind your ribs and invites the night to be what it is, instead of what you rehearsed. Your knees do their small bow, and your spine answers with a longer one. The candle draws a circle around the moment, and the circle agrees not to become a cage. Rest prefers repetition over novelty. You return to the basin where oil once taught your skin the meaning of being named. You do not pour tonight. You touch the places where the sheen lingers in memory. The brow that gathers meetings. The temples where clocks think they are kings. The wrists that drum without orders. The pulse answers with a quieter grammar. When you lift your fingers, your face has learned another word for yes. Sleep is not a switch, it is a shore. You take the path you know, lights low, sink clear, window cracked an inch so the night can trade air with you. The bed does that trick it learned in childhood, becoming boat without calling itself boat, and you let it. Before you lower yourself, you stand by the window and take the city's measure one last time. Across the street, a blue TV blinks like a small lighthouse. On the corner, a street lamp turns every falling drop into a brief coin. Somewhere, a siren decides not to grow louder. You press your palm to the glass and send a wordless blessing toward whoever is awake for reasons they did not choose. The blessing returns like echo, changed and larger, and still yours. In bed, you pull the quilt up, and the body says thank you, with a sigh so deep it could be mistaken for grief, if grief were not so busy being healed tonight. On the nightstand, the feather rests with its quiet arrogance. Of course shelter is near. The stone waits where moonlight can find it. The small paper with its sentence tucks under the lip of the lamp base, like a secret that refuses to be sinister. Be strengthened. It reads you while you sleep, which is how some sentences prefer to work. Just as the seam between waking and sleep begins to loosen, the past knocks with its paper hat and asks to help in the kitchen. Not now, you say. And the past believes you, because Mercy wrote the schedule and pinned it to the corkboard above the sink, where even old memories can see it. Another knock, this one from the future, arrives with 5 lists and a list of lists. You point to the chair in the waiting room upstairs. The future sits and picks up a magazine called Air and forgets itself for a while. This is what you have been learning. Boundaries that bless. Gates that open and close because love is not lazy. Sleep comes. Not dramatically, not with trumpets, like a friend who has learnt which board to step over on your porch. It comes with braided gifts, silence, soft wait, a fee paid in full at the door by hours that kept watch without needing thanks. You are deep almost immediately, but not so deep that you cannot feel the housekeeping. A threshold breathes at your back. The rod's beat is in a far hallway. The lamp lowers again to an ember. Wings adjust their span over someone 3 streets away, and you feel the change as a current along your forearm. This is how belonging works when it has practiced. Your rest strengthens rooms you will never enter, and someone else's lullaby steadies yours. A dream arrives you have earned. You are in a field that is not a field, but a table laid flat and wide. Around it are faces from every room you have loved. Some you can name, some you only recognise by the way your body stands taller when they enter. There is enough bread, not because loaves multiplied as theatre, because no one hoards. A cup goes around that tastes like clean water, and a small sweetness that could be spring or mercy or both. The shepherd counts without counting, his lips moving with the names of people who don't believe anyone remembers them. Your name is said in that list with the accuracy of a soft bell. You do not answer out loud. You are busy being strengthened by being called correctly. You wake to darkness that has shifted barely by a shade. For no reason you can name, your chest tightens in the old way. The room hears and answers with its reliable low speech. A board releases a small complaint where it always does. The curtain ticks against the sill. Far off, a train threads distance through your night with a sound that insists all roads lead somewhere that isn't loss. You place your palm to your sternum and repeat the practice that saved your mornings, and therefore your days. 4 in, 2 pause, 6 out. By the 3rd round, a hinge in your back lets go with a sigh so quiet it feels like permission. You slip out of bed for water, and on the way back you stop in the doorway, because doorways deserve respect. You remember the rule that has rewritten your hours. Pause is not failure. It is the soft law of wisdom. You look back at the bed the way you would look at someone who held you and did not demand performance. Thank you, you say to cotton and wood and gravity and whatever kindness arranges them. A foolish prayer, perhaps, if foolish means humble enough to be true. The second sleep is deeper than the first. When it releases you, you know it by the taste of the word that forms of its own accord on your tongue. Ready. Not to win, to dwell. Ready to enter a day with the slowness necessary for accuracy, with the speed necessary for rescue, with the strength necessary for gentleness, with the gentleness necessary for strength, ready to carry the lamp 3 feet and no farther until 3 feet has done its work, ready to set a table with 1 extra plate on the chance that hunger knocks at your door using someone else's voice. Morning begins again as if it invented beginning. You listen as it rehearses. Windowsill first, then countertop, then shoulder. You match its patience by staying horizontal for 1 more long breath. The piano places the same 2 notes it has always used to remind you where your feet go next. Rain offers a coda, the smallest commas, and then gives the sentence to the day. You sit, reach for the small congregation on the nightstand, and attend your tiny liturgy. Feather brushed once against your wrist, stone pressed once to your palm, paper folded and tucked. Before your soles touch the rug, you bless the day with the plainest words you own. Keep me close. Keep me kind. Keep me true. The blessings make no promises about outcomes. They make shape. They teach your body where to stand when wind tries to organise your posture for you. You stand anyway. You touch the floor with both feet, and the house recognises you as someone who belongs to it. Soon doors will open and streets will receive, and the world will do its world work. But for a beat longer, you let quiet finish its sentence. This too is obedience. You rise, you lift the latch, you walk into the hall of ordinary mercies as if it were a sanctuary that forgot to build a steeple. Goodness falls in behind you with its basket. Mercy finds the first hinge and oils it with a drop you did not see it carry. The rod taps once, twice, a third time for luck or love or both. The lamp in your chest raises its circle. The river inside your ribs remembers where the bend is today. Wings shift just enough shadow over the threshold to say, shelter goes with you. And you go, not to conquer a pageant, but to keep a promise. To set small tables, to carry small light, to bless doorways, to walk valleys at a human pace, to let your words smell faintly of oil and your silences shelter a name, to turn water into path by looking where the light lies, to allow tears to be irrigation instead of indictment, to touch stone and remember strength that doesn't need a stage, to be followed by goodness and mercy so faithfully that other feet learn the sound and feel safer when they hear it behind them, even if they do not know yet how to name what is coming. By night you will return again, and the house will not ask who you were outside its doors. It will ask only if you are thirsty, only if you are tired, only if you want the same old song. The piano will oblige, the rain will remember, the bed will learn your shape more quickly than yesterday, and chapter by chapter, breath by breath, you will keep being written by a kindness that refuses to finish, until finishing means everything healed enough to hold more joy than fear. Begin before the day notices you, while the window is still a soft square and the air in the room has not chosen a temperature. Your breath rises like a curtain and falls like one. The piano is a memory that feels alive because your body learned the melody by heart. You lie still and let the first yes collect itself on the back of your tongue. Not a performance, an opening. The house answers by brightening one small seam along the floorboards, as if light were politely asking to enter. You say welcome without moving your lips. Stand. Feel the carpet admit your weight and return it improved. The nightstand congregation greets you without speaking. You press the stone to your palm until cool becomes companionable, until steadiness copies itself into your fingers. You pass the feather over your wrist and feel shelter translate into skin. You pocket the little paper without unfolding it, because the sentence on it has already entered the way your ribs lift. The room has no secrets from you. It has faithful habits. You thank it for another night of keeping you without requiring eloquence. In the kitchen, steam writes a slow column into morning. You count the beats of the kettle as if counting the heart of a friend sleeping in the next room. Goodness has anticipated the first hunger with a crust of bread set at an encouraging angle. Mercy has left the door unlatched to air that takes your face in both hands and remind you that grief and joy breathe the same oxygen. You eat. The loaf is not a miracle by spectacle. It is the miracle of a thing that never pretends it is more complicated than flour and water and time and care. The cup does not ask questions. It travels the same path down your throat as it did yesterday and will tomorrow. There is comfort in systems that hum. You go to the window, touch the glass with 2 fingers, and make a small promise to the street you can see and the ones you cannot. I will carry a quiet that does not shame noise. I will look for aching places as if I were a hand. I will set small tables invisible to anyone not hungry. The promise is not an oath. It is a posture that asks your feet to say amen later. You put on your coat like you would put on a blessing. Your hands find the sleeves without search. The latch lifts, the door opens, the house comes with you. Outside, the day is damp from last night's thinking. Pavement shows its true colour in water. The willow 3 houses down combs its hair with rain and leaves damp strands on the path as if to mark where it has been. You match your pace to the river inside your ribs. 4 in, 6 out. The metronome barely visible behind your sternum keeps tempo for ankles and eyes. You decide to make your first act one of noticing. On a stoop, a plant someone forgot becomes its own appointment by lifting 3 brave leaves toward a light that has not yet arrived. At the bus stop, a man stands with a bag like a patient anchor. A woman guides a small person's hood into place, with a tenderness that will stick to a memory the child will have in 40 years. These are not scenes to admire and pass. They are stitches the city makes by habit. You feel repaired by witnessing. Work begins not as a demand, but as a horizon. Whatever your work is today, you build the door at the start and walk through it with your breath. The lamp sets its circle on the desk and insists on honesty 1 square foot at a time. Messages wait like small creatures whose names have not been spoken yet. You speak their names. You answer with the tone your throat learned from oil. You do not add heat to rooms already warm. You do not pry open what is not ripe. You place commas where people can breathe. When the mind wants spectacle, you hand it a cloth and say, polish what we have. Shine appears on the ordinary as if it had been living there the whole time. Mid-morning, the old ache knocks. It has a key to the office because you let it keep one. It does not ask permission to sit. Tonight perhaps you will take it to the garden again. Right now you offer it a small chair and water, and the dignity of not being ignored but not being given the microphone either. Goodness places a hand on your shoulder, then goes to stand beside someone else who could use a witness. Mercy lays a finger across the mouth of the frightened part of you, not to silence forever, to indicate that listening is in session. You keep the lamp steady, and the ache behaves like a visitor with basic manners. At noon you step outside and remember delight is a discipline. You choose a route that walks you beneath trees that never applied for permits. A sparrow drops an argument and lifts again, having won nothing and everything. A child jumps in a puddle from the safe middle and manages to splash the exact circumference needed to mark joy on both legs. You applaud without clapping. The table sets itself in your mind. You taste salt on your upper lip and remember you are a moving sea, a briny blessing that waters wherever you go. You let yourself be ridiculous enough to grin at a dog who has made a moral philosophy out of carrying a stick. You go back in because service awaits the middle of the day the way bread awaits an oven. A voice at your door asks a question with a plea hiding in the question's pocket. You answer with a calendar that can bear a human life. You bend time by removing haste from it. You look at the map of the valley on the wall in your head and tap the next step with the rod. Tap, here, tap, now. If someone brings heat, you are a sink, not a stove. If someone brings fog, you set a lamp on the floor and make circles until the room admits its own shape. You do these things not because you have mastered anything, but because you are learning to be mastered by the gentle. Afternoon is the hour that tests vows. The body remembers couches and naps with an honesty you admire. The mind remembers ladders and competitions and lists that measure worth by length. You choose neither couch nor ladder. You choose a chair you can rise from easily. You choose one task that does not lie about its size. Your fingers begin and you realize hands are wiser than the arguments that live behind eyes. While you work, the music you barely remember from midnight hums under the whir of machines and the clap of doors. You say the names of two people you cannot help today and hand those names to goodness and mercy and the rod and the wings. And you feel them leave your mouth and be caught by a net. Your ego did not make. You stop for water. You hold the cup long enough to feel your pulse answer the cool glass with gratitude. You sip as if you were teaching others how to sip, and discover you are. The person who catches sight of you learns from your slowness and does not know why their shoulders lower. You do not claim credit because credit is not the point. The point is that your posture has become a small public service. The point is that pacing is contagious and a room inhales when one person remembers how. Late afternoon, you carry a paper to a window and let the sky sign it by light. Outside, wind lifts the corners of the day, checks underneath for lost things, finds none, and puts the corners back with a care that makes you long to be wind. A text arrives from someone whose trust you want to deserve. You answer with the exact number of words needed to tell truth without drama. When you set the phone down, you feel the old pride disappointed and laugh a little at its tiny tantrum. You pet it like a small animal and give it a bowl of humility and ask it to wait outside while grown folk speak. The commute becomes a liturgy, and you are priest and penitent and congregation. Your steps count something more real than calories. Each one says I am choosing again to be human at a human speed. A man on the corner asks for what he needs with a voice that makes your ribs feel like a drum. You put a bill in his palm without delivering a sermon. He accepts without confessing. Both of you have participated in a sacrament that makes a field where there was none. You walk away changed by an economy that does not appear in stale spreadsheets. You are glad for currencies that cannot be stolen. Evening greets you with wrists that remember the basin, a throat that remembers blessing, a back that remembers being carried. The house opens at your approach, like a long sentence adding commas. You set your belongings in their places the way a faithful person sets offerings. No fuss, no stinginess. The kitchen breathes warmth and you breathe with it. Vegetables do their small alchemy under a patient flame. You lay a second plate because you trust abundance as practice, not as superstition. No one knocks. A text arrives instead from someone who needs to be reminded that making spaghetti counts as saving a life sometimes. You say so and mean it. After dishes, you walk the house and adjust only what is necessary. The curtain that wants to be a sail, but must be a curtain tonight. The book whose spine is tired. The plant that leaned too far toward the lamp and needs a quarter turn rather than a lecture. Your hands are a dictionary now. They know the meaning of each thing by touching it. You pass a mirror and nod politely at your face, as if meeting a neighbour in a hallway. You say hello, like someone who expects to meet again and soon. The hidden room is lit by a candle that seems older than wax. You sit, and the chair sighs in a tone that says we are practicing rest long enough for rest to practice us. You lay the pencil across the paper and allow silence to pick it up. It writes in a script only breath can read. It sets down the truth that happened today and the truth that did not, both given equal space and mercy. In the margin, you tick marks for every time you said a soft answer aloud, and every time you said it later to yourself because you missed the first chance. The paper does not grade. It gives you back your day tidied and folded, with a small note on top that says you tried, and where you did not try, you will. You take a walk in the garden because Rosemary argued kindly with your wrist earlier, and the argument can be revisited at night. The cracked pot has begun to green along the seam, and you feel a disloyal joy about it that grief does not mind. You kneel to water soil that already looks dark, and the water vanishes, as if the plant has been thirsty in ways you did not detect. You pour again. This is what love is like. Not a single gesture, but gestures repeated at a pace that respects roots. Above you, the sky lists stars without boasting. You list names beneath it, without fear of running out of compassion. This is an exercise not in power, but in keeping. You return inside, and the piano remembers how to make a room out of sound. You place your hand on two adjacent keys, and let a simple interval teach you the holiness of small distances. Left hand holds a low note like a plank. Right hand tests its weight. The interval holds. You begin to trust again that songs do not require range to be true. You begin to think of a voice you heard today, and how it could not finish a sentence. You lay a melody under that voice, the way a foundation is set for a house that will take years to complete, and you feel the sensation of not doing everything and everything becoming possible because of it. When night deepens, you practice maintenance. The basin holds your hands as if they were birds learning to land. You wash the day from your eyes with a cloth that feels like a page at the right temperature. You touch the places where oil once stood, and the skin remembers before the mind does. You bless your own throat, because tomorrow you will need a voice again, and you want your voice to remember this hour more than it remembers noon. You touch your wrists and feel the pulse become a reliable friend after spending the afternoon as a commentator. You press your palm to your sternum and ask your heart to report honestly about courage. It answers by not speeding. You decide to write a letter you will not send. Dear body, thank you for showing up to every room even when I criticised you in the hall. Dear mind, thank you for accepting the nap I disguised as a pause. Dear spirit, thank you for refusing to be brilliant when kindness would do better work. Dear day, thank you for not being epic. Dear night, thank you for not requiring eloquence. You fold the paper and set it under the small stone and feel steadiness become heavier by exactly the right amount. You tuck yourself into bed with the competence of a person who has learned that sleep prefers order to surprise. The sheet lifts like a faithful tide. The quilt settles like wings. The pillow carries your head without arguing with your neck about history. Outside, a siren scribbles past and then erases itself in the distance, as if the city remembered hospitality at the last minute. You think, fleetingly, of someone who could not sleep, and you lend them half your blanket with a wish, and you fall asleep that way, half covered, completely kept. But before sleep takes all of you, it leaves one room lit. In it, you are sitting at a small table in a wide field. There is a loaf, and you are tearing it with two hands that have learned to be gentle. There is a cup, and you are sharing it with someone who is not there and yet is. There is a shepherd counting not the miles you walked, but the moments you chose slow. There is a rod leaning near enough to be reached and not so near that it becomes a threat. There are wings stretched far enough to shade 10 people, and you count your name among the 10 without explaining why. The dream widens and becomes the street again, where you will go in the morning. You see yourself walking with something like a lamp under your ribs and a tempo in your feet that keeps time for those who forgot theirs. You see yourself stopping by a door and oiling the hinge without announcing your work, because doors should open smoothly for everyone. You see yourself setting a cup on a counter and writing a note that says drink whenever you need and meaning it. You see yourself standing at a fence and blessing what is not yours to fix, and blessing yourself for remembering. You wake once and do not panic at the hour because the house is awake for you. Somewhere the watch is being kept by Mercy wearing slippers. Somewhere goodness is peeling an orange and leaving the rind in a spiral, because spirals are beautiful even when no one sees them. Somewhere the rod is tapping a slow rhythm for a person who has no rhythm left. Somewhere wings are widening over a street where someone is choosing between breaking and bending, and will choose bending because shade arrived. You drink water in the dark. You stand in the doorway and remember that thresholds are teachers. Not yet, they say, when hurry wants to run. Now they say when courage tries to delay. You step through and feel the lesson enter your calves. You lie back down and let night become an altar that requires nothing but your sleeping. Morning again. The first 2 notes of the piano find their place. Rain writes commas, not periods. The square of the window chooses to be rectangle when light tilts. You reach for the stone and feel it warmer than last night. You touch the feather, and it does the audacious thing of not weighing anything. You lift the folded paper and read a sentence you did not realize you had written on the reverse in your sleep. Keep going like this. The handwriting is your own and also not yours at all. You obey. There will be new rooms and new weather. There will be people whose names you do not know yet, who will teach you how to carry the cup without spilling, and how to step on water when the moment asks. There will be doors that stick, and doors that fly open, and you will become competent at both kinds. There will be valleys that narrow, and rods that tap, and gardens that bloom across the seam of a cracked pot. There will be tables that set themselves and others you will set when no one is watching. Today you will be asked again to bring the psalm into places that have never read it but know it by hunger. You will do so without quotation marks. You will do so by standing where wind cannot boss you, by walking at a kindness pace, by choosing sentences that leave room for breath, by filling bowls no one else noticed were empty, by being followed by companions who make fear keep its distance because love is busy behind you, carrying baskets and keys. You will be asked again to sleep without keeping the roof up by sheer worry. You will be asked again to receive before you give, and to give as though you will never run out because you do not run out alone. And tonight, when you return, you will be met by accustomed sounds and new mercies, by a house that is no less miraculous for being familiar. You will put your hand on the door and remember that doors open inward for a reason. You will enter. You will sit down. You will bless. You will kneel because kneeling fits the hour. You will be lifted because that is what air does for lungs and what a song does for a body that has made it to the chorus after a long verse. You will sleep, not to escape, to be kept in the way that teaches your waking how to keep. Begin with a day that does not demand you be impressive. The window learns a wider blue. The rain, having written all night, has turned its page and left the margins for light to annotate. Somewhere, the piano has agreed with the birds about tempo, an easy counting that respects feathers and keys alike. The house wakes without groaning. You lie still a few heartbeats longer and feel the room remember you. The yes from last night has not evaporated. It has thickened into a posture. You rise at the speed of kindness. The small congregation at your bedside greets you by simply being what they are. Feather for shelter, stone for steadiness, paper for promise. You touch each the way a person touches a handrail, casually, gratefully, knowing how many falls such simple contacts have prevented. You put water on for tea and let the kettles hum, tune the morning towards something that can hold. Goodness locates honey. Mercy opens the back door, so the air can practice being invited. Today you decide you will walk the right path, and you will let the path be right because of the one whose name steadies your feet, not because of your certainty. Right here does not mean without bends. It means aligned to a love that has never hurried you into a ditch. It means steady, even when you are not interesting. You whisper the old sentence, lead me in paths that fit your name, and feel how saying it makes your shoulders stop trying to invent a map from weather. Outside, the world wears last night's rinse like a favourite shirt. Grass leans with the memory of weight, and then stands again. The sidewalk is frank about its cracks. Puddles hold brief heavens. You adjust your stride to the river under your ribs, and the river adjusts to you, as if to say we can share a current. You take the long way toward nowhere special. That is the point. You do not need a dramatic destination to practice fidelity. You need corners, small errands, a chance to model breathing for streets that forget. The right path takes you past a fence someone repaired with mismatched wood and honest intent. The slats look like a choir in borrowed clothes. You run your hand along the top rail and bless whatever hands tried. A neighbour is coaxing a stubborn hinge to repent. You offer the small bottle of oil you keep for just such moments. He takes it, surprised by both the bottle and the forethought, and the hinge learns a kinder sound in under a minute. You do not announce a theology. You smile and say there, "Listen," and the door does, and so does the neighbour, and both look easier for it. At the park, the path chooses generosity, widening for a stroller and a runner at once, then narrowing to teach us how to be human without squeezing the joy from our bones. You pass the bench where grief left a handprint on you 3 winters ago. The handprint is still there, but smaller, like a child's outline compared to the adult they are becoming. You touch the wood and do not apologise to time. The right path remembers old tendernesses and does not turn them into museum pieces. It lets you sit if you need to. It lets you continue if that is the truer mercy. A dog insists on greeting you as if you were an answer to prayer. Perhaps you are. You bless its ridiculous joy with a scratch behind the ear, and it blesses your seriousness by refusing to respect it. This exchange feels liturgical. You let it be. Up ahead, the willow does the work of green pastures by leaning itself into sky in a what that tells your eyes to rest. You do not lie down on the grass. Though you could, you lie down in your own pace. Your steps stop trying to prove anything. That too is a pasture. A path that fits the name keeps offering small rightnesses. A bicyclist stops without swearing when a toddler stumbles into the lane. A stranger lifts their hand to thank a bus driver no one else noticed. You catch the door for a person whose hands are busy with too many books and not enough arms. These are not news items. They are maintenance, the true brilliance of the world, the kind that keeps bridges from falling and hearts from cracking where nobody can see. By late morning, you are hungry for bread you did not bake. You find a cafe that smells like promises kept in ovens. The server's face has the softness of someone who made more muffins than were ordered because experience has taught them that hunger likes surprises. You choose plain because plain is precisely what your mouth wants. Butter knows the way into crumb without instruction. You tear and eat and remember the table. A cup arrives. You taste it as if memory were a flavour, which it is. Your back loosens in public. The world does not shatter when you unclench. On the way out, you buy an extra loaf with no plan for it. The bag swings in your hand like a small offering looking for an altar. The path supplies one. A friend texts that the morning has come heavy. You do not reply with paragraphs. You say I'm near and have bread, and 2 feet later you are nearer. Bread is placed into a hand that did not know it needed bread until bread appeared. You cut slices in a small kitchen and talk about absurd things on purpose. The way birds seem to understand traffic lights. The moral superiority of well-made socks. Because joy is not a betrayal of grief. It is one of grief's most loyal medicines. Midday leans. The sun finds the old stain on your sleeve and turns it into a story worth telling. That time you spilled soup because you were human and soup forgave you. You decide to go where water goes when streets forget their gutters. Down. The creek that had sounded subterranean a few chapters ago is wearing daylight now. You follow it under 2 bridges and 1 overpass. The air smells like moss resolving an argument with stone. You sit on a rock that looks like it has heard sermons more honest than most and dangle your feet. Still waters are not inactive. They are simply disciplined about not participating in unnecessary drama. You let that discipline rub off on you through the skin of your ankles. A heron steps into the scene without rehearsal. Its neck becomes a sentence that does not need adjectives. When it moves, everything around it agrees to slow. You are grateful for teachers you cannot thank. The heron is not flattered. It is busy being a heron. You watch it stalk nothing with absolute dignity, and realise right paths are often stalkless. They are about posture and attention, not acquisition. The bird lifts, writes a single vowel across the air, and is gone. Afternoon returns you to streets that like to count. You let them. You refuse to be counted by their math alone. When the calendar clears its throat, you answer with the lamp's circle, one thing at a time. You step into a store to buy a small screwdriver and somehow leave with a conversation about a mother's hands and a promise to pray for someone you will never meet. Prayer is one of the few currencies that increases when exchanged. You pay and are paid, and nobody knows the ledger except the one whose name keeps these paths aligned. Clouds gather like committee members who have finally agreed on an agenda. Rain draws its first line. You lift your face and receive it as if you had been addressed gently. The old panic about weather tries to rehearse. You give it a chair, then you stand and do not sit in it. This is the day the Lord has made, the psalm says somewhere in muscle memory. It did not specify sunshine as a requirement for rejoicing. You take off your hat and let your hair remember childhood. People look at you, and then up into the rain, and several decide simultaneously to stop pretending the water is a nuisance. Laughter is contagious. So is relief. By the time you reach the small market, your jacket is honest about sky, but your bones are dry. You buy apples for no reason except colour, and colour is reason enough. The person at the register says, "I like this weather because it makes people tell the truth." You consider the accuracy of this statement and nod with a seriousness that makes both of you smile. On the way out, you pass a bulletin board with 3 lost cat notices and 1 found cat notice, and you add the right names to your prayers without turning prayer into a to-do list. The name hears nouns as readily as verbs. You head home because home is a sacrament when it is not an escape. Goodness walks a half step ahead to hold the door. Mercy lingers with the umbrella to escort whoever is coming after you that you will never see. You shrug off wet and hang it where wet belongs. The house receives you without asking for narrative. You light the lamp because evening prefers the company of flame. You take the rod from its resting place by the door and lay it across 2 chairs to make a little bridge for your cat, because structures that protect can also be toys, and play is a path of righteousness you forgot for a decade. The table becomes an altar as soon as you set a plate on it. You cut vegetables with the attention that makes a knife a liturgical instrument. Steam rises with the modesty of incense. You hum the line the piano left in your bones and hear the stove answer in harmony. You salt with the restraint you learned from the sea. You eat without scrolling and discover that your mouth remembers gratitude all by itself when your eyes are not distracted. You leave the second plate on the counter because it is a good story now, even if tonight no one else sits. After dishes, you walk the rooms not to correct them, but to thank them. The curtain which earlier tried to be a sail returns to its vocation as filter of light. The chair that kept your body understands how to rest from holding. You lay the small loaf end on a board and cover it with a clean towel the way you would lay a child down for a nap. The bed watches you from the doorway, like a lake watches a swimmer, ready but not impatient. You touch the doorframe and bless whoever will walk through next, even if it is only you, especially if it is only you. Before the sun is gone completely, you return to the path for a last loop. Dusk has its own grammar. The street is gentle with people putting their days to bed, recycling baptised in the blue light of a phone, a father inventing a story for a child too wiggly for plot, a woman watering pots in a pattern that suggests religion. You listen for the rod and hear it in your feet, even without staff or shepherd in sight. Keep, you do. The right path now is simply the one that delivers you to night intact. On the bridge, the river has traded silver for ink. You take the stone from your pocket again because ritual feeds the parts of you lecture never could. Maybe tonight is the night to let it go. Maybe the work of the stone has been completed. You lay it on the rail and ask the water whether it wants what you've been carrying. The answer comes not as thunder, but as a low consent. You tip your palm. The stone falls with shocking softness, like a punctuation mark that chose the right sentence and finally rested. Rings widen, meet shore, forgotten by everything except the muscle that threw them and the river that turned them into music. You stand long enough to learn one more lesson. Letting go is not mostly about dropping. It is about trusting what receives. Back at the house, the hidden room opens before you think to reach for the seam. You sit. The candle resigns itself to being small and, in that resignation, becomes glorious. You write the day down with fewer words than you lived, because economy is a virtue too. You bless your enemies, if you have them. You bless your friends by saying their names without attaching needs to them. You bless your own tiredness until it becomes willing to be helped. Then you let the paper do its work while you put the pencil away. Paper likes to process in quiet. The basin is cool as kindness. You wash the excess from your face and leave the essential. You touch the place in your neck where alarm likes to keep a small apartment and give notice. Eviction for cause. Alarm packs without argument because it has learned rent is high where mercy lives. You anoint with memory, just a fingertip here and there, oil or no oil, until skin understands it is seen. When you lift your face, the mirror refuses to humiliate you. You thank it for its restraint and leave it to rest. Night has learned your name. It calls you by it without startling you. You turn down the bed and it lifts a corner, like a friend who wants to help but knows you've got it. You slide under and the quilt becomes the wings again, not hovering to impress, hovering to settle. The pillow finds the exact curve it has been practicing for your neck. You let the lamp reduce itself to a heartbeat blue that only the clock can read. Somewhere a drain completes a thought begun before dinner and closes its mouth gently. Sleep draws near without announcement. Before it arrives, you look back at the path that was called right, not because nothing went wrong, but because you kept meeting each bend with the trust you had that minute and no more. You think of the name you followed without always knowing you were following. You think of how namesake means both resemblance and responsibility, and how your day carried both imperfectly and well enough to belong to joy. You think nothing at all for 3 breaths, and those 3 breaths do more good than 100 thoughts ever could. Dream keeps to the theme. You're in a city that looks like your city after it has forgiven itself. Doors open when you touch them lightly. Fences remember they were built to protect gardens, not to imprison neighbours. Streets speak in low voices about weather instead of war. A child draws a map in chalk that turns into an actual road because everyone who passes agrees to walk where she imagined. A river runs straight through the middle and whispers the names of people you love in a language only you can hear. The right path glows faintly. It is not the only path available. It is simply the one that is clearly loved. You wake once to a sound that does not threaten. Rain returning with better manners, tapping the roof as if asking to borrow a cup of sugar. You say yes and turn over, and the bed approves by being bed. Goodness, who never really sleeps, moves a glass close to your reach on the nightstand just in case. Mercy, who naps like a cat, lifts one eye and closes it again because the watch is covered. Your breath keeps the rod's tempo without waking you to brag about it. Before morning repeats its first 2 notes, you finish the last small work of the day. You hand everything back. The compliments you could not metabolize, the critique that tried to move in and redecorate with unkind curtains, the decision you deferred because deferring was the bravest honesty available, the laughter that caught you off guard and stitched a new seam somewhere under your ribs, the bread that became hands, the stone that became song, the path that was enough. All of it crosses the table, your table that is also altar, and is received by someone who never seems bored by the offering of simple days. When the window goes from square to light, you recognize the world again. You will rise. You will carry the name like a key that does not jingle because you have learned how to hold it steady. You will set your feet to a path that is right because it is loving, and loving because it is right. And you will make mistakes without leaving the road. You will be followed by goodness, accompanied by mercy, guided by a rhythm you no longer need to clap to keep. You will lift the latch like a benediction, step over the threshold like a promise kept, and meet the day as if you belong to it, which you do, because you belong to the one who never stops making days and calling them good. It begins with a question that does not frighten you anymore. Who would you fear standing here with this light in your chest? The hour is early enough that the world is mostly edges and intentions. The piano, never dramatic when it doesn't have to be, places a single tone in the air and lets it ring like a lantern. Rain has stepped back to the eaves, not sulking, simply giving the lamp room to work. You stand by the window and test the truth with a breath in for 4, pause for 2, out for 6. You watch yourself become brighter by doing nothing theatrical, only breathing like someone who trusts the bulb will hold. The house has learned your footfall. It answers with its small language of welcome, wood settling, hinge choosing kindness, fabric remembering warmth. You move through rooms as if the dark were a guest you have decided to treat well. No flinching, no speeches. You are not here to banish night. You are here to keep company with a light that has proven itself in worse weather than this. A sentence from long ago touches the back of your neck. Stronghold. You do not need to shout it. You let your spine understand. You go first to the small prayer room because habits make courage cheaper. The chair has a memory of your weight and takes it without comment. You do not list threats. You name the beauties that have kept you from confusing noise with news. The willow recovering from storm. The neighbour's laugh that sounds like a kettle at the exact second before boil. The child on yesterday's curb, unafraid to be silly in rain. When fear tries to argue, it finds no stage. You have given your attention to what nourishes. May I live inside this attention, you say, and the room nods. A call rises, not urgent, not fragile. Seek. You do not treat it like a scavenger hunt. You answer with your face. You turn your whole face toward the one you cannot see, and for a moment, seeing does not matter. You practice gazing the way you practice counting. You let the gaze be soft, the way people look at lakes and babies and faces they have missed too long. Your eyes stop being employees. They become windows. Late into the kitchen, water remembers how to make its quiet song through pipes and into a kettle. Steam braids itself into the morning, and the morning accepts the decoration. Goodness has left a lemon on the board for no reason except yellow. Mercy places the cup in your hand as if you were beloved, which you are, and as if you might forget, which you do, and as if rituals were bridges, which they are. You raise the cup, and your heartbeat meets your wrist. Two metronomes confer and choose a tempo that allows you to step into the day without recruiting dread as a coach. Outside, a grey tries to rehearse its old intimidation. It fails. The lamp in your chest does not need applause to keep working. You walk. Pavement keeps its honest stains. Puddles borrow sky. The street's ordinary courage shows up right on time. Bus drivers doing their rounds. A shopkeeper lifting a grate with a sound that means business and breakfast. A dog barks like a doorbell. Your pulse chooses not to interpret it as prophecy. That is new. You have trained yourself not to make alarms out of information. You take the long way to nowhere important, because paths that do not pretend to be urgent have their own medicine. At the corner, a woman rehearses a difficult sentence to an invisible audience. You lower your gaze to grant privacy without pretending you don't care. You whisper, "Be helped," and keep moving. The blessing is not a spell. It is a way to keep your mouth from becoming a judge's bench before noon. Clouds consider drama. You consider tea. The balance feels right. Mid-morning brings a memory shaped like a door you used to be afraid to open. It has the same paint, the same knob, the same draft along the floor. You can feel your body begin the old routine. Jaw, shoulders, breath narrowing to a straw. You pause and place your hand on the knob, not as a challenge but as a greeting. Hello again. Then you step to the side and let the memory walk out first. You follow at a human distance. It turns left and dissolves into weather. That is all it wanted, to be met without being arrested. By noon, the light has found its second wind. You head toward the place where water becomes a mirror. The lake is not polished today. It is honest about ripples. You bend and look. The face that looks back is not courageous in the way posters mean courageous. It is courageous the way porches are, standing there year after year through weather, letting people in and letting people out, taking boots and laughter and apologies with the same plank. You touch your cheek, and the face approves. You do not ask it for guarantees. You ask it to keep telling the truth gently. A hawk writes a serif in the sky. Air edits around it. You notice how many strong things are quiet. Stone, bread, faith. Even the rod, when it is not needed, stands at ease. You think of all the rooms where fear shouted and how often you mistook volume for authority. Today you are not hiring fear. You're promoting patience. You join a line for lunch. The person 2 places ahead rehearses their list of allergies with the confidence of someone who has been made to feel like an inconvenience before and refuses to accept that identity a second longer. You bless their clarity with your silence. When your turn comes, you order simply and mean it. The server says anything else and you say just water, and the just is not self-denial. It is accuracy. The cup arrives. You drink as if drinking were an act of allegiance to a quieter kingdom. It is. On the way back, a wind finds you from an angle that once set off alarms. Today it only cools your forehead. You pass a church door propped open with a stone. The inside air spills out. Wax, wood, a rumour of old singing. You do not enter. You stand at the threshold because thresholds have been your teachers. Not yet, they say when panic tries to sprint. Now, they say when love asks for a step that looks like courage and is actually obedience. You place a foot an inch onto the stone and feel the whole day accept your offering of evenness. Afternoon is where shadows lengthen like reminders. They are not menacing. They are informative. They show you where the light is by drawing the shape of what blocks it. You turn your chair a fraction, and the room brightens without moving the sun a single degree. This is what practice has done for you. Taught you how a fraction is sometimes the miracle. You write something that needed writing and delete the flattering sentence. You make a call you have avoided and keep your voice low, not with shame, with honour for the other person's bandwidth. When heat tries to climb the ladder of your spine, you invite it to sit on the first rung and count its breaths. The old psalm finds you in the hallway the way familiar songs know which corner to wait in. One thing, your heart translates it into contemporary scheduling language and laughs at itself. Then it translates it again into appetite. One thing, to dwell. You do not argue with the wish. You let it be your only extravagance this hour. To remain, to keep company with light, to call beauty by its name, even when beauty is wearing work clothes and a smudge of dust from someone else's heartbreak. Late afternoon, a message you did not want arrives anyway. It is not catastrophic. It is bruising. You feel your ribs prepare to narrow the room. You walk to the waiting room upstairs. The literal one now. The one with the window seat that refuses melodrama and the clock that ticks without threats. Mercy is there ahead of you, with the package marked, "Not yet." You place the message under it for a time. You are not avoiding. You are correcting the scale. You drink water like a competent animal and look at trees being trees. In 10 minutes, the message has become handleable. In 10 years, it will be compost. Both are true. Your breathing believes you. On the way home, a small storm practices its scales. Thunder clears its throat without committing to a monologue. Children at a crosswalk explain lightning to one another with theories that deserve respect. You slow, because slowing is your truest shelter. By the time you reach the block with Rosemary and Foxes, the rain has chosen friendliness. Drops find your face and stay there a second, as if asking to memorize you. You let them. You remember a sentence you once thought too large to carry around. Whom shall I fear? You test it like you tested the breath. It fits, not as a dare, as a description of your life when it is aligned with what keeps you. Evening begins its gentle labours. You set the table as if you might be joined at any moment, because one day you will be, and practice makes welcome feel like second nature. The knife behaves. The pan forgives. The bread remembers your hand. You open the window enough to let the air taste dinner. Someone on the sidewalk says something funny to someone they love, and both laugh. The laughter enters as seasoning. After the dishes, you walk the rooms with a blessing that requires no special words. Your palm learns the topography of door frames again. Your fingertips brush the book that told you exactly what you needed in only 9 lines. Your hand rests on the back of the chair where you will sit later to write the day into shape, and the chair promises not to make you earn its support. You are surrounded by a conspiracy of objects that have chosen mercy as their vocation. The hidden room opens not because you have found the seam, but because the door has learned your desire and prefers to meet you halfway. The candle accepts fire with its humble flare. You write the names of 3 people you attempted to fear today and place a period after each. The period is a small, brave gate. Behind each gate, a garden can grow. You write your own name and refuse to make a list of failures underneath. You write the word kept and let it mean what it means, which is everything. You take the stone from your pocket and hold it above the paper for a second. It is warm with your going and cooling with your stillness. You set it down on the corner of the page, not as a weight, as a mentor. Stability does not smother. It steadies. Beside it, you place the feather, because shelter is not a season. It is a way. The 3 together make a small altar that could fit in a child's hand and still holds heaven. The basin is a mercy you can touch. Tonight you add the smallest drop of oil, a ceremony that tells skin the same truth you told your mind this morning. Light is not a rumour. You touch brow, throat, wrists. You forget to ask for anything. Gratitude arrives uninvited and sits on the edge of the sink, swinging its legs like a young friend who doesn't need to be taught the old songs to hum them perfectly. Outside, the street turns down its volume and becomes corridor. You step out once more because dusk asks and because courage loves repetitions. The fox writes his tidy line along the fence and pauses to look, as if checking attendance. You nod, you are here. Overhead, a breaking cloud shows a small wedge of clear that looks like a promise you can actually keep. You keep it by going inside when you're ready, and not 2 minutes later. You keep it by not scrolling past your own life. You keep it by making the bed good and your breathing honest. Sleep is a house you already built, so entering it does not require theatrics. The bed receives. The quilt remembers wings without needing to flare them. The lamp bows its head. You let your eyes close and your mouth speak once, barely moving, remain. The word does not fly to a ceiling and bounce back as echo. It goes down into the floor and becomes part of how the house holds. Dream takes its turn at teaching. You are walking corridors of a temple with no walls, only colonnades of trees. People you love and people you do not know keep stepping from shadow into light, and every time they do, they look slightly more like themselves and slightly more like each other. A voice you trust but cannot place says, "Look what fear cannot do. You look." Fear cannot unmake a face. It cannot edit a laugh into silence forever. It cannot talk water out of reflecting light. It cannot keep bread from becoming hands. You wake with the sentence folded under your tongue like a small prayer you will carry tomorrow without thinking. Sometime past midnight, the rain returns to finish a paragraph. You hear it and do not brace. Even the shadow that used to name itself with your full history tries once at the edge of the room, and then, finding no audience, sits down and listens to weather. You roll to your side and the bed shifts its small geography to keep your shoulder from arguing with your neck. Somewhere, goodness moves the glass on the nightstand half an inch closer. Somewhere, mercy cracks the window so the room can trade breath with the dark. What remains to do is small. You give the day back. You place into invisible hands the conversation still buzzing. The decision you will not rush. The person whose face walked with you longer than you expected. The mistake you refuse to crown. The laughter you will keep. Each goes easy. Nothing drops. The keeper you trust is neither clumsy nor tired. You sleep because trust has taught your body how. When morning arrives, it will not need to convince you of anything. Light will touch the windowsill with its ordinary, exquisite competence. The piano will choose 2 notes like an invitation without RSVP. You will open your eyes and remember not a doctrine, a practice. Whom shall I fear when I am this accompanied? You will sit, touch stone, touch feather, pocket the paper, and stand. The house will breathe you out into streets that already know your pace. The lamp in your chest will step forward with you, and the day, recognizing an old friend, will lower its voice so you can hear the answer that has been true all along. Begin with a bell you cannot see. It rings without striking metal, not a call to gather, a call to loosen, fingers from handles, jaw from argument, mind from the constellations it drew last night to prove the world could be solved. The bell's tone does not scold. It lays a shawl over the shoulders of the morning and says a word that used to frighten you when you confused it with laziness. Stop. The window carries the sound as light. The piano respects it and plays nothing, which is a song in the same key. You answer by not reaching first for the list. You reach for water. The cup knows your mouth and becomes the very old sacrament that taught you about blessing long before you learned how to spell it. The body uncurls its small fists and believes you are not about to run. Goodness and mercy wait at the door, like 2 reliable weather systems that decided long ago they would not ask you for proof before they offer shade. You nod to them. You have work today, and none of it looks like labour. In the anteroom, you hang your hurry on its hook, and it stays there, less by rule than by relief. You stand in the corridor with the switches that adjust pace and slide your finger to slowest. The house sighs the way a cello does when the bow finds the string without hurry. Somewhere, a clock decides to keep ticking at a volume that honours birds. You are learning that sanctity might sound exactly like this: a hallway exhaling, a hinge choosing quiet, the breath of someone who hasn't been chased in hours. You make the small procession that has become your liturgy: feather, stone, paper. The feather reminds you that shelter is something you carry when you remember how. The stone reminds you that steadiness is not stubbornness. It is weight distributed kindly. The paper, when unfolded, says what it has said for weeks, and somehow says it new: be strengthened. You press the sentence against your sternum as if lining up a compass. The needle steadies. North is not a direction, it is a grace. The table has made itself handsome without pomp. A cloth lies tidy as if ironed by patience. The loaf waits with its ordinary extravagance. You cut slices not with piety, but with attention. The butter answers yes to every place the bread asks for light. You pour fruit into bowls because colour counts too, and you learn again the good mathematics of beauty. 2 slices, 1 cup, 5 berries, gratitude multiplied by chewing slowly. You sit in your usual chair, and without fanfare, eat like someone who is not waiting to be fed anymore. You are being fed. It is difficult to keep pretending scarcity when your mouth does this honest work. After breakfast, you do nothing impressive. You wash the plate and place it upside down on a towel. You wipe the counter as if wiping were prayer, because wiping is prayer when someone is loved by the results. You let the kettle stay warm without insisting on tea. These small refusals to rush are not a retreat. They are a kind of offering that preserves strength for the exact places the day will ask for it. You walk out the door because the street is a sanctuary that forgot a steeple. The bell you cannot see has rung out here as well. Tires whisper instead of hiss. Birds hold their notes longer, as if the conductor finally learned to love the rests as much as the melody. The river inside your ribs keeps pace with the river under the bridge, and both act surprised when they meet in your ears like old friends who stop competing for the same chair. You take the long route, not to escape, to keep company with the kind of time that heals. The park is a liturgy of small Sabbaths. Dogs practice their particular gospel of joy, declaring good news to sticks and grass, and people who forgot they could toss anything away without losing themselves. A woman sits on a bench and darns a sock as if mending were the most ordinary miracle a hand could perform, which today it is. A boy throws his paper airplane and it refuses to fly in a straight line, electing instead to curve toward his open palm as if to say everything you send out wishes to be returned gently. You learn from all of them without a single lecture. This is how a day teaches, by being itself thoroughly. You pass the willow that once taught your eyes to rest. It is dry today, but remembers rain the way good bones remember a dance learned in youth. You do not lie down under it. Your posture lies down from your shoulders to your breath. You stand upright without bracing. Somewhere a heron moves through air, like a sentence that forgot nothing. You nod to it with the kind of respect one offers a teacher you do not want to embarrass by speaking their name too often. By late morning, You're drawn past the low wall to the market where herbs and laughter share a tent. You buy Rosemary because Rosemary is a book about memory written in scent, and you will need to read it later when names blur. You buy a handful of figs because extravagance for its own sake is medicine, and you refuse to be stingy with your own healing. The vendor says, "Take the bruised one too." You accept, and in doing so, remember that bruising isn't disqualification. It is story. You carry the figs to a friend you promised nothing to and ring the bell without a plan. They answer in socks, the sure sign that someone is trying to keep the floor from feeling alone. You sit at a table that has been set more by habit than by hope, and you place the figs in the middle as if they had been expected. You talk about weather and socks and the way the city forgot spring for 3 days last week and then remembered with apologies. When the thing worth naming finally arrives at the edge of your friend's mouth, you do not reach for tools. You reach for the knife and slice fruit lengthwise so that inside light becomes a red map of sweetness. And this act says, "Go on," better than advice ever could. They do. You do not fix. You keep company. The Sabbath inside the hour does the rest. On your way home, you take the alley that lives behind the library because it always smells like paper should. Clean, a little dusty, patient. A box of discarded books sits near the door for anyone who knows how to love cast-offs. You find a slim volume with an underlined line about water having a memory for every stone it has touched. You take it and vow to return it to someone who will need it more than you do when the sentence has finished its work in your chest. At noon you apprentice yourself to delight. You cut a tomato in half and salt it the way grandmothers salt truth, sufficiently. The colour is unruly and insists on being seen even by your inner cynic. The first bite makes a sound you will not attempt to translate. It is too honest. You drizzle oil until the plate looks like sunlight deciding to live on porcelain. You eat standing, and then sitting, and then leaning, because the body is a map of the many ways gratitude can be practiced. You rest, not because fatigue has won, because ceasing is a choice you can make while strength is still in your hands. The chair in the hidden room receives you like a dock receiving a boat that didn't break itself to arrive. The candle does the ancient task of turning wax into time. You count nothing. A bird says a single unambitious sentence outside the window and then holds silence with you like a friend who has learned the power of not filling it. Sleep touches your eyelids and you do not argue. You take 10 holy minutes and wake without guilt. The world has not fallen apart because you lay down your part of it. That was a rumour. Fear started years ago. You declined to repeat it. In the late afternoon, you visit the room upstairs labelled waiting. The package marked not yet still sits on the cushion, the tag soft from handling. You touch it as one touches the head of a child who wanted to be taller today. Not yet, you say aloud without cruelty. In time. Mercy enters and sets a cup by your knee without the clatter shame likes to make. You drink and remember that thirst cannot be solved in one gulp, only tended like a garden. You look out at an ordinary sky that couldn't care less about your schedule and feel permission enter your bones with the quiet authority of rain. Because Sabbath is permission, you let your hands pick up music. The piano does not ask to be improved upon, it asks to be joined. You sit and play the kind of progression that makes a room remember its own first day. The left hand laying floorboards, the right hand opening windows, both insisting on a key that nothing has to fight to find. When you hit a wrong note, the piano forgives you by telling you it wanted to go there all along. You laugh with your shoulders. You're not practicing for performance. You are playing because joy that has not rehearsed is the truest. Evening comes dressed in linen. The kitchen becomes a chapel again, this time less for hunger, more for the ceremony of enough. You lay plates as if you were setting a table where arguments cannot reach. You light a candle and the whole room lowers its voice. You whisper thanks not to collect credit, but to hear how your mouth shapes gratitude without supervision. Bread returns because bread always does. You pour a cup and share it with whoever the day has made thirsty inside you. You eat slower than the clock expects. You decide clocks are not your bishops. After dinner, you step into the garden because rosemary asked to be planted where it can overhear your prayers. The cracked pot by the fence has grown a new green along its seam, proof that a wound can become a spout. You press soil around roots and water until dark looks glossy. You do not shall I and should I. You practice will and am. I will tend, I am tended. The fox writes his tidy line along the fence, as if signing the guest book. In the corner, a spider rebuilds what last night's wind argued with. The web holds a small leaf that does not belong there. You release it and say a sentence to the air in no particular direction. We are all allowed to be held by what we did not mean to make. A neighbour leans over the low fence with a laugh that admits to needing someone. You do not make them resolve their need before you open your gate. They step into your yard the way people step into an idea they hope is true. You sit on the low bench and pass a fig, the bruised one you saved on purpose. You talk about nothing and then about the thing. You both look at the same rosemary sprig to avoid looking at each other when tears visit. Tears leave a better salt than wisdom alone. When the first star risks the sky, your neighbour stands, lighter by ounces that matter, and you do not weigh the exchange. Sabbath is not a ledger. It is a table with enough places and a kitchen that keeps a clean towel on a peg for whoever needs it. Night lowers its lamp over the neighbourhood. The house lights its baseboards to guide your feet, as if they were precious, which they are, and as if they had worked hard, which they have, and as if generosity included ankles, which it does. In the prayer room, you sit again and name what did not happen today, the miracle you wanted that stayed seed, the apology that did not arrive yet, the door you did not open because peace asked you to wait. You bless the not yet as if it were already kind. This is how hope behaves when it has learned patience. It keeps a room ready without setting a plate, only to resent the hunger that doesn't show. You take the stone from the windowsill and grip it with the soft firmness of someone who has learned how to hold without clenching. You remember the night you walked on water because love asked, and because a path appeared one step at a time. You do not chase that spectacle. You let the memory train your feet for tomorrow's sidewalks, which will demand the same faith in smaller increments. You pass the feather over your face, and shelter is a temperature again. You touch the paper and the sentence says nothing new, which is why you trust it. Be strengthened. It works because it is boring. At the basin, you wash the day from your face the way the tide pulls sand smooth. You add a drop of oil because your skin remembers this language now and speaks it slowly. Named, kept, beloved. You touch throat and bless a voice that will be needed tomorrow to make bridges instead of headlines. You touch wrists and feel the pulse accept wisdom without needing spectacle. You do not negotiate with fatigue. You usher it toward bed, like a friend who convinced you to leave a party before it got loud. The bed is a strong theology. It says without footnotes that bodies can be trusted with rest. You lift the quilt, and wings remember the agreement they have with sleep. You lay down, and the mattress reports to gravity that all is in order. The lamp bows and then bows again. You turn your head and see the house has placed a glass of water where your hand will find it in the dark and without knocking anything down. You do not remember asking. That is the point. Mercy rehearses. Before sleep, you do the smallest accounting. Not of achievements, of alignments. Where did I keep to the pace love set? Where did I let scarcity set the key and then have the humility to change it? Where did I open a door like a priest instead of a cop? Where did I laugh with my shoulders? Where did I err and repair without a speech? Each answer is a bead on a string you will not wear in public, but will keep in a pocket you touch when storms come. The string does not measure worth. It teaches you touchstone by touchstone how to be human without flair. Dream walks in carrying baskets. It is harvest without hurry. Fields you forgot you planted have decided to ripen. Friends you do not see in the waking world arrive without bags and sit on the low stone wall as if it were a pew. The shepherd walks the perimeter, rod tapping the humane tempo, not guarding against you, guarding for you. The table appears because of course it does. Bread tears with that sigh. A cup goes round. The cup does not run dry, not because physics changed, but because no one hoards. The bell that began the day rings once more, but now it sounds like a heartbeat through pine and wool and bread and water. Someone reads a line you have been living. Goodness and mercy will follow. You smile without deciding to. You believed it before, but your bones believe it now. A little while before dawn, the rain returns as if to tuck the city in. You wake briefly and remember nothing urgent. The house keeps its watch. The rod keeps its beat. The feather keeps its smug lightness. The stone keeps being a small earth you are allowed to hold. Goodness moves through the hall, lighting the soft lamps for morning's rehearsal. Mercy checks the gate and lifts the latch so that day will not have to fumble. Your breath goes back to its quiet work. Sleep finishes its paragraph and places a period more gently than it ever has. When the first pale square finds the wall, the bell you cannot see offers its last note, which is also the first of another day. You will stand. You will lift the switches. You will choose again to honour a pace that keeps bodies from being turned into machines. You will set tables no one thinks they deserve, and watch them fill anyway. You will keep the Sabbath the way you keep a friend, often imperfectly, on purpose. And the world, noticing the lamp you carry, and the rhythm in your feet, and the gentleness in your touch, will breathe a little easier for a minute without knowing why. That will be enough miracle for a Monday, which is to say, for forever, one square of light at a time. Begin with a key in your palm. A real one, heavy, ridged, cool from the night table. You do not remember when the house gave it to you. Perhaps it was always there, tucked under the small paper that keeps saying, "Be strengthened," as if repetition were an act of love. The key has no label. It fits something you have not yet opened. The knowledge does not rush you. You lie still and let morning loosen the room seam by seam. First the window's pale square, then the faint line of the dresser, then the curve of the cup by the sink. The piano, unambitious as ever, places 2 notes exactly where your breath expects them. Rain is elsewhere, writing on someone else's roof, a comfort to know it continues its work when you're not listening. You stand. The floor keeps its promise to be floor. The feather brushes your wrist and teaches shelter again in one precise stroke. The stone agrees to be stone without asking to be gemstone. Steadiness with no need of spectacle. The paper rides in your pocket and becomes the angle of your shoulders. In the kitchen, water pursues its vocation without drama. Steam rises, a small, quiet flag. You cut bread, not to commemorate yesterday's table, but to begin today's. Honey remembers summer. Butter behaves like light learning to rest. At the door you pause, because thresholds deserve a nod. Goodness and mercy fall in behind with the competence of people who do not need to be introduced. You lift the latch and step into the neighbourhood's first question. What will you carry today? Not what will you accomplish, impress, defend, carry. The answer comes from somewhere near the sternum. Light, slow, spare. You obey. The street is a catalogue of ordinary promises kept. Bins lined like soldiers who never see war. Gardens making a second attempt at basil. A bus sighing to its knees for a woman whose hands are full of unglamorous errands. You match the river under your ribs. 4 in. 6 out. A dog pulls its human toward a smell that must be redemption. A boy tries to whistle and fails cheerfully. Your heart, once a volunteer firefighter who leapt to every alarm, has learned triage. It lets the sirens be the city's responsibility and keeps time instead for a slower rescue. At the corner, a construction crew has peeled a street back to its bones. Rebar ribs, earth's wet breath. A man in a hard hat gestures with a seriousness you respect. You wait not from fear, but from belonging. When the flag flips to walk, you cross slowly enough to read the ground like a book. Old patches under new asphalt. A faint fossil of a leaf pressed into tar years ago. A glitter of sand where yesterday's rain convinced grit to shine. You consider how much of your life is repair, how much is being poured, how much is simply cured and trustworthy. You bless all 3 states as legitimate. The morning opens into a market where oranges are stacked like decisions you can actually make. You choose 2 without overthinking, which is a spiritual practice on par with fasting. The vendor says, "These are good today," and you hear a benediction in the word today, a permission to believe goodness can be immediate and not only eventual. You slip a 3rd orange into your bag because generosity has muscle memory now. It flexes without showing off. Work arrives like a series of rooms you know how to enter. The email room with its tidy rows of voices. The meeting room where patience has the best acoustics. The quiet room where writing happens when you make a chair of your attention. You set the lamp's circle on your desk and obey its circumference. One thing, then the next. You answer a heated message with the tone oil taught your throat, firm without flame, clear without edge. You resist the allure of sweeping statements. You put commas where lungs would ask for them. You refuse to become a weather system inside someone else's storm. Mid-morning, a memory tries to put a hand on your shoulder the way it used to, heavy, presumptive. You turn and meet it with the key in your palm, not to lock it out, to unlock its newest room. You say, "I know where you sleep now, and I will bring water when you wake." The memory loses its appetite for theatrics. It becomes a guest rather than a ghost. You walk at lunch because stairs outside are better than stairs in the mind. The city offers a slow ascent, a block, a landing, another block, until you find yourself at a small overlook no one advertises. A strip of river, 3 roofs, a steeple that keeps its steeplehood without scolding taller buildings. The wind up here has fewer opinions. You take the stone from your pocket and place it on the low wall, not as a letting go this time, as a check-in. Still steady, still carried. You press your palm flat and feel how cool moves into warm until both agree on a temperature. You are learning consent in materials other than words. On the way back, a child has set up a lemonade stand, tilted a few degrees but full of justice. The sign says 25C, or "Tell me a joke." You pay with a joke so old it becomes new, and the child laughs like someone discovering a hidden door. You drink the tart kindness, and your mouth recognises the sacrament immediately. Gift met with grin, thirst met with sugar and effort. Community enacted with paper cups and a folding table. You leave $1 because cups cost, and because economy is how love moves through neighbourhoods. The afternoon tests your balance. A phone call you've dreaded arrives, the voice on the other end thinner than it used to be. You sit down while you talk. You do not multitask because sorrow deserves both hands on the steering wheel. You say "I'm here" more than you say it will be okay. You ask what needs to be done today, not in general. You write 2 items on the smallest paper you can find so urgency cannot rent an extra room. When the call ends, you do the first small thing and then the second. The rest waits without turning into a monster. Mercy sits in the doorway with its foot against the frame and does not let panic pass. Later, in the corridor with pace switches, you slide your finger to slower for the last stretch of work because haste rarely writes sentences you want to sign. You finish what can be finished and leave the rest in the waiting room's care. You put your hand on the doorframe as you leave and bless whichever version of you will walk back through this threshold tomorrow. The door learns the blessing and lowers its creak by a decibel. The sky chooses drama for the commute home and you let it. Light slants like a decision finally made. The tops of buildings wear gold like a joke they learn to tell each evening without boring themselves. When the first drops return, they are not a threat. They are punctuation. Commas at first, then a generous semicolon. You remember nights when rain meant trouble and marvel at the way the nervous system can be taught new metaphors. You let a drop land on your tongue like a word that used to accuse you and now simply means water. At your door, the key finds its lock without searching. The house inhales you into itself, and the day loses its posture. You set bag, keys, and worry on their hooks. None fall. The kitchen is ready to be an altar again. You slice vegetables as if colour were a theology. You salt the water for pasta until it tastes like a clean ocean, and you regard that small act as a priest regards a candlestick, ordinary tools made sacred by use. The second plate goes out of the cabinet on impulse and onto the table with intention. Whether anyone arrives is not your business. Readiness is. While the water boils, you answer a text from a friend who types out a question in fragments, each fragment landing like a sparrow. You do not gather the birds into a cage of certainty. You hold out a palm of time. Their fragments turn into sentences on their schedule. You stir the pot and let the room be large enough for two hearts to breathe at once. After dinner, the doorbell pays you the compliment of being used. A neighbour stands there with a plant that is technically a weed and practically a miracle. It thrives on neglect, they say, which is to say they trust you to be human. You take the pot. You invite them in. They do not come. They wanted to give without story. You honour that. You set the green in a corner where light finds it at unremarkable hours, and you know it will live. You walk the garden with what the day has made of your hands. Rosemary reports from the root ball that it has learned something about belonging. The cracked pot by the fence weeps a thin line of water along its seam and waters a seedling that arrived uninvited. You nod at this economy of flaws serving futures. The fox writes his tidy signature along the fence board and glances at you once in a way that makes you feel seen without being evaluated. You say aloud to no one, "Thank you for your work," and you mean the fox, and the rosemary, and the crack, and yourself. Inside, the room you didn't know the key belonged to has made itself obvious. It is the little closet that never opened all the way, the one that used to catch on something invisible. Tonight it yields. The key slides in as if the lock had been waiting to feel that particular pattern. Click. The hinge does not protest. Inside is not treasure in the glitter sense. It is shelves, empty and clean, smelling faintly of cedar and old rain. It is space. You stand in the doorway and realise how much of the spiritual life is learned by building a cupboard for what will come and refusing to fill it with panic. You leave the door open on purpose and go to the hidden room. The candle becomes a star with responsibilities. The chair keeps learning your weight. You lay the day on the paper with fewer words than you lived. Tenderness compresses without distortion. You list what the key opened and what it didn't, and you place the unopened in the waiting room upstairs where not yet sits with patience that would embarrass most saints. You write one line under everything else: I was kept. The sentence does not argue, it agrees. Oil is not required tonight. The skin remembers. You touch brow and feel thought lower its volume. You touch throat and hear your voice rehearse a tone you will need tomorrow at 3:15 p.m. when someone calls with a shaking problem and needs your steadiness more than your answer. You touch wrists and the pulse answers with a rhythm the rod taught your feet months ago in a valley that no longer frightens your ankles. Keep, keep, keep. Before bed, you walk to the porch because the night has opinions worth hearing. Across the street, a window glows like a wound becoming scar. A person waters a line of plants that are either dying or reorganizing. A bicycle clicks as it cools. You think of the lines you want to carry into sleep, and only one survives scrutiny. Remain. You say it softly to the air, and let it be instruction to you, and invitation to what keeps you. The bed negotiates with gravity on your behalf. The quilt recalls its wing apprenticeship, and gathers warmth in all the right places. The lamp lowers itself from speech to breath. You close your eyes, and the house keeps its various offices. One window cracked, one glass placed, one hinge deciding to be generous in the morning. You feel the feather of shelter pass above your face, like a hand making a sign you learned before you ever attached language to it. You do not reach for the key. Keys are for waking. Dream arrives in the shape of stairs you do not climb alone. Each step says a word that adds up to a sentence you recognize. Lift up your head, you do, and the gate opens inward because hospitality is an active verb. The city inside is not cleaner, it is kinder. People carry tables more than they carry megaphones. Someone plays a melody that could be your childhood if your childhood had been held perfectly. You carry your small lamp through a square, and the lamp refuses pride, lighting only what your foot requires and whatever face steps near. Halfway through the dream, fear appears in the old costume and cannot project to the back row. It whispers, and even the whisper feels tired. You offer it a seat. It takes it. The choir, windows, trees, dishes drying in racks, begins an unshowy hymn about enough. Fear rests its chin in its hand. You wake gently, surprised to find you have become hospitable even to the things you used to fight in the streets. A thin rain returns before dawn, obliging the roofs to remember their trades. You turn on your side, and your spine accepts its apprenticeship to rest without commentary. Somewhere goodness checks the stove and sets the kettle for morning. Somewhere mercy stands at the closet you opened and decides which shelf will hold the next thing you do not yet understand. The key sleeps in its bowl like a silver fish. When the first light chooses your windowsill, it acts like it always has, with competence but no swagger. You sit, and the house recognizes you. The feather brushes your wrist. The stone warms under your palm. The paper with its unoriginal, perfect sentence makes your chest a chapel again. You take the key in your hand and do not go searching for more locks. You let the metal weight remind you of the weight you can carry today. A cup, a name, a sentence that will keep someone from falling through a crack. You stand. The rod's tempo sounds in your heel. Keep. The lamp lifts inside your ribs and refuses to shine beyond what kindness can reach. You open the door and step out as if the city were a room you knew how to light without making a scene. The day asks its question again. What will you carry? And this time you answer out loud, just to hear it in your own voice. Bread, a key, a tone. The door closes softly behind you, pleased to be a hinge for a life that opens inward before it opens out. Begin with the sound of a cup being set on wood, an ordinary sound, the small ring that tells the table where to hold you. Morning is soft-edged. The window learns its light in gradients, the way patience teaches you anything worth keeping. The piano is a rumour in the bones, 2 notes and a breath. Rain is between decisions, thinking about curtains and gutters and the thirsty undersides of leaves. You lift the cup, feel its simple heat in your fingers. and set it down again, because this time you want to watch what happens when the pour goes just one heartbeat past full. It's not a flood, it's a generous curve. The surface rises to meet the rim, trembles, crowns, tips. A bright meniscus bucks its courage and spills over. A modest shine sliding down porcelain to widen in a ring on the table. That's all. The table does not panic. It accepts the blessing as if wood were made to host small rivers. The cup does not apologize for being more than enough. Your hand doesn't snatch. It steadies. You breathe and understand something your mind has tried to turn into theory for years. Overflow is not waste. Overflow is the proof that enough is real. You bring the cup to your mouth and drink without hurry. Warmth enters the sternum's long hallway and knocks on the inner doors like a friendly neighbour who knows you're home. Goodness sits where it always sits, a step behind your right shoulder, with a basket it is never embarrassed to carry. Mercy leans on the doorframe of your left with a cloth and a key, ready for whatever spills, ready to unlock whatever shame tries to lock. They do not comment on the ring on the table. They like rings. Rings mean there was more. You take the small paper from the nightstand, be strengthened, and slide it under the cup like a coaster made of promise. It is not precious about its edges. It likes the work. You touch the feather against your wrist and feel shelter rehearse its temperature. You press the stone into your palm and let steadiness copy itself into your grip. The key from yesterday's chapter rests in its bowl, cool and available. All of it says the same simple sentence in 4 dialects. You do not have to hoard. When you lift the latch, the day nods as if it has been waiting for your yes to pick its own pace. The street is damp from last night's blessing. A snail crosses a narrow path with the serenity of someone whose home is the overflow of their own body. A neighbour returns 2 empty jars with the reverence of a returning pilgrim. You make a mental note to fill them again without counting the cost in teaspoons. The river under your ribs finds the river under the bridge by sound alone, and both agree on a tempo that keeps ankles from lying about urgency. It is not a dramatic day. That's part of the secret. Overflow does not need a stage. It needs a cup willing to be filled and a table willing to get wet. You walk to the corner store and buy 4 oranges when you had planned for 2 because the vendor's eyes look like someone stood between them and a kindness at breakfast. You hand over an extra coin and say nothing ornate. The sack grows heavier in a way that feels like fitness, not burden. The vendor says, "You always bring the morning with you," and you nearly deny it out of habit, then remember that denial is a kind of hoarding too. You nod. "It overflows," you say, and the words do not feel like bragging. They feel like proper bookkeeping. At the crosswalk, a child in a red coat drops a glove. You call out. They turn with that unguarded pivot children still trust the world with. You hand the glove back like a passport. "You'll need this later," you say, and the future nods through their face. A cyclist brakes too sharply and tips. Your foot is already moving. Not heroics, rhythm. You steady bike and body with the exact pressure that says I see you and I'm not here to scold gravity. Overflow has good bedside manners. Work opens its rooms with their usual creaks. You set the lamp's circle on the desk and let it define abundance the right way. Enough light for now. enough clarity to stop when your eyes blur. Emails arrive like birds who have not yet learned your window is glass. You open what must be opened. You let others rest. A colleague's message reaches for your adrenaline. You answer with tone rather than speed. Here is what I can do today, you write, and you give them a cupful that does not steal from tomorrow. They drink the boundary without choking on it, because boundaries poured in kindness hydrate. They don't dehydrate. A call comes from someone you love, who has been living near the bottom of their own cup. Their voice shakes. Overflow teaches you to speak in sips. I can be with you for the next 30 minutes, you say, because honesty is a vessel too. Do you want to tell me the headline or the whole paper? They tell the headline. It spills enough to keep the story from fermenting into unkindness. You hold the ring of it the way wood holds water, not as stain, as evidence of more. You do not mop it while they're talking. You listen. Mercy dabs quietly at the edges when the call ends. Goodness sets a small plate under your next hour, so the drip will not be wasted. You leave your desk at noon, not because guilt has loosened its grip on you forever, but because you have trained it to keep the Sabbath of lunch. In the park, puddles repeat the sky's idea of blue. You sit on the bench that knows your weight better than your mirror does. An older man feeds stale bread to birds with a care that suggests he knows bread can be many things, and none of them poultry. He breaks, he throws, he waits. The birds perform their small economy perfectly. Receive, share, return. You pray the most honest prayer your mouth knows at midday, thank you, and let the overflow do its quiet math. On the way back, a flyer flaps from a lamppost. A child's violin recital, free entry, donations welcome. You take a picture, not to save the date, to save the notion. Music poured into a room by hands that haven't yet learned. Embarrassment can fund a month's meals for someone else. That is how overflow behaves when it gets a vote. It hires music. Afternoon tests you because afternoon enjoys tests. A message arrives with a subtle hook in it, a tone designed to pull you back into scarcity's old choreography. You feel your jaw reach for a familiar argument. You breathe instead and pour a sentence that fits within your cup. I cannot answer this in depth today. Here is a small truth I can offer. It isn't a deflection, it's an accurate measure. The hook has nothing to snag. You are a vessel, not a Velcro wall. You shift from the desk to a hallway where people apprentice themselves to pacing. The switches wait. You slide from medium to slow, and the corridor lowers its shoulders in gratitude. Goodness passes, trailing bread smell from a kitchen you cannot see. Mercy hums a line that could be lullaby or work song, depending on who hears it. You stand at the window seat in the room labelled waiting, and let the not yet package rest in your lap like a cat that requires neither patting nor exile. Overflow has stamina because it doesn't pry open what still needs time. Evening returns you to the door like a tide that remembers the moon. The latch lifts with the slight gratitude of metal that has been treated kindly all its life. The house inhales you, a good house, one that is not surprised to discover you tender and tired at the same time. The kitchen becomes altar again. You wash rice until the water runs clear because white space matters. You salt like someone who trusts oceans. A knock at the frame. A neighbour with the face people wear when news is half formed. You got a minute. You do not look at the clock to prove it. You open the door and set the second plate down, as if preparing for rain. They tell the news in pieces. You don't hurry their mouth. Your hands perform their liturgy. Stir, taste, turn down the flame, set out water. At the right moment, you let the plate overflow just a little, not as slop, as signal. Here, there is more than calculation here. They see it without staring, and their shoulders learn a millimetre of rest they will keep when they leave. This is not manipulation. This is the theology of plates. After dinner, the garden asks for you. Soil darkens into a kind of shine while you work. The cracked pot makes a gentle mess, watering the small volunteer at its base with a narrow tear. You think about your own cracks, the familiar ones and the hairline ones you don't admit to until they widen into announcements. You bless them out loud because your voice needs to learn how to do that without flinching. Make a river where I leak, you say to the evening, and the evening, which has seen worse prayers and better, takes yours seriously. The fox signs the fence in his tidy hand. 2 moths make sloppy circles around the porch light, undecided about devotion. Across the alley, a radio learns a melody and forgets it in the same breath, which is to say someone is trying. You take the key from your pocket and open the little closet again just to smell its readiness. Empty shelves are not poverty. They are prophecy. You place 1 jar there, the kind that catches tears and keeps them for the day. A dry root will need exact remembrance. And you close the door gently, an act of faith as quiet as breath. In the hidden room, the candle becomes a small sun with its own calendar. You sit. The chair gives back your weight with interest. On the paper, you do the inventory overflow. Prefers. Where did more arrive than I expected? Where did less suffice? Where did I mistake trickle for famine and need to apologise to reality? You write, the cup, the ring, the neighbour, the birds, the rice, the sentence I did not send, the coin I spent without clutching it to my chest first, the orange given away before I tasted one. Then you draw a single line beneath it and write the old prayer you keep resisting and keep needing. Teach me to pour without performing. You go to the basin and wash your face the way coastline teaches water to behave. Come as far as this and no farther. Come as often as you need. You touch brow, throat, wrist with oil or with memory of oil, and the skin answers with quiet comprehension. The pulse keeps its moderate drum. Your jaw unlearns its lecture. Your eyes agree not to be security cameras tonight. You look yourself in the mirror and see not a hero of compassion, not a martyr of kindness, just a person with a cup, a table, a willingness to get a little wet. Before bed, you ring a doorbell you couldn't see this morning, the one at the edge of your own fatigue that says, ask for help. You do not deliver a speech to justify the ask. You text a friend, tomorrow I need you to remind me I don't have to fix it all. 1 line will do. They reply with a heart and the line already, a thrift store benediction that fits you perfectly. Leave room for mercy. You laugh with your shoulders in the dark. Mercy is already in the room, amused you needed the reminder. kind enough to enjoy being invited anyway. The bed is ready with its old conspiracy, mattress working with gravity, gravity partnering with bone, bone forgiving muscle for trying too hard since noon. The quilt remembers wings and keeps its metaphor to itself. The lamp lowers its speech to a witness's hush. You lie down and let the day back into the hands that sent it. Not because it is too heavy, because gifts belong to givers. You touch the stone one more time, the feather one more time, the paper one more time, and then you let even those go, because touch has done its work for today. Dream is a street party where scarcity didn't get an invitation. Tables appear out of hatchbacks and back doors and improbable pockets. A woman you've never met ladles soup into bowls, and somehow her arm never tires. Every time the ladle scrapes, the pot says, "I have more, see?" and proves it. Children invent a game where forgiveness counts double and laughter is legal tender. Someone plays a melody in a minor key and no one rushes to change it. Sadness has a seat and a spoon and is not treated as a contagion. The shepherd is there in the way a good host is there, counting not with anxiety but with affection. The rod rests against a chair where a coat would be. The wings shade 3 tables at once. Every cup you pick up is already wet on the saucer with that bright curve you learned this morning. When you wake, you can still taste the salt of soup and the single clean syllable that travelled from bowl to bowl all night. Enough. You wake once before dawn and listen. The house keeps its vows. Somewhere, water ticks in the heat duct like a metronome for dreams. Goodness moves through the hall with a glass and sets it closer to your reach by an inch, because love measures in inches. Mercy cracks the window, a finger's width, so air can trade places with air, which is what forgiveness often feels like when it is working. You turn, and the bed edits itself to your new grammar. Your spine remembers it is not a flagpole. Your breath chooses the old measure, 4 in, 2 pause, 6 out, and the room agrees to lower itself around you until your bones are not outnumbered by the night. Morning comes back the way it prefers to, competent, unshowy, faithful. The piano places 2 notes like breadcrumbs, leading you into the day's woods. You sit, and the world recognizes you. You lift the cup and pour again, and this time you stop at the rim, because stopping is a kind of overflow too. A trust that more will be available when more is called for. You take the key and do not go hunting locks. You put the paper in your pocket because strength likes to ride close. You brush the feather along your wrist and let shelter climb into your sleeves. At the door you pause and touch the latch, as if blessing a forehead. Let me spill kindly where spilling heals, you say, and if anyone overheard, they would think you were practicing a line for a play. You are. It is called life, and the part is called human, and your cue is always the same. Step into the street, carry light, pour small and often, be generous with commas, and sparing with exclamation points. Catch what runs over and offer it, wet and shining, to whoever's hands are empty enough to hold it. You go. The path meets you without ceremony. A child laughs without earning it. A bus sighs toward its stop. A door opens with last night's oil remembering its vocation. Your cup is not perfect. It does not need to be. It only needs to be what it is. A vessel with a rim and a little ring on the bottom where tables remember you came through. You carry it the way people carry candles at vigils, steady, cupped from wind, unafraid of wax on the knuckles, because wax on the knuckles means something was warmed along the way. And if at midday you find yourself empty, you will know where to stand. Lamp, table, river, garden, rock, the hand that never seems bored by filling. You will hold the cup out without speech. It will be filled the way mornings are filled, competently, unshowily, faithfully. You will drink and set it down and let a bright curve run, and somewhere wood will be grateful to feel the cool kiss, and call it what it has always been, in the oldest languages of houses and hearts, blessing. Begin with the sound of time becoming kind. Not silence. Kind time has a sound. The click that does not scold. The soft settle of gears agreeing with breath. The piano's two faithful notes arriving like birds that no longer feel the need to prove they are birds. Morning stretches its arms along the windowsill. The rain keeps its appointment, not as a storm, as a companion who knows when to speak and when to be the hum beneath everything else. You sit up and let the room locate you. Feather, stone, the small paper that says what it always says and says it new because you are new. Be strengthened. You stand and the floor accepts your weight as if it had been rehearsing this exact moment since trees were trees. In the mirror, you're no more remarkable than yesterday, and that is a relief. The face you carry is a porch, not a billboard. It has learned how to welcome without selling anything. The kettle practices patience. Steam braids itself into a small flag, country of enough. You bless the cup before you pour, not because the cup needs your speech, but because your mouth needs the practice of gratitude when no audience requires it. Outside, the street reads like a ledger kept by a gentle accountant. Debits and credits of light. 2 crows negotiating the morning. A neighbour's recycling that did not fit last night, now fitting just fine. You lower your gaze for a stranger rehearsing a hard sentence, and look back up in time to see her shoulders decide she will not be frightened by her own honesty. The river under your ribs keeps pace with the river that knows how to be city and water at once. 4 in, 2 pause, 6 out. You have taught your breath the old psalm by rhythm even when words go missing. You pass the bakery and the air remembers how to tell you the truth without statistics. Warmth is a language, and today you are fluent enough to buy 2 loaves. 1 for the house that keeps you, 1 for the doorway you have not met yet, where hunger stands without announcing itself. The bag swings, and your hand chooses an older posture, the one that keeps fingers open even while carrying. Goodness falls in behind as ever, competent without ceremony. Mercy keeps step just to the left, a cloth over one arm, like a waiter who knows every table is altar. At work you do the brave and boring business of tending the day, so the day will not run feral. The lamp sets its circle, and you stay inside it long enough to finish the sentence that asked to be finished. Then let your eyes rise and rest on a window that refuses to be only glass. You write to someone whose last email had teeth. Your reply has teeth too, but they are the kind for chewing, not for tearing. Thank you for naming this, you say, and you mean it, because naming is how wild things become possible to love. You say what needs saying without asking adjectives to do the job of verbs. When you press send, Adrenaline looks around for a fight and finds a chair. You point to it. It sits. Mid-morning, you carry the second loaf towards the neighbourhood that knows you by your pace. A door frame holds a person you've seen a dozen times, and never this way, eyes dimmed by the arithmetic of bills and a life that has not learned how to be gentle yet. You do not turn your kindness into theatre. You hold out bread as if it were a sentence everyone already knows, and some of us simply forgot. For later, you say. He looks at your hand like it belongs to a climate he recognises, and then at the loaf as if it could grow a window in his wall. Bless you, he says, not to make you holy, to put a door in the day. You both step through without moving. On the way back, you reroute down the block, where the willow combs light through leaves onto a bench that remembers knees. You sit. Your shadow sits with you, and, for once, minds its manners. A young mother leans over a stroller and manages to tuck a blanket while answering a call while keeping tenderness intact. You bless, quietly, the way a hand on the back blesses. Across the path, a man teaches a child to ride a bicycle by remembering not to grip the seat too long. This is what the rod's tempo has done for you, taught you how to keep and release without confusing either with abandonment. Afternoon arrives with its usual appetite for drama. You decline. The package marked "not yet" in the waiting room upstairs sits exactly where you left it because Mercy posted a watch. Instead of pacing, you take up the small repair that will keep your world from fraying. The wobble in the kitchen chair. The apology you owe a voice you love for that borrowed impatience at breakfast. The email you keep postponing because it is not tragic enough to demand your courage and not trivial enough to disappear. You do these three and feel your nervous system open two windows. Storms roll their shoulders on the far horizon, and you go to the porch not to measure threat, to practice trust. Rain begins with the tact it has learned in this story. You raise your hands into it, palms open as if someone were giving you coins. Drops land and choose their own paths down your wrists, your forearms, into the cuffs of your shirt. You have not always been able to handle surprise without calling it danger. Tonight you laugh out loud into the weather, and the weather answers by avoiding the book you left on the table. Respect meets respect. Evening brings two invitations. A text that might detour you into argument, and a knock that promises a smaller, truer work. You let the text wait and open the door. There stands your neighbour, with a worry she holds like a glass she's trying not to spill. I don't know how to ask, she says. You put the kettle on because you do know how to listen. At the table, the cup warms her hands first, then her voice. The story comes in fragments. You give it room to be fragmented and discover how much healing happens before coherence arrives. When she weeps, you do the least glamorous labour of love. You sit without checking the clock. The rain adds punctuation the way a good editor does, sparingly, to help the sentence breathe. After she goes, lighter by ounces that count, you step into the garden and do what gardens teach best. You tend without immediate results. You move soil around the rosemary that keeps remembering kitchens where you learned you belonged. The cracked pot sips along its seam and gives its surplus to the small green at its base, still deciding whether to call this yard home. A fox signs the fence in tidy cursive. The air smells like petrichor and forgiveness. You say it out loud just to hear your mouth admit the simplest gospel in the world. Something is becoming beautiful where it was once only broken. You come inside and the house meets you with that dignified joy it keeps for people who try to love and need to be loved back. The piano waits in the room where sound becomes a hand on the shoulder. You sit and play a progression so modest it almost hides from itself. Left hand and right hand learn again to be married to patience. When a note rings longer than your mind planned, you let it. Long notes turn rooms into chapels without asking permission. The rain harmonizes on the roof at a distance that respects your story. Somewhere a neighbor hears and doesn't know they are hearing you, only that something in their body released its jaw and called it coincidence. The hidden room opens at your approach as if yearning, which perhaps it does. The candle accepts fire, small sun, humble star. You write the day as if catching birds gently and letting them go once their names are remembered. You do not translate everything into meaning. Some hours are kept whole by being left alone. You list what you need to apologize for and what you cannot fix, and what you're tempted to dramatize into a grief it does not deserve. You place each on the paper with the generosity you learnt from the cup and the table. Mercy folds the page when you're done, the way someone folds a blanket after company leaves, carefully, without fuss. The basin keeps its cool the way lakes keep morning. You wash. Oil or memory of oil travels to brow, throat, wrists, a small liturgy that tells your skin the same thing the psalm told your bones when you first learned to breathe on purpose. You are kept. You bless your voice to choose accuracy over volume tomorrow. You bless your hands to choose repair over performance. You bless your feet to remember the rod's humane tempo when streets audition to be battlefields. You bless your heart to recognize the table even when it appears disguised as a counter in a break room with bad lighting and a single apple. Tonight you choose a different room before bed, the one with old maps. You trace the valley you walked by night months ago and notice how memory has smoothed its switchbacks without lying about the steepness. You mark a bench that did not exist then, the one you placed this week by standing still for 5 minutes at noon. You draw a star by the gate you learnt to open inward. You add a circle where you first understood that overflow was not waste. Cartography of mercy, geography of changed pace. When you roll the map and slide it back into its tube, your hands know they are preserving kindness, not for nostalgia, but for navigation. Sleep asks nothing difficult. You are ready to answer nothing difficult. The bed takes your weight and returns the part of it you do not need to carry overnight. The part that belongs to God and gravity and time. The quilt remembers wings without showing off. Across the room, the small paper under the lamp does its patient work. Be strengthened even while you are not trying to be anything at all. You turn on your side and the house edits itself around your spine. Less press, more cradle. Dream lifts a door on quiet hinges, and you step through because you have been practicing thresholds. You find yourself in a hall full of faces, none of them strangers and many not known until now. They carry bowls and cups and instruments in soft cases, and the mood is preparatory in the best sense, not anxious, alert. A long table runs the length of the hall. As you watch, people set it by habit more than plan. A child lays spoons as if planting seeds. An elder folds napkins with a reverence learned in kitchens too small for history and big enough for love. Someone opens a window, rain walks in politely and sits on the sill. Someone strikes the quietest chord. It holds. At the far end of the table you see your chair and are not surprised. It is the one you carry into every room when you decide to be present. You sit, and the shepherd you have never been asked to impress walks the perimeter with a count that turns numbers into names and names into belonging. The rod leans where it always leans when danger is not pretending to need attention. Wings shade those who forgot how shade works. Bread moves down the table with its old sigh. Your cup receives more than it can hold and drips the bright ring you have learned to call blessing. Someone hands you the key you already have as a joke both of you enjoy. The joke is not at your expense. It is the kind of laughter that happens when doors stay open. You wake before dawn with the feeling of a sentence finishing well. The rain has retired to the trees. Leaves do the small work of catching. The house keeps watch in shoes so soft you do not hear their step. Goodness leaves a note on the counter in your own handwriting. More arrives when you do not clutch. Mercy moves the second plate from the table to the cupboard because tonight you will eat elsewhere with someone who needs the practice of overflow, and it is good to travel light. When morning puts its first small coin of light on the sill, you sit up and greet it as if this were a person whose name you love saying. The cup receives, neither timid nor greedy. You do not pour past the rim today. You drink and leave a little, because leaving a little is how you tell yourself the world is not a single chance you must wring dry. You touch the feather, the stone, the paper. You take the key, not to hunt locks, to remember you are trusted. Before the latch lifts, you stand in the anteroom with the pace switches and choose the one that makes love legible to people who have forgotten they can read it. Slow, then slower for the first hour. You step into a street not cleaned of sorrow, only threaded with mercy in ways you have learnt to notice. A bus pausing longer than schedule. A shopkeeper sweeping rain out and gratitude in. A fox late from his rounds, casual as if safety were his to hand out. You join the distribution. The day does what days do. It asks for your hands and your attention, and at intervals you set, your willingness to stop. You will listen for the voice you have been following since the first lamp hummed in your ribs. You will say yes and no without drama. You will look up often enough to see willow and wire and window practice their own psalms. You will break your bread in rooms that forgot they were chapels, and watch the air remember what to do. You will not apologise for resting. And when night has earned its softness again, you will return as you always do, without needing to be chased. You will place your hand on the door as if it were a brow to bless, and you will bless it. Hinge and handle and wood that does the daily work of keeping out what harms and letting in what heals. You will cross the threshold, the house will exhale. Somewhere, a piano will place 2 notes and leave the rest to rain. You will answer with breath, the oldest instrument, the first prayer, the rhythm that taught your life this steady song. Begin at the hour the world keeps for its deepest breathing, the one that slips between 3 and 4, when even clocks seem to tread softer. The house knows you're awake before you know it yourself. A board loosens its thought. A pipe hums low, like a throat clearing politely. Rain is present without insisting, a fine thread moving from roof to earth, as if sewing the darkness to the ground so it will not blow away. Somewhere inside the walls, the piano remembers you and refuses to wake the neighbours. It does not strike a note. It simply holds a memory of tone in the air, like a warm cup you can smell without lifting. You sit up, and the small congregation at the bedside greets you by being precisely themselves. The feather touches your wrist, and your skin recognises shelter by temperature. The stone receives your palm and gives it back steadier. The folded paper says what it always says, be strengthened. But at this hour, the words arrive with lanterns of their own. You breathe through your nose and feel the sentence drop like a key into a lock you did not know your ribs were keeping. You do not switch on lamps you don't need. You let the room keep its dusk blue. Your feet find the rug because the rug is loyal. Hands find the sweater on the chair because love left it there for this exact minute. In the kitchen, you water the quiet. The kettle accepts its small vocation with a sound like a cat settling. Steam rises in a ribbon that does not try to talk you into anything. You pour and watch warmth go clouded amber. Nothing has asked you for eloquence. The night is content with presence. This is the hour for benedictions that do not require witnesses. You stand in the anteroom with the hooks and touch each thing you hung there at sundown. The day's haste by its collar, the argument by its cuff, the plan by its sensible belt. You do not take them down. You bless them where they rest. May you stay asleep until morning has the strength to lift you kindly. The blessing alters you more than it alters them. You feel the spine of your posture lower itself from parade to prayer. A corridor opens. You pass the room that keeps maps. You will return later. For now you enter the keeping room where the candle waits with its humble talent. One strike, one small sun. You set it on the table, and the table immediately becomes an altar, because altars are not architectural. They are attentions set gently in one place. You lay the paper and pencil within the circle of light. You do not write yet. This is the watch, and watching begins with seeing without trying to fix. You listen. The city speaks in its sleep. Far-off tires stitch wet asphalt to destination. A train pulls a line of quiet through neighbourhoods like a seamstress closing a long seam. Somewhere someone coughs, twice, and is comforted by an unseen hand. Maybe their own. Maybe a memory of a mother's palm. Maybe mercy doing its rounds with a cloth and a key. You name the kinds of keeping that happen while most of us dream. Nurses bending without resentment. Bakers rising the dough and the morning. People who take apart the machine, clean it, and put it back together before the rest of us can name the parts. You send gratitude into the dark like breadcrumbs that do not need to be found to count. Your own names arrive, the ones you carry without needing to look at your phone. You set them gently on the table, as if they were sleeping children you are reluctant to wake. The friend whose voice thinned yesterday. The neighbour who pretended the joke carried them, but whose eyes told the truth. The person whose email came with teeth, and must be answered with the kind of jaw that does not clench. You do not make speeches over these names. You put a hand on each, palm on paper, warmth on ink, and say the word that works best in weather like this: near. The word is small, the presence it calls is not. You picture the city the way a shepherd sees it, not as skyline or grid, but as a living field whose edges you are learning. You hold the field without shrinking it to the size of your competence. You walk it in your mind with a rod you do not need to swing, tapping the ground, keep, 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 until the beat moves from imagination to pulse. You see gates that stick and ask for oil. You see doors left open by fatigue, and you straighten them with a simple hand. You see windows fogged by worry, and you wipe a small circle with your sleeve. Enough sight for the next breath. The watch asks for your body, so you let your hands work. You grind a pinch of rosemary in your fingers until the dark air learns to smell like kitchens where love is measured by steam. You carry the scent through the rooms without waking them, the way a person carries a sleeping child, and does not bang knees on furniture. In the bedroom, you draw the covers smoother. Your future self will think angels did it. In the bathroom, you set a clean glass by the tap. In the hall, you find a thread on the rug, and instead of tugging, you fetch the little scissors that live in the drawer beside the batteries and cut the temptation short. These are liturgies of the watch, small repairs that keep the day from unravelling before morning has a chance to gather itself. At the window you meet the rain proper. It stands outside like a quiet friend who came to sit, not to talk. You lean your forehead against the glass until cool becomes understanding. Across the street, a single blue rectangle tells the story of someone else awake for their own reasons. You bless the rectangle without trying to know why it exists. May the light inside be gentle. May the reason for it not to own the whole day. A fox laces the fence with its tidy script and does not look up. He is at work. You nod as if you are colleagues on different shifts. You put on a coat because the garden asks to be included in this hour. The door agrees to open without complaint. Your breath makes a small visible offering and the night accepts it. In the garden, the cracked pot has gathered a silver moustache along its seam, where water seeping has iced, then thawed, then decided to be simply wet. You touch the place, and your finger comes away honest. Rosemary leans into you, as if it expected a shoulder, and you give it one. You touch soil that does not pretend not to be cold. A worm turns in its sleep. Somewhere under the hedge, a spider repairs what gusts ruined yesterday, a professional at making again. You learn resilience by watching someone who never uses the word. Back inside, you pass the cupboard you opened last night with the key and leave its door ajar on purpose. Space itself is a promise you can keep while you sleep. On the table, the candle lowers its flame to what precision looks like. You sit and write one line you were not ready to write earlier. I do not have to hold the roof up with my worries. When you put the period, a shelf inside you stops trying to be beam. You allow architecture to be architecture and blood to be blood. Now you think of your enemies, if you have them, and discover the hour has altered what that word means. They are not faces in armour. They are habits that sound like heroes until you are alone. The urgency that lies about fire drills, the pride that dresses as accuracy, the despair that auditions for truth. You do not strap weapons to your shins. You set a plate. You pour a cup. In their presence, You eat and let your body remember nourishment as a rebuttal. The enemies do what enemies do when ignored by power and fed by quiet. Lose interest, slouch away, forget their lines. Your phone stays face down. Watch replaces scroll. The pages of the book you're not yet reading shift minutely, air practicing. You let the lamp in your chest find its circle again, and then shrink it to a candle flame until you can feel the heat exactly where sternum meets breath. This is not meditation as escape. It is attention as return. In the steadying, a question arrives like a polite visitor. What will you keep, and what will keep you? You answer out loud because answers uttered change shape. I will keep watch. Mercy will keep me. It is not a bargain. It is a description of a friendship that has lasted your whole life, even when you are busy distrusting. You go to the maps. The tube slides its old paper into your hands with a necessary crinkle, the sound of years consenting. You spread the map and find where you are by two things that never lie: water and house. You mark a new path you have started to walk, the one that chooses a slower street, not because it is scenic, but because mothers push strollers there at 8, and you would like your morning to learn how to make room. You circle the corner where the cyclist fell and draw a small symbol that looks like a palm open in time. You add a star where you first believed overflow was blessing, not evidence of carelessness. Cartography becomes confession and plan at once. The kettle begs for attention in its polite voice. You rise, pour a second cup, and think of all the cups being poured right now. Hospital coffee on a night shift. Broth lifted to lips in a kitchen whose heat is all the family has. Tea brewed strong in a room where elders remember and young ones pretend not to be listening. The humanity of this hour is a chorus without conductor, and yet the harmonies hold. You drink your part in it and set the cup down on a small folded cloth, because you have learned that wood likes to remember gifts without keeping their stains. A small fear tries the handle, out of habit, not malice. You meet it as you met the memory earlier. Hello again, not tonight. The fear, surprised to be treated with manners, blushes and wanders toward the coat closet, where not yet keeps the chair warm. It will nap there without your help. You smile because you used to think victory would feel like a trumpet. It feels like a quiet house with a door that chooses which knocks to answer. This is the hour for unhurried intercessions, the little prayers that could be mistaken for housekeeping. You straighten the stack of towels in the linen closet and ask for softness in conversations. You align forks in the drawer and ask for right words that fit precisely into the mouths that need them. You fill a small jar with rice, tap it twice on the counter to settle, and ask for settling in the friend who moves from house to house like weather. You set tomorrow's outfit on the chair and ask to be dressed in gentleness before fabric touches skin. Your hand finds the letter you wrote to your own body in a previous chapter. You unfold it and add a line. P.S. Thank you for waking at this hour without charging me interest. Then you do the kindest thing you can do for tomorrow's shoulders. You make lists proper and brief, not the kind that masquerade as penance. 3 tasks that matter and may be done. 3 names I will speak with care. 1 thing I will refuse without apology. You fold the paper and slip it under the small stone because promises like to be kept under weight. The watch does not ask for heroics, it asks for staying. You stay until the night begins to unclip itself from the edges of the window. You hear the hinges of morning choose their gentle metal voices. The rain lightens to commas. The piano, still silent, becomes the memory of scales practiced years ago. The muscle knows where to fall, where to lift, where to leave room for breath. You blow out the candle not to banish the hour, but to carry its ember inward. Smoke lifts for a moment and draws a single line in the air like a signature. Before you return to bed, you make one last round the way a watchman does. Doors meant to be closed are closed kindly. The window left open for exchange is open the width of Mercy's finger. The cupboard door stands a hand-breadth ajar so space can continue to be promise. In the hidden room, you leave the matchbox beside the candle just so, a signal to a future darkness that light is easy to reach. You pause in the doorway, because doorways deserve respect. Thank you, you say to a house that remembered your name when you forgot it. Sleep receives you like water receives a body that remembers how to float. The pillow lifts you as if the bed learned buoyancy overnight. The quilt remembers wings without commentary. Your hand, of its own will, seeks the feather, and the stone, one last time, touch ends the liturgy that began with waking. Your mouth forms a word you do not say aloud, kept, and the room answers with its low, dignified amen. Dream comes in ready clothes. You are on a wall that is not for defence, but for blessing, walking its length with a lamp you need not raise high. Below, streets remember to be small enough for neighbours. You see the places you traced on the map, and they recognise you, which is not the same as needing you. You stop over a doorway and speak a sentence that does not sound like you, and exactly sounds like you, after years of being taught by Mercy. Peace to this house. The words do not bounce. They sink the way rain sinks into soil already prepared. Enemies stand at a polite distance and become less interesting by the minute. A table appears on the wall, because of course it does. Bread tears, a cup passes, the rod leans the way it does when it has nothing violent to do, which is most of the time when love is on duty. You wake with the certainty that night has performed surgery you are too tender to watch. It has widened 3 places in your breathing. It has lowered the tone of your self-talk by a note and a half. It has added a hinge where there used to be glue. The room agrees. The window holds the first line of day like a page offered for signature. Goodness moves a glass an inch the way it does. Mercy straightens the little paper on the table without making a religion out of tidiness. You sit on the edge of the bed and greet the square of light as if it were a person with a name you love saying. The small congregation is ready. Feather to wrist, shelter rehearsed, stone to palm, steadiness copied, paper to pocket, strength carried close. You consider the map and choose a slower street again. You consider the cupboard and leave it open because open is a trust you can extend to yourself. You consider the watch and understand why it exists, not to make you necessary, to keep you honest about how much kindness chooses to work while you sleep. When you lift the latch, the day receives you as if you have just relieved someone who loves this work. You are not alone on the wall anymore. Morning has its own crew, bus drivers, bakers, parents, foxes, late from their rounds, a child walking to school with a mitten tethered to a sleeve that will lose it anyway. You walk at a human pace. The rod's beat is in your heel. The lamp's circle is in your chest. The rain has decided to be story instead of headline. You carry the quiet forward like a tray with water on it. Steady, level, nothing sloshing, even when the hallway turns. And every room you enter, whether it knows it or not, feels the hour you kept, and breathes a little easier. As if someone opened a window, a finger's width, and let the air trade places with air. Begin with the simplest miracle. You hear your name and do not brace. It arrives from no single direction. Roof, kettle, feather, street, spoken in a tone that assumes you are good to summon. The piano answers with the two notes that have found you for months, humble birds alighting on a familiar branch. Rain has chosen to be an instrument again, a soft brush on cymbals somewhere far off. You turn your face toward the sound, the way sunflowers turn without scheduling it. The house loosens its 100 small grips. Morning puts a hand on your back, where you used to armour, and find skin instead. You move through rooms that have learned your gait, and you let them teach you theirs. The anteroom waits with the hooks you used last night, still holding what could wait. The argument by its cuff, the plan by its belt, the worry by its collar. You bless them where they hang and leave them to rest. In the kitchen, steam pulls a silver thread up from the kettle and stitches it to air. The cup receives, not greedily, faithfully. You hold it and feel how warmth rehearses its case against panic without raising its voice. You drink. Courage arrives without costume. Out the door, the neighbourhood has set its table. Wet leaves arranged in accidental mosaics. A bus kneeling for someone whose hands are already full. The thin chant of tyres on shining streets. A sparrow skims the gutter and shakes its life back into order. You match your steps to the river beneath your ribs. 4 in, 2 pause, 6 out. Somewhere behind your right shoulder, goodness does what it always does. Walking close without commentary, mercy takes the left, cloth over one arm, a key glinting at the ready. You are not flanked like a dignitary. You are accompanied like a beloved on a morning not asked to be important. Today the calling is plain. Gather what is scattered, inside and out. Not by force, by invitation. You start small because small is honest. A wind-blown sign has left a grocery cart stranded 3 blocks from belonging. You take its narrow hand and coax it home through puddles that know how to mirror without stealing the sky. The cart does not thank you. It simply becomes less lonely. At the door of the shop, you let go with the gentleness a shepherd uses when a lamb remembers the flock on its own. On the corner, 2 voices practice being louder than fear. You do not adjudicate. You lend the air your steadiness, an extra lung in the room. The voices find it, unconsciously, and lower their pitch until listening has space to enter. You nod to the invisible rod tapping at your heel, keep, 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 not to rush, to hold the lane. You choose the slower street, not because it is pretty, because it allows strollers and elders and anyone who needs to cross twice without apology. Children chalk galaxies on the sidewalk, their planets elliptical, their suns lopsided with devotion. You step wide and leave their constellations intact. A plastic ring of blue chalk rolls toward the curb, and you catch it with a shoe and send it back without ceremony, the way you have learned to return hope before it falls where wheels live. At work, you put the lamp circle where your eyes can honour it. A message sharp at the edges appears, and you practice the craft of reply that carries no shrapnel. You say, "I understand," and mean it. Understanding is not surrender, it is oxygen. You add, "Here is what I can do," and let the sentence be a plate, not a blade. You do the thing you promised. You stop when you said you would. It is astonishing how often compassion looks like keeping an appointment with your own limits. Mid-morning, you hear your name again, closer now, and realise the house does not keep its voice indoors. It has taught the city to speak a dialect you understand. A street vendor calls a greeting that is not an advertisement. You buy one orange and then, for no reason your budget requires, another for a person whose jacket tells the weather that money is currently elsewhere. You hand over the second before the question forms. Their face softens from defence to surprise, to hunger, to gratitude in the time it takes traffic to change its mind. You are thanked, yes, but more than that, you are returned to yourself. You walk toward the bridge because bridges have been tutoring you. Halfway across, the wind is busy with its exercises, reluctant to be still. You tighten your scarf and loosen your jaw. Far below, the river does the excellent work of being river, accepting, carrying, changing what it touches without declaring itself saviour. You lean your forearms on the rail and press the stone to your palm. Its cool has learned how to teach. Steadiness, it says, is not the end of movement. It is the trust that movement and keeping can share the same hand. A hawk scribes a tidy serif in the high blue. Waste trucks conduct their morning sonata in C minor. A cyclist sings something out of tune and alive. You realise that gathering does not mean collecting into one place. It means recognising what belongs and refusing to orphan it with your distraction. You gather yourself, your breath, the names that woke with you, and you let the river keep them, not to be rid of them, to keep them moving toward Mercy's sea. At noon you choose the bench with the wrong view, dumpsters, the backdoor smoke of a kitchen, a chain-link fence where morning glories have decided the word chain is an invitation, not a verdict. You unwrap a modest sandwich and teach your mouth the liturgy of unhurried chewing. A worker comes out, apron tired, and leans against the wall where bricks store heat for exactly this hour. You offer half your lunch without bargaining away dignity. They take it with a nod that means both thanks and I will remember you exist next time I have more. The table sets itself wherever hunger is not ashamed. You are grateful to be seated. Afternoon tests its old trick, the one where shadows grow and your calendar tries to impersonate a god. You take the key from your pocket and touch the little closet door you opened 2 nights ago. Space is still there. You do not fill it with urgency. You let emptiness be a promise kept, a shelf you refuse to burden with fear. In that refusal is a blessing you did not plan. The hour steps back from your throat. You use the margin you just protected to mend a small thing no one will applaud. A hinge in the break room cabinet has been complaining into conversations for weeks. You oil it, open and close the door 8 times with priestly attention, and listen to the complaint retire without fanfare. Behind you someone says, "Huh," and does not know why their belly unclenched. You do not claim credit. You would not know how to hold it if you tried. You have been practicing a different economy. There is a call you owe. You make it. The person on the other end is not ready to meet you in hope. Not yet. You do not drag them. You set the rod's tempo on the line. Keep, keep, keep. And wait through their winter weather, without telling them what month it is in your heart. They do not thaw. They do not freeze further either. You count that as gathering too, preventing loss by sitting at the edge of it and being mistaken for a guardrail. The sky leans toward its late performance. Light drapes gold over rough edges like someone who knows how to host. You go home the long way, past the willow that combs the day's hair, and the lamppost where a poster for a violin recital has begun to curl. You picture a child who will play too fast in the middle and then remember to breathe. You bless them in advance with patience they won't notice. Blessings like that take the long way, but always arrive. At your door, the latch lifts with gratitude. The house inhales you and your pockets, and their changes of weather. You put down keys, threat, pace. You pick up knife, onion, pan. The kitchen accepts your hands without proof of achievement. Sizzle, steam, the old soft arithmetic of salt. This is a psalm the stove knows by heart. You set 2 plates because setting 2 plates teaches you to look up at the sound of a knock without inventing one. When it comes, it is not dramatic. A neighbour with a plant that wants a new corner. You trade them a handful of rosemary for their propagation. A small economy of photosynthesis and trust. After dinner, dusk presses its palm to the window and leaves a print the eye calls purple. You take the cup outside just to watch your breath rise and your heat exchange with the air without conflict. The garden keeps its office. The cracked pot drinks and spills like a good elder, feeding what is at its feet without needing to be seen doing it. A moth debates doctrine with the porch light and loses kindly. The fox signs the fence with the same neat hand. You whisper to everything that will hear you, plants, insects, the old nail in the third board, thank you for staying. Inside, the piano lifts its head. You play what you have learned to play. A progression that makes space for arrival. Left hand, floorboards. Right hand, windows. You pause where a younger you would have rushed. You fill where a younger you would have emptied. You let a chord ring all the way to its courage. Somewhere, someone across the wall breathes differently and doesn't know why they trust the night more than they did in the last one. You do not need them to know why. The hidden room opens because you learned how to approach it. The candle remembers fire as a friend, not a spectacle. You write the inventory of gathering, the cart, the voices, the chalk ring, the hinge, the phone call that did not fix, the bench that shared, the plant traded, the space left empty on purpose, the river trusted. You draw a single line beneath and write one more sentence in a hand the day will recognize in the dark. Wherever I go, make me a place where scattered things can find their way. You go to the basin and wash your face the way a shoreline translates ocean into lace. Oil, or its memory, travels to brow, throat, wrists. You anoint not to elevate, to remember. To remember which words will matter at 10:30 tomorrow, which will not. To remember who you will call if your own breath loses its counting. to remember that your cup can spill without wasting, your hands can mend without headlines, your feet can keep a human tempo even when sirens audition for the lead. In the room with maps, you find a blank corner and draw the new thing you cannot not draw. A small house with many doors, each leading to a table already set. You add a side porch where strangers become neighbours. You add a gate that opens inward and outward with equal ease. You put a lamp in each window and a feather on each sill, a joke the wind shares with birds. You roll the map and tuck it under your arm like a word you will not forget, even if you forget its spelling. Sleep is not reluctant. It has watched you gather all day and knows that release is the last act of that craft. The bed holds its end of the covenant. Wood, spring, cotton, a conspiracy of comfort. The quilt remembers wings and keeps them folded over you, as if warmth were a way to write your name. The little paper under the lamp keeps its single sentence working in the dark, like yeast in dough. Be strengthened, it says, to marrow and to weather. To the part of you that mistrusts good things, and the part that believes, fiercely and without evidence, that mercy has your address memorized. Dream is a field with lines chalked for a game people forgot to teach you, and you do not mind. The shepherd calls not by position, by name, and the sound makes you taller by a small, measurable amount. People bring chairs from their kitchens and arrange them facing one another, not the stage. Conversation turns into supper without instructions. Your enemies, such as they are, take seats 2 rows back and discover they are bored of being enemies when no one auditions for opponent. A child arrives with a violin and plays a note that should be too plain to move you and does. The rod leans, the wings shade, the table sighs the way bread always does. Your cup remembers the morning lesson and does not apologise for the ring it leaves. A while before dawn, rain walks the roof softly to tuck you in. Goodness moves a glass closer to your reach by an inch you will not notice and will be saved by. Mercy oils the hinge you did not hear complain and will be grateful for in the afternoon. The house keeps its watch. You keep sleeping, which is to say, you do not try to hold up the sky. When the pale square on the wall begins its quiet speech, you wake into the same calling, new again, gather. Not to hoard, to belong. You touch feather to wrist, and learn shelter for the 1000th time. You press stone to palm and let steadiness make a copy. You pocket the paper. You take the key not as a plan, as a reminder that doors exist and open. You bless the latch and the hallway and the first neighbour you will see. You open the door and step into a street already practicing its own psalm. Tyres on wet, kettle on low. A bus driver waving someone across who is late and safe at the same time. You go with the lamp in your chest, the rods beat in your heel, the table setting itself wherever hunger throws its shadow. You gather words and return them to mouths that can use them. Gather tears and let them be rain for roots. Gather names and give them to the river that knows where to carry such treasure. You gather yourself each time you scatter. You gather the day toward evening as if you were pulling a warm quilt up to a tired chin. And when night comes, as night always does, you will count nothing extraordinary and find that everything you touched has been included under that word. Begin with the kind of light that does not arrive so much as remember you. It slides along the floorboards like a familiar cat, pauses at the table as if to check you've eaten, rests its cheek a moment on the rim of the cup. The piano keeps its small covenant, 2 notes, a breath, as if the house were clearing its throat before a blessing. Rain has gone elsewhere to work. The roof keeps the cool echo of last night's commas. You sit up. The feather greets your wrist with shelter, precise as a measurement. The stone agrees to be held until steadiness copies itself into your palm. The folded paper, unchanged and inexhaustible, tells your ribs the old truth. Be strengthened. You stand and the floor approves your weight. In the anteroom, the hooks keep holding what does not need to be carried, the plan by its sensible belt, the worry by its collar, the argument by its cuff. You bless them where they hang. May you stay where you are until love can carry you without limping. The blessing lands not on the hooks, but on your spine. You put water on for tea. Steam writes a thin psalm. Goodness moves in the periphery with its basket. Mercy, cloth over one arm, a key glinting, takes her place at your left. They do not announce themselves. They simply resume. Today you decide to practice the oldest vow in the book without saying it out loud. Dwell. Not accomplish, not dominate, not impress. Dwell. The word sets your pace before the door opens. The latch lifts with the politeness of old wood. The street breathes fog across its own shoulders. A bus kneels. Tires say the day's first amen against wet asphalt. You match your feet to the river under your ribs. 4 in, 2 pause, 6 out. And you feel the rod's humane tempo tap your heel like a metronome no one else can hear. Keep, keep, keep. On the corner, a ladder leans against a mural you have passed for months without truly seeing. Overnight, someone has touched the paint, stars made more faithful, a face corrected from caricature to kindness. A woman steps down with a rag and a jar. The blue was wrong, she says to no one and to you. It was loud when the wall needed quiet. You nod the nod of people who have learned that volume is not virtue. You carry that sentence like a folded map. At the market you buy rosemary because memory is useful in handfuls, and figs because extravagance still counts as medicine. You add a lemon because yellow is a vote for hope. The vendor weighs your decisions and returns 1 coin as if to remind you that mercy keeps change. On your way out, a child plays scales on a tinny keyboard with the devotion of a pilgrim. You drop a coin into a paper cup and watch his shoulders square by a centimetre, the exact measure of encouragement. Work opens its rooms. You put the lamp's circle on the desk and obey its lit boundary. In that light, you answer the message that came yesterday with teeth. You write what is true and smaller than your temper wanted. I'm listening. Here's what I can do. Here's what I cannot do. Here is when I will return. You press send and let accuracy be compassion's left hand. The right hand turns the hourglass and refuses to run. Mid-morning, you walk the long hall with the pace switches and slide your finger to slow, then slower, because love has poor handwriting when rushed. In the waiting room upstairs, the package labelled "Not Yet" sits patient as a seed. You set your palm on its paper, and the paper warms to your skin. Soon, you tell it, the way people tell truth to children when truth needs to learn cadence as much as content. Mercy is pleased with your tone, At noon you carry your small lunch past the pretty bench and choose the wrong view on purpose. The alley behind the bakery, where the dumpsters keep honest company with flour dust and a chain-link fence tries to remember spring. You split your bread, and the steam says a kitchen you do not own has still decided to feed you. A baker steps out with an exhausted grin. You hold up half your loaf. She shakes her head and presses a croissant into your palm as if smuggling joy. Trade accepted. The economy of dwelling is not complicated. Afternoon tries its trick, the calendar fanning itself like a judge. You take the key from your pocket and open the little cupboard you unlocked days ago. Empty shelves breathe like a choir, inhaling together. You do not fill them with panic. You place there a small jar labelled tears for later roots, and a folded towel because comfort should be within reach. You close the door gently and feel readiness alter the architecture of your chest. You fix the hinge in the break room cabinet that has been complaining into conversations. 8 turns of a screwdriver and a dab of oil, and the door forgets how to argue. Later you will overhear someone say, "Huh, it's quiet," and you will count that as liturgy. You make the call you owe. The person is not ready to meet you in hope. You don't drag them. You lay the rod's rhythm under the line and sit at the edge of their weather like a seawall that refuses drama. No wave is fooled into being still. Fewer reach the kitchen floor. On your way home, the willow is rehearsing its old choreography, green ribs combing late light into lanes the eyes can use. You pass the poster for the child's recital and make a note to buy cookies, because sugar is hospitality in a plate's dialect. The sky chooses a gold so generous you feel a little guilty leaving it outside, so you do what you have learned. You open a window and carry evening in by letting it touch the back of your neck. The house inhales you like a fact it loves. You set worry and keys on their hooks. You rinse a pot and the sound is a brook. You slice onions the way a person can slice regret, slowly, without flinching, eyes aware of what salt will do. Oil approves from the pan. Rosemary throws its memory toward the ceiling. You set 2 plates because hope is better trained when given props. Someone knocks. It is only a question asking to stay the night. Can I tell you something I might not be ready to hear the answer to? You set the second plate and pour water first. The question learns its own first. After dinner, a violin case appears at your door, shy as a kitten. The neighbour's kid stands behind it like a person trusting their future to a hinge. "It squeaks," he says. "I think it's mad at me." You sit on the steps and listen to 2 notes that want to be birds. "It's not mad," you say. It misses your breath. You teach him to breathe on purpose. He plays again, and the note widens by a millimetre. The difference between a square and a welcome. He grins like a window opened in his cheek. He runs home with the case bumping his knee, and you bless every bump as a brother of progress. Dusk presses its friendly hand to the glass. You walk the garden. The cracked pot wears a thin silver along its seam, water seeping faithfully where water is needed. You touch the line and your finger comes back honest. A moth approaches the porch light with the earnestness of a beginner. The fox writes his tidy signature on the fence and does not require applause. You bend and scatter rosemary into the soil and name 3 people aloud into the air between your hands. Names are seeds when said kindly. You water them with breath. Inside, the hidden room opens at your step because doors learn longing. The candle accepts fire with humility. You write a list labelled repair that will never trend. Hinge oiled. Plate washed before midnight. Text answered with kindness after a long day. Voice lowered to match the room instead of demanding the room match the voice. A laugh shared over burnt edges. Bread given before asked for. You draw a line and write the simplest truth you have dared in weeks. Forever is happening. You carry the maps to the table and notice how edges soften from being handled by hope. You circle where you placed a bench with your stillness. You star the corner you have decided to walk slower, because elders like that route, and your pace can be a chair. You add a feather at each gate that opens inward first, then outward, the order that keeps welcome from becoming a performance. You add a tiny lamp to a rooftop where you will go after the recital to pray with air and antennae and the lonely chimneys. Before bed, you move through the house, making small changes that feel like mercy in cotton clothing. A glass near the sink, because thirst is not a crisis when you plan for it. The window in the hall cracked the width of patience. The cupboard door left ajar, so space can keep making promises. The matchbox beside the candle, placed where a midnight hand can find it without letting the dark win a debate. You do not narrate your goodness to your own heart. You let silence take notes. At the basin, you wash the day without erasing it. The cloth smells faintly of rosemary from your fingers. Oil, or memory of oil, touches brow, throat, wrists. You bless your voice to tell the truth, as if it loves the listener. You bless your hands to prefer mending over managing. You bless your feet to keep the rod's humane tempo, even when sirens audition for the solo. You bless your heart not to harden when plans change, to soften without spilling. Sleep is prepared for you like a field mown late. Hay lines neat and fragrant. The bed takes its share of the weight. The quilt remembers wings and refuses pageantry. The little paper under the lamp keeps on saying, "Be strengthened in a grammar yeast understands." You turn, and at the edge of sleep, you hear the city practice a long chord with all its windows, some lit, some dark, all included. You think of tables multiplying in rooms that have forgotten how, and of a shepherd who never forgets the porch light. Dream arrives without costume. You're in a hallway of doors, and each door opens onto a different room of the same house. In one, people are mending nets together without complaint. In another, a long table divides into small ones without losing its length. In another, a river runs across a floor, and no one minds wet ankles because laughter is taller than shoes. You carry your lamp, the one that refuses to act like a searchlight, and you see faces step from shade to shade, changed only by gentleness. Your enemies, such as they are, have left early, bored by the lack of chaos. The rod leans without pretending to be a spear. Wings shade without audition. You wake with the relief of not having to win at kindness, only to keep it. Morning before morning, rain returns to do a final soft proofread of roofs. Goodness moves a glass an inch closer to where your hand will find it. Mercy oils the hinge in the room you forgot to visit. The house keeps watch while you're busy being kept. You breathe one long breath, and it feels like a gate opening in two directions. When the pale square finds the wall, the piano places its two notes like breadcrumbs, and you're already following. The feather to wrist, shelter rehearsed, stone to palm, steadiness copied, paper to pocket, strength carried close. You tuck the key beside it, because thresholds are as certain as weather. Today is the recital, and it is also a shift at the hospital for a friend, and a hinge that will ask for oil, and a chain-link fence where morning glories will insist on calling themselves cathedral. You step into the street with the vow still unsaid and wholly binding. Dwell, which means you will stop often enough to let patience finish her sentence. You will set plates where hunger does not yet think itself invited. You will lower your voice until the shyest truth can come forward. You will open cupboards and leave them partly empty as an argument against fear. You will write maps that prefer benches to shortcuts. You will carry rosemary in your pocket like a family story. You will keep the watch when it is yours and sleep when it is not. You will remember that forever is not a horizon. It is a practice with elbows, lamp, table, rod, wings, making room. The day answers. At the bus stop, the child in the red coat holds his violin with the dignity of a vessel. You sit beside his mother and share a bag of cookies you did not pretend to have baked. He plays later in a church basement where folding chairs call themselves pews and the ceiling agrees to be sky. His note does not break. It wobbles and is held by a room full of people who have practiced catching without clapping. You look down the row and see faces doing the quiet labour of belief, jaw unclenched, shoulders lowered, eyes soft. This is how a city dwells in one place, by carrying one tone together until it becomes a corridor through which mercy can walk without knocking. Evening brings you to the rooftop you drew on the map. You climb with bread still warm from a passing oven and a cup of tea that forgives wind. Antennae make a forest of listening. Chimneys proofread the last sentences of day. You stand there with the lamp in your chest and say the simplest thing, out loud because sound is a sacrament. Thank you for letting me stay. No trumpets, no fog machine, only air made honest by height, and a fox below signing a fence, and the rosemary leaning at your window like a cousin. You go back down the stairs slowly, because holiness prefers not to be spilled. Night lifts its quilt. The house is ready. You bless the latch with your palm the way someone blesses a forehead. You touch the cupboard door and leave it ajar on purpose. You set the small jar labelled tears on the top shelf where future roots will know to look. You lower the matchbox to where midnight hands can find it without asking eyes. You sit a moment on the edge of the bed and let the two notes land again. They are birds and breadcrumbs, habit and promise. Sleep receives you as if you had never left. Dream returns with a smaller gift. A single corridor and a single lamp, and the word you still haven't said out loud stitched into your sleeve. You wake knowing you do not need to. Your feet will pronounce it with their pace. Your hands will write it in steam on the mirror and not wipe it too quickly. Your voice will say it by choosing accuracy over volume. Your house will say it by making space. Your city will overhear and answer with a bus kneeling and a child's note held and a hinge forgetting how to complain and a window cracked the width of Mercy's finger. In the morning you will rise and do these things again, not because repetition is dull, because love is practiced. Forever looks like this up close. Rosemary, oil, a paper that refuses to tire of its own sentence, a stone that keeps lending you its cool, a feather with leverage far out of proportion to its weight, goodness with a basket, mercy with a cloth and a key, a cracked pot watering what would otherwise remain dust, a fox signing attendance, a city remembering its gentler dialect, a house that keeps the watch without needing to be thanked, and you, carrying the lamp that refuses spectacle, setting tables wherever hunger can be convinced to sit, walking with the rod's humane tempo when streets lust for sprinting, lifting the latch with a benediction, crossing thresholds with a human pace, will keep dwelling today, tomorrow, and the days after, until the word forever is no longer a distance, but a shape your life has worn into comfort. Begin with a window that has learned your name so well it says it before the light arrives. A pale square blooms on the wall, the way a promise remembers itself. The piano keeps its covenant, 2 notes and a breath, then waits, as if the house wants you to place the 3rd note with your day. Rain is elsewhere doing faithful work. The roof holds a cool memory of last night's commas. Your hand finds what it has found every morning of this long mercy. Feather to wrist, shelter rehearsed, stone to palm, steadiness copied, paper to pocket, strength carried close, be strengthened, it says, and the sentence moves through the ribs like a key turning softly in locks you didn't know you'd closed. You stand and the floor approves your weight. In the anteroom, the hooks continue their quiet vocation, holding what does not need to be carried, the plan by its sensible belt, the argument by its cuff, the worry by its collar. You bless them where they hang, and they bless you back by not leaping into your hands. Water climbs toward boil. Steam writes a thin psalm that does not insist on being read aloud. Goodness fusses with the basket near your right shoulder. Mercy, cloth over one arm and a key catching light, takes her place on your left. They do not perform. They accompany. Today you decide to live the future tense inside the present one. You do not say the word out loud, the one that has stitched itself through every chapter like a seam you can't see from the front. You let your feet pronounce it. The latch lifts with the courtesy of well-kept wood. Outside, the street breathes its first deeper breath. A bus kneels. A cyclist signs a bell. A sparrow shakes the night from its small suit and starts again. You match your steps to the river under your ribs, 4 in, 2, pause, 6 out, and feel the rod's humane tempo tap your heel like a private metronome. Keep, keep, keep. On the corner, the mural's blue has been corrected in the night. The face that once shouted now listens. The woman with the rag has left her ladder. On the lowest rung sits a jar of water with a single rosemary sprig, a bookmark for the morning. You stop and touch the rim. Blue does not apologise for yesterday. It becomes truer today. You borrow that lesson and put it in your pocket with the paper. At the market you choose simply bread because bread keeps its vows, figs because extravagance is still medicine, a lemon because yellow is hope with rind. The vendor returns a coin uncounted. Mercy, it turns out, makes change. A child plays scales on a keyboard with a seriousness that could fix a hinge. You drop a coin and his shoulders square by a centimetre, just enough room for a breath to turn into music later. He will not remember your face. He will remember the centimetre. Between lights, you meet a grocery cart that has strayed past belonging. You take its small hand, the way a person takes a toddler's in a crowd, and walk it home. No one sees. You feel the Axel's complaint lessen without speech. At the shop door, you leave it where a row of carts leans like a choir at rest. You are not thanked. You are not owed thanks. The world is heavier by one small thing gathered. This is victory, the humble kind that does not ruin the morning by bragging. At work, the lamp circle clarifies what kindness can actually do today. You answer what must be answered. You refuse to sprint through what requires human pace. A message arrives with edges. You file the edges down with accuracy and breath. I hear you. Here's what is true. Here's what I can do now. You send, and adrenaline looks around for a fight and finds a chair. You point. It sits. The day sees, less theatrical and more possible. Mid-morning, a caller you love brings weather. You do not try to be climate control. You place the rod's rhythm on the line and keep it there while storms audition. Your silence makes space for their sentence to find its own end. When they stop, you do not start the machine of advice. I'm here, you say, because you are. Eat something if you can. Drink water. I'll text at 3. You end the call with peace intact, which is not the same as solved. Goodness marks the hour with a notch only you can feel. Mercy folds a cloth. At noon you choose the wrong view on purpose. The alley behind the bakery where dumpsters lean into honest conversation and flour dust glows like a galaxy on breeze. You split your bread. Steam rises as if kitchens keep the sacrament on your behalf. The baker steps out and trades you a croissant for half your loaf without ceremony. Exchange as liturgy. You eat slowly enough to be taught by your own chewing. A worker from the building next door stands beside you, not speaking, holding a paper cup like a candle. You nod. Strangers become neighbours when benches are willing to be pews. In the afternoon, the calendar flutters like a judge fanning itself, and you decline the trial. You climb the stairs to the little cupboard you unlocked days ago. Space waits with its cedar patience. You place on the top shelf the small jar labelled Tears in case a dry root needs remembering on a future Tuesday. On the next shelf, a jar labelled Laughter, because some evenings will forget their lines. Beside them, folded towel, a coil of string, a new vial of oil. You close the door gently and feel how the existence of space alters your breathing, even when you are not looking at it. Readiness is a theology. The hinge in the break room remembers to behave because you gave it 8 quiet turns and a drop of kindness yesterday. Someone opens the cabinet and says, "Huh," to no one in particular. You hear it across the room and count it, not as achievement to frame, as proof that repair can travel under its own steam. You make the hard call you owe and meet ice without flinching. You end the conversation with a promise you can keep, and keep it before dinner. Walking home, you pass the willow that has been combing light into lanes your eyes can use. Under it, chalk galaxies expand. The plastic ring rolls toward the curb again, practicing escape. You catch it with the side of your shoe, send it back, and the universe stays coloured in for one more hour. On the pole by the corner, the recital poster has curled at one corner. You smooth it the width of a finger. Somewhere a mother's shoulders lower by the same margin without knowing why. The house meets you with its sober joy. The kitchen remembers how to be altar. Onion, oil, steam, rosemary throwing its memory toward the ceiling. Salt practiced enough to be trusted. You set 2 plates because hope practices with props. There is a knock. The neighbour's boy with a case. It squeaks, he admits. It's not mad, you tell him. It misses your breath. He learns to inhale on purpose. The note widens by a millimetre. The difference between a square and a welcome. Again, he says, and you nod, because again is how mercy writes itself into muscle. After he runs home, evening rests its cheek on the window. You walk the garden. The cracked pot wears a thin silver along its seam. Water has remembered where to give away what it cannot keep. You touch the line, and your finger comes back honest. The fox signs the fence in tidy cursive. A moth debates doctrine with the porch light and loses kindly. You press rosemary between your fingers and let the scent travel ahead of you into rooms that will need it. Some prayers go by smell. Inside, you light the candle in the hidden room. Fire accepts its work without audition. You open the book and write the inventory that will never trend. Cart returned, hinge quieted, bread traded, child steadied, poster smoothed, phone call made without violence, space kept empty on purpose, hour saved from panic, violin taught to breathe. Under the list, you write one sentence as plain as a seed. Let goodness and mercy do the following. Make me keepable. You go to the room of maps and unroll the one that has learned your hand. You add a bench where you stood for 5 minutes at noon, and time opened like a door. You add a feather at each gate that opens inward first, then outward. You draw a small lamp over the alley because bakeries keep vigil too. You circle the rooftop where antennas make a forest of listening. You look at the whole and understand that you are not plotting conquest. You are sketching a house so large it keeps borrowing streets for hallways. The world arrives to your door in the one way it most often does. On foot, uncertain, a neighbour with a plant that thrives on neglect, and a face that doesn't. You take the pot the way you took the cart's handle, like a bridge taking weight. The neighbour sits at your table and tells a story in edges. You do not sand it down. You put water in a glass and water in a pot and teach the evening to be gentle by doing its smallest tasks within sight of pain. When they leave, they are lighter by ounces you will never measure. Mercy folds its cloth. Goodness sets a plate for tomorrow's surprise. Night slips a shoulder into the room. You practice maintenance as prayer. A glass where a thirsty 2 a.m. can reach it. A window cracked the width of Mercy's finger. A cupboard door left ajar so space can keep making promises. A matchbox placed where dark will not win a debate. At the basin, you wash the day without erasing it. Oil. Or memory of oil visits, brow, throat, wrists. You bless your voice to tell truth like it loves the listener. You bless your hands to prefer mending over managing. You bless your feet to keep the rod's tempo even when sirens audition. Then you do the thing you've been practicing all along without naming it. You open every door. Not the literal ones, though those are kind too, but the interior doors the house has taught you how to hinge. You open the door to morning in the night, and the door to night in the morning. You open the door to past without letting it unpack in the living room. You open the door to future just wide enough for hope to check the weather and come back with reasonable shoes. You open the door to forever and discover it is the room you've been inhabiting a square foot at a time. You lie down and the bed proves again that gravity loves you. The quilt remembers its apprenticeship to wings and refuses to be dramatic about it. The small paper under the lamp keeps doing yeast's patient work. Be strengthened, it whispers to marrow, and to the voice that forgets, to the tendon that overworks, to the temper that wants to win more than it wants to heal. You turn to your side and the house edits itself for your comfort. Less press, more cradle. Somewhere a pipe says amen in the quietest possible way. Dream does not need to invent a new city tonight. It returns you to the one that has learned Saltic time. Tables appear along a street like stepping stones. People arrive with bowls and doubts, and both are welcomed. Someone counts and the counting turns to naming, and the naming turns to belonging. The child with the violin plays one note so honest, even the moths hold still. Bread tears with its old sigh. A cup is lifted without fanfare, and when it is set down, the saucer holds a bright ring no one calls mess. The shepherd walks the perimeter, not anxious, attentive. The rod rests, wings shade. Your enemies, such as they are, take seats 2 rows back and discover boredom where they expected fury. You laugh once, a short thing born of relief, and the laugh finds the rafters and stays there for whoever needs it later. Before dawn, rain returns to proofread roofs. Goodness moves a glass closer to your reach by an inch you will never notice and will be saved by. Mercy oils the hinge you forgot to visit and smiles because this is not a test. The house keeps its watch. You sleep because being kept is your only assignment in those hours. Morning arrives not like a stranger at the door, like someone with a key. The square of light climbs the wall. The piano places the 2 notes that have grown into your bones. You sit. Feather, stone, paper. You do not congratulate yourself for the ritual. You submit to it the way a river submits to gravity and becomes more itself. The vow you still have not said aloud, dwell, shines from the inside of your mouth as if you had. You lift the latch and step into a street already singing its quiet psalm. Tires on wet, kettle on low, a bus driver waving someone across who is late and safe at the same time. Today, you will do nothing famous. You will make the hinge forget its grievance, and the cart remember its people, and the child trust his own breath. You will set 2 plates and accept a croissant, and give away a lemon, because yellow is portable hope. You will keep the watch when it is yours, and sleep when it is not. You will let goodness and mercy do their following, and stop trying to be faster than company. And when night comes, as it will, you will cross the threshold, not as an achievement, but as a habit so deep, it looks like grace. The house will exhale your name without making a scene, the lamp will lower itself to ember, and teach you how to end a day without abandoning it. The table will remember the hands that visited and not keep score. The rod will lean where it always leans when love is not on alert. Wings will remember their span without testing it. The river will keep singing spine to ribs. The garden will keep feeding what grew beside the crack. The fox will sign the fence. The maps will relax their edges. The key will rest in its bowl because nothing urgent is locked. The cupboard will glow a little with kept space. The paper will not grow tired of its one sentence. The feather will weigh nothing and hold much. The stone will be stone. You will lie down and, as you have learnt to do, hand everything back. The praise that tried to move in and redecorate with loud curtains. The critique that mistook itself for architecture. The decision that is not yet ripe. The laughter that stitched a seam in your chest where there had been a tear. The orange you did not eat. The hinge you did. The child's note. The moth's wobble. The bus that knelt. The bench that agreed to be pew. The ring on the saucer. The centimetre of courage in a shoulder. All of it returns to the one who has never been bored by a day well practiced. And then, because this is how the psalm ends and how your life keeps beginning, you will sleep, and you will be kept, and you will wake, and you will dwell. Not later now, not elsewhere, here, not until, but always. The house you have been learning, room by loving room, opens a door you can finally see with both eyes, and it is labelled with the word you didn't need to say because your breathing has been pronouncing it for chapters, forever. It is not far. It is the room you are already in when you lift the latch each morning and set 2 plates and walk with a human tempo, and let goodness and mercy follow you, like 2 faithful weather systems, carrying a basket and a cloth and a key, all the days, yesterdays, todays, and the ones whose light is already sliding along tomorrow's floorboards, remembering you by name.